time, the beautiful city of Douglas, capital of the British dependency of the Isle of Man. Some amazing views off the board of the city streets and of the placid water, but today's round is going to be anything but placid. Welcome to round 2 of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. It was a super exciting round yesterday. It is a pleasure to be commentating for you once again today. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, once again, Grandmaster Peter Lecko. Peter, we got everything that we asked for yesterday and then some.
Exactly. Hello, Danya. Hello, everyone. Super excited to continue the coverage of this wonderful event. Yes, we have seen it all. So much fight, and right from the beginning, opening clashes, middle game ideas, brilliant endgames. I'm already looking forward to second round.
Without question, the games will begin in about 10 minutes, but let's bring everybody up to speed. First of all, on the results of the inaugural round yesterday. In the women's section, we had a couple of interesting storylines. I think the biggest result, the one that turned the most heads, was on board 6 between Roebers, who defeated Alina Shavalova, one of the pre-tournament favorites, with the black pieces on the strength of some incredible endgame technique, Peter.
Yes, that was a very big fight right from the beginning, and just when we thought like it's going to end in a draw, then things escalated, and finally Aline played your rook e8 move. I told you right there that if rook e8 is played, it's going to have a devastating effect, and that's exactly what we have seen, and Aline went on to win that game.
She did indeed. She won in style. Tan Zhongyi also won her game. Alexander Kostenyuk was unable to convert on board 2. She draws the talented Estonian player Mai Narva. And so we can look at the first page of the standings. We have Tan Zhongyi, Anna Muzichuk. She took care of business as well. Of course, Aline Roebers and Elizabeth Potts, who defeated Alice Lee in something like 23 moves. So, Peter, I mean, this is an absolute doghouse.
Yeah, and actually, I think the game was kind of decided already in the first 10 moves. Yeah, it just, this opening heavily backfired on Alice's side, and Elizabeth just showed absolutely no mercy. She played exactly how you have to when you have a chance. Just don't give your opponent a chance of bouncing back or coming back to the game.
And she's going to have to bring more where that came from today, because already a lot of the top seeds face very difficult matchups. Let's have a look at the pairings, the round 2 pairings for the women's section. And so Tan Zhongyi faces Divya Deshmukh, one of the top Indian players. Anna Muzichuk, she has the white pieces against Stavrula Tsolakidu, who scored an upset yesterday, pulling out a very difficult position. Garifulina Pats on board 3. And I think the most exciting matchup for us is 2 incredibly talented young players. Aline Roebers faces Vaishali Praggnanandha's sister, Peter, on board 4.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to it. I have been there in Qatar. I was congratulating personally to Vaishali, not only for making her 3rd Grandmaster round, but also the way how she played. It was absolutely deserved. Actually, she lost the last round against Kaidanov, who also had a wonderful event, which goes on to show that what a performance Vaishali had, that despite losing the last round, she already had the GM norm.
She did indeed, completing her norm requirements for the title. All she needs is about 50 rating points, and obviously, it's only a matter of time. It was a bloodbath in the women's section, but it was also a bloodbath in the open section. The top seed, Fabiano Caruana, he won convincingly with the black pieces against Ivan Saric. That game wasn't close, but there were a lot of upsets to go around. There were a lot of draws on the top boards, and a lot of the favorites were on the defensive side of that draw, including Hikaru Nakamura, who had to reach deep in his bag, Peter, in order to pull out that draw against Rasmus Svane.
Yes, that was a very scary situation for Hikaru. I did read from Hikaru himself that he even called it that probably he was lost at some point. Certainly it looked very dangerous, but Hikaru is Hikaru. He's always very resourceful and finally managed to escape.
Indeed. Richard Rapport takes care of business. Levon Aronian, he won a really nice game with some exciting opening preparation. Here's page 2 of the results. We had a draw between Praggnanandhaa and his compatriot Aryan Chopra MVL, also drawing in a really exciting game against Gledura. What jumps out to you, Peter, about page 2 of yesterday's results?
Okay, we covered Duda's brilliancy. That was a stunning victory. Vincent missing a big chance against Mursin, but that was a clash of of big talents, yeah, prodigies. And in a draw, Abdusattorov defeating Shant Sargsyan in a very interesting battle. There was a very dangerous compensation, long-term compensation from Sargsyan, but the way how Abdusattorov managed to convert his material advantage, that was very impressive.
It was indeed. And Hare Krishna Enriquez, they actually ended up drawing their game. That was the last game of the tournament. We were expecting a foregone conclusion of a victory for Hare Krishna, but Cristobal pulls out an incredible comeback. So big shout out to him. That was the final game across both sections. Let's have a look at the standings after round one. And it's very early in the tournament. I mean, if you're looking at this, you should take it with a grain of salt. There's a lot of people who've got 1 out of 1. It's a big tie for first. Fabiano Caruana, Rapport, Levon Aronian, and Erwin Lamy in 7th place currently. He defeated Vidit in a crazy time scramble. Lots of other players. Hushenbeth scored a really impressive victory over Navarra. I think we're going to revisit that game at some point during the show. And Vladimir Fedoseev, a lot of players in the 2650 to 2700 range, Peter, that cannot be discarded.
Yes, and also Arjun Erigaisi started with a fantastic victory against Frederick Swann with a queen sacrifice, which we missed during yesterday's show, showing that he has already forgotten about his tragic loss in the last round in the Qatar Masters. And we also had some others. Yeah, Hans Niemann is now facing Fabiano Caruana. We will come to that. Alexei Shirov starting with a big victory. That's always a big happiness, I think, for all the chess lovers, seeing Alexei perform well.
Yeah, we have a couple of representatives of the older generation, including Shirov, who faces Yu Yang today. But a couple of players scoring big upsets. I think the one that turned the most heads, Shreyas Royal, number 30. He defeated Spanish top player Jaime Santos Latasa 26-50. He's got another difficult challenge ahead of him. Now, let's be honest. The matchup that's going to turn the most heads today is Niemann versus Caruana. Not only just because of the names involved, Peter, but there's so many layers to this. They just faced off in the U.S. Championship. I'm pretty sure Fabiano won that game, but somehow I'm a little bit hazy on how that one went. But it's far from the only interesting matchup.
Yes, that was actually an Italian defense. I do remember.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
Yes, suddenly Fabiano got a chance to be very active on the king side with some g5 break and managed to just destroy Hans's king side. Well, the big news is that their direct encounter, I think it's 0-4 in favor of Fabiano Caruana. He has won all his games, but there is a big catch that Fabiano has always played with the black pieces. So what is your take? Now suddenly he's with the white pieces. Is he confused?
Maybe he should just sit down at the black pieces and say, you know, Hans, I decided to be very generous today. You know, I'm going to take 2 blacks and I'm going to give you the white pieces. And this is the one time Hans might say, no. I remember what happened the last 4 times that we played. Really interesting when 2 players who normally face with one particular color face each other with the other color. It happens to me really often, Peter. I feel like my most frequently played opponents, like Sam Shankland, I'm always black against them. I don't know why that happens, but I'm excited to see this matchup with colors reversed. And I'm excited to see Yu Yengi Shirov on board 5. I'm excited to see Aronian Cheparinov. You called that matchup El Clasico, and these are just 7 of the dozens of interesting matchups that we have today.
Yes, also David Anton El Nino versus Erigaisi. That's going to be a very big game. We already talked about Erigaisi's style, perfectly suitable for all these open events. And the same goes for David Anton, so I will be very closely following that game.
Indeed. And we could take a very quick look at page 2 of the pairings before we get into the games. The game should be starting in just about a minute. There is Sam Sevian. There's so many different names. Hrant Melkumian faces Parham Maksudlu, who also competed in the Qatar Masters. And a couple less notable names for people in the chat, including Hushenbeth, who displayed incredible opening preparation. He faces Armenian top player Gabriel Sargsyan, Fedoseev Lamy. We'll get through as many games as possible. I'm going to say what I said yesterday to the chat. Be patient. We're going to try to cover all of the interesting moments, but there are so many games going on at the same time. We can't possibly cover everything. We do our best to bring you all of the exciting moments from both sections. All right, Peter, ready for the start of round 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. games should be starting. Fabiano with the white pieces. What is he going to play? Is he going to play 1e4? Or are we going to see him branch out into an English? Everybody seems to be playing an English, perhaps in honor of where the tournament is being held.
Well, actually, 1c4 is very flexible opening. Yeah, it kind of hinders to play the Grimfeld. It hinders also some Queen's Gambits. It's a very kind of smart move, especially if you are not afraid of c4, e5, reverse Sicilian type of positions. So I think that explains why we see so many c4s.
Yeah, it's still a move in our incredibly, well-studied opening situation that guarantees a little bit of flexibility and can lead the game into unexplored territory fairly early. We saw that in a couple of games yesterday. We saw that in Warmer Dam against Aronian, where Levon had some interesting home cooking. We saw that perhaps also in Ponomaria Firouzja, which was an English that transitioned into somewhat lesser-known territory. So it really depends on the kind of game that Fabiano is seeking. If he wants a theoretical battle, we're likely to see 1e4. If he wants a more positional, more open-ended game, maybe we'll see in English, but impossible to predict what these top players' mindsets are going to round 2.
Exactly. Yesterday it was so obvious that Ivan Saric will play e4. We had 0, and there we go. 1 e4 on the board. I'm very happy. I'm always very happy when we see e4, e5.
Well, it's the best move, Peter. It's the best move. I don't think there's any debate about that.
Well, okay, I have been playing e4 for, I don't know, 40 years, and no, not that much, 35. And there were times when I was thinking, like, why did I start playing e4? Yeah, maybe it would have been better to start with d4. And we have the Spanish. We have the Ruy Lopez with bishop b5, and I'm expecting Hans actually to go for knight f6, try to play the Berlin.
Hans likes the Berlin. He's played it for a while now. Fabi has been making noise on the black side of the Ruy Lopez. He's published a course on the Archangel variation where the dark squared bishop is developed to c5 early on. But obviously, he's also a specialist from the white side. I mean, Fabiano's legacy is going to be inextricably linked to his contributions to the Ruy Lopez with both colors. It's scary to be facing him on the black side of a Ruy Lopez. I know something about that.
For sure. And this is already a slight surprise that Hans is taking his time, because I cannot really imagine him not deciding what to do after 1e4. I'm a little bit confused. Is this some kind of a mind game? Yeah, not revealing yet his third move.
Well, a6 versus knight f6. Those are not the only moves. Knight ge7. The Kozio system has been making a bit of a resurgence. I know that g6 is the favorite of some grandmasters, the Smyslov variation, but these are all second-rate moves. Fabi is going to know how to punish them. I'm expecting either a6 or knight f6 from Hans, but you never know.
Yeah, the lines that you mentioned, knight g7, g6, it's usually the typical weapon when you try to beat a lower-rated opponent. Yeah, you are afraid of some forced lines, heavy theoretical battle, and you try to surprise the opponent right from the start, taking risk of eventually getting under pressure, but you rely on your class. This is not the strategy that you do if you play against a top guy.
Yeah, this is dragging on already. I mean, Hans has taken 2 minutes on this position. Obviously, bishop b5 could not have come as a surprise. Maybe he thought an Italian was more likely, but oh my gosh, Fabiano Caruana played a Ruy Lopez. What a big shocker there. This must be either some sort of mind game or he's away from the board for whatever reason, which people don't normally do, by move 3.
Yes, but okay, sometimes you are a little bit late to the game and you feel like you haven't grabbed the water or something, yeah, and you feel like, okay, there is a lot of tension, yeah, and I want to have my water with me during the opening phase. At least I never want to start a game when I don't have water next to me. I just feel much more secure.
Yeah, it's Fabi, I think, who's more likely to leave the board. I agree. You have to have your assortment of victuals, all the beverages, the water, the granola bar. It all has to be by your side for maximum peace. And finally, we see a move, and it is knight f6. So Hans opting for the Berlin. And now the ball back in Fabi's court. d3, that's the classical anti-Berlin. Castle short leads into the main territory of the Berlin after knight takes e4. What are we going to see from Fabi here?
Very interesting question. I think recently Fabi has been exclusively playing fourth move d3. He has done it in the candidates. In fact, he started with a very important win against Hikaru in the candidates by playing 4 d3. I'm expecting d3. On the other hand, it could be also a big surprise. Like, you know what? I'm ready for the Berlin. It's also whenever the young player plays a Berlin, I'm wondering how much he knows, or is he really actually slightly bluffing the endgame? Because I remember that I studied it for like 20, 25 years, and I'm still not sure if I know enough. Yeah, it's kind of scary.
Yeah, the Berlin endgame is one of those things that sometimes the more you study it, the more questions it raises. I certainly have done that with black, playing knight f6 and just kind of praying that my opponent is going to trust my knowledge of the Berlin endgame, which was essentially non-existent when I was going into it. And it succeeded. I mean, there was only one time that, my opponent called my bluff and went into the endgame and I pulled out a draw. But it was a terrifying experience because unless you're comfortable with the main ideas, it's actually quite terrifying to play the black side of the Berlin endgame. You could get mated.
Yeah, there is so much theory, so many move order issues. Yeah, basically, I think everybody is aware of all the strategical ideas, all the highlights, where to put the pieces, why. But there is so much theory, and the theory is always very specific. It's never easy to remember. But now I'm confused. Now Fabi is taking his time. What is happening in Isle of Man?
Yeah, the player's really settling into this game. 1, 2, 3 moves in, and already pretty deep thinks. Now, Fabi might be away from the board. I mean, the same questions to Hans are now posed to Fabi. There's no way he didn't expect knight f6. Again, is this a mind game? Is he, thinking about what to eat tonight? What is going through his head right now?
And I would say that Fabi is not the type of guy who likes these mind games. He's a very clear-cut player. He has his preparation. He has his beliefs. He wants to play the best moves. I don't really believe that Fabi is trying to be too smart. He just wants to be very strong. That's his strategy.
I agree, and that's what I think I like about him. That's what a lot of players like about him. He's a straight shooter. He doesn't engage in the psychological games. He lets the moves speak for themselves. Probably not the most apt description given who his opponent is today. But yeah, D3 is what we're expecting. Something tells me the other games are like, in the middle game already. They've blitzed out 30 moves of theory. Caruana and Hans are still, barely making move 4.
Well, if you want, we can move on just to check out.
We can check out some of the other top boards while Fabi ponders this completely unknown position.
So Bacrot against Richard Rapport. All right. Okay. Not that many moves. It's a classical classical Caro-Kann with third move e5, the advanced variation, which is very popular. I think the last 10-15 years, it became the absolute main reaction. Bishop f5, knight f3, e6, bishop e2. Now black has different ways of trying to break with c5, leading to very forced direct encounter in the center with a lot of theory. Or there is the completely different approach of just not touching the center whatsoever, going for knight d7 castles, and then, for example, some h6, knight e7, even sometimes knight c8 kind of regrouping. But Richard played a5, which I believe is some kind of a new twist.
Yeah, a5 doesn't seem to jibe very well with c5, which is the main idea of the system. Why? Because it creates a big hole on b5. And that hole would be easily accessible by white's knight, for instance, from c3. Now, of course, white might play pawn c3, and then that would make c5 more sensible. But it feels like Rapport might be orienting himself toward f6 rather than c5, which is another breakthrough that we see pretty often in this line. Sometimes not immediately, but or he's just going to keep the pawn structure as it is and play around it.
Yeah, it's kind of very interesting because I do remember how this line developed. Yeah, that there were kind of directions when black was playing h6, white was often playing knight b2, knight e7, knight b3, bishop h7, for example, and then white didn't exactly know what to do, and then white started advancing the a pawn. And then we have often even seen some lines like knight f5, and then white just kept on advancing that pawn. And now black says, you know what? Before you start pushing your a pawn, I already want to be ready.
Yeah,
On the
you're
other
not
hand,
even.
yes, on the other hand, as you highlighted, black has already kind of signaled that I'm not going to play c6, c5, which is also good news for white.
It is. I like the pawn structure, and if you have a guarantee that black is not going to chip away at it, then that's a good thing. But I share your, when I look at this position with white, it's not immediately apparent how to complete your development. What is the plan here? Because you've got more space. Congratulations. You can play, the standard moves, bishop e3 and knight bd2, but you always reach a point in this variation where it's not clear how to break down black structure. As we see a4 by the Frenchman, grabbing his own share of space on the queen side.
Yeah, it somehow also signals me that Etienne wants to probably rely on a standard plan of going knight bd2, knight b3. When one could kind of also argue that when white was playing a4, black could have always played a5, but he wasn't so happy playing a5 because that pawn is a target. And there we go, f6, the justification. As you highlighted, if black already plays the move a5, most probably he wants to break with f6.
Yeah, the common wisdom is to attack the base of the pawn chain, which would be the d4 pawn, but obviously opening theory has advanced way beyond, the confines of general dogmatic principles. And if the trade on f6 happens, not only does the semi-open f file give black prospects once he castles short, but the dark squared bishop is often able to develop to d6. That is the ideal setup. Of course, white could try to impede that with bishop f4, but that's a different story. The other option for white is to not react to the move f6. Knight h4 comes to mind. White could just play bishop f4. Very confusing, rich position, which is exactly the kind of position a Rapport tends to thrive in.
Yes, and also the kind of annoying from the white side that you know that your opponent has something in mind, but I'm not sure you know what. Yeah, and the big question is when you are sitting at the board, that what changed with these a5, a4 moves. Yeah, because intuitively, if we would know absolutely nothing about it, we cannot really explain that what is the benefit. And if black wanted to play f6, he could have played it here, right? If this f6 is so good. So a lot of confusion. After the game, things are clarified. Yeah, you ask your engine and the computer says, okay, yeah, those are the details. But over the board, you don't have this luxury. And then you are automatically faced with questions for which you don't have the answer.
And of course, the differences are often very subtle. Yeah, a4, a5 is not going to impact the game decisively in the next few moves, but you never know in which variation maybe control over the b4 square is important. Nowadays, everything is down to tiny nuances in the opening, so you can't just dismiss these moves and say, I'm just going to play the same way that I would against the immediate f6. So we're likely going to see Bacrot try to puzzle out the differences between this position and the immediate f6, which I think is not as common. And perhaps that grants us a good opportunity to keep going around the horn. Board 3 is Levon, who after his victory with the black pieces over Warmerdam has white against Cheparinov, another opening expert.
And we have seen one c4 played. So far, Levon is involved in a game from the white and from the black side inside c4 territory. And in fact, e5 played. g3, yeah, that's one of the most fashionable lines. Knight f6, bishop g2, c6. A very thematic way of trying to grab the center as quickly as possible. White strikes, however, first in the center. There are two different approaches. White can play with knight f3, e4, knight d4, and then black usually start chasing that knight after d5, cd5, queen d5 with a lot of theory. And the other move d4, leading to completely different structures. Now, black gave the check, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, takes d6, old classical line. I do remember that like in 92, it was part of my repertoire, this from the black side. Then I have given up on it. Because I was kind of always a little bit criticized that this is a slightly passive setup. Well, passive. Now we see it on the highest level again. Castles, d5, queen e7, rook d1, a very special construction.
Yeah, I mean, Levon threatening dc and queen takes d6, and that forces Ivan to decide how he wants to define the center pawn structure, there's three options. You can play c takes d5, but perhaps that allows white to open up the c file. I'm assuming Levon would recapture with a pawn. Not a given, though. Knight takes d5 also possible. Cheparinov could close the queenside with c5, or he's chosen the final option to simply keep the tension with rook d8, taking the sting out of dc.
I think rook d8 is the most natural move. Because, okay, you also want to kind of wait for white to determine his knight from g1. Where does it go? If it goes to f3, then it blocks the diagonal. And then probably it will be the right time for black to capture on d5. And then white loses the grip on that pawn. And otherwise, it's kind of a semi-waiting move. Please show me what is the direction you're going to develop.
The central pawn structure does resemble a King's Indian a little bit, but the similarities stop there. I mean, there's no fianchettoed bishop. There's obviously no prospects currently of a kingside attack by black since you've moved the rook away from f8. So the battle very much is likely to revolve around the center and the queen side. Conversely, it's not as easy for white to develop play on the queen side because he's brought the rook from a1 to d1. The black knight from b8 can kind of work around the obstacles in the center. Knight a6, just like in the King's Indian, would be one way to develop the knight. Of course, you can't do that now because you would hang the c6 pawn. So I agree. C takes d5 is likely going to happen at some point, but it's important for Cheparinov to time it right. Maybe he's going to start with bishop f5 or bishop g4 or something like that.
Yeah, well, it's all about white's next move. I kind of feel like after rook d8, black has already psychologically gotten ready that I'm going to take cd5 next.
Mm-hmm.
And once you take cd5, for example, let's just make a move like knight f3, cd5. And here we already see that I believe black has solved all his problems because knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5 is very nicely answered by bishop e6. Kicking that queen away, black gets very quick development. And the big difference is, just to compare it, that with the bishop on g2 and the knight on g1, after c takes d5, white would most probably comfortably capture on d5 with the knight and then take with the bishop and sit nicely on the squares. And that's why rook d8 was such a crucial little move.
Great prep by Cheparinov. It doesn't look like a theoretical position, but even in these quiet opening lines, there's still a lot of room for preparation, a lot of room for nuance. And Levon is in a bit of an uncomfortable spot because if you're not going knight f3, then how are you going to develop? And that's going to be the question Levon is going to solve in the next few moves.
Exactly. Let him think about his position, and we move on. Predke against Duda. That's a very interesting clash, and look at the position. White has sacrificed the pawn for initiative.
Mm-hmm.
This will be very interesting. I'm guessing it was a Vienna. We hardly see any Vienna recently? Yes.
Yeah.
It
there
was.
We go.
Yeah, and then the gambit. Yeah, e4, bishop b4, bishop takes e4, the most ambitious way. Knight takes e4, castles, and all right. Okay, so black
Knight
voluntarily
f6.
goes back. Yes, knight f6. It's one of the main moves, but there is also the other line: knight takes e3, b takes e3, bishop e7, which also involves tons of theory. But okay, let's see knight f6. What happened here? Queen c2, castles, rook d1. Knight d7, knight e5. Predke is a player who is famous for being aggressive and who is having very interesting opening ideas.
Yeah, he might be a lesser known name to some people in the chat, but I include him in the general category of very dangerous 2650 players who can knock out any top player when they're in their type of position. So what makes black's position hard to play? First of all, the bishop on c8 is not developed. It's hard to develop at b6, would immediately lose the game to knight c6. It's a nice fork against the queen and the bishop. You could put your knight on b6 and then try to get the bishop out through d7, but that's pretty passive, Peter. And knight b6 is probably going to be met with bishop d3 and then bishop g5. And, the pressure is on.
Exactly. Yeah, it's never easy, this type of positions. I believe that usually it's a clever idea to go back with the bishop to e7. I think it's kind of typical, just also waiting for your opponent. Please show me which direction you're going to go. We are kind of ready for bishop g5. Yeah, we solved already we anticipated the pin. And then we also get ready for this knight b6. development when bishop g5 will not be played, and bishop e7 has been played.
And now the ball back in Predke's court. He's got to determine where he puts his dark squared bishop. Bishop g5, still possible, though not as dangerous as we've established. Bishop f4, also possible. Kind of a hard position to play with both colors, I think.
Yes, you definitely need very deep preparation because, okay, yes, white has the initiative at the moment, but if, for example, if it disappears, yeah, if black is able to finish development, then it's a healthy pawn, and also white's pawn is kind of isolated. Clearly, white counts on some very powerful piece play. It's but how do we do that? Bishop f4 steps into some knight b6, knight d5.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, just to highlight, yeah, bishop f4 we don't like because knight b6, and now, for example, bishop d3, knight bd5 is a completely different story. The knight attacks the bishop, and also the knight is threatening to go to b4. It's kind of not a nice spot. Very curious to see how Predke will play.
Yeah, because bishop f4 runs into a few tempo moves. Bishop g5, maybe a little bit more likely, but still, I mean, knight b6 is possible, and you are down a center pawn. Knight bishop g5, knight b6, bishop d3, maybe even knight takes c5 and knight c7 should be considered, but that seems less likely to me.
Exactly, it wasn't exactly obvious to me that what happened, because after bishop g5 there are so many options. Yeah, okay, just to play knight b6, but also this knight e5, d5, knight d7 probably will be met by bishop f4. We don't want to trade pieces. We want to keep as many attacking pieces possible. Also, not allowing black's queen to get a lovely spot on e7. Yeah, this is kind of a problem. And white has some ideas like rook d3, rook ad1, rook g3, rook h3. If the rook joins the attack on the third rank, it's usually very, very dangerous.
It is indeed. So bishop g5, I think a more likely move, puts a little bit more practical pressure on black. We're also getting word that Sam Sevian is locked in an interesting battle in the early going. He is facing Aravindh on the 9th board, and they have a very unbalanced Sicilian.
Oh, wow. Okay, this line. Actually, I don't know this line very well. It's kind of a fashionable line because in my time, basically, white was exclusively taking on c6 right away. Knight c6, b takes c6, e5, knight d5, knight e4. That was the starting position of everything, which is still very modern, and there are so many fresh ideas. However, white has also started experimenting with this move a3, and the experiment was developing, kept on developing, and now basically it's also one of the main moves. Yeah, it's not a sideline anymore. Bishop e7, knight takes c6. Wow, this surprises me. Yeah, b takes c6, e5, knight d5, queen g4, and king f8. That's the current position.
Yeah, and you see this move king f8 sometimes in the French. In general, this queen g4, king f8 sequence often happens in openings like the win-hour French, where the dark squared bishop leaves the f8 square early. First impressions is that black's position is very ugly, but that doesn't tell the whole story. The king on f8 might not look very nice, but it's safer than it looks. And then there's this very interesting pawn structure that really only arises from this line. My instinct, of course, is knight e4, because you clamp down on the d6 square, but you could also just eschew that move entirely and focus on development. Bishop d3 maybe. Even knight takes d5 is an option, but I wouldn't want to voluntarily correct black's pawn structure.
Yes, knight takes d5 feels a bit soft. We should also address the pawn on e5. Yeah, that this is a very double-edged sword, this pawn on e5. It can be a fantastic asset, but it can also be a big weakness. And the big difference compared to the positions that I know, yeah, that white actually has lost a tempo with a3. It's on the other hand, yes, white was able to force black to move his king to f8. So completely different rules apply to this position. Looking at the clock situation, it does look to me like Sevian is not that brilliantly prepared. He's kind of surprised by this.
Yeah, and from what I know about Aravindh, he's a very creative opening player. He plays a lot of different things, so it's possible Sevian prepared this before the tournament and blitzed out the first few moves, but is already in relatively unexplored territory.
Yeah, it's a very complex fight. I do remember facing Aravindh also exactly twice in Isle of Man. So very nice to see him being back, and he keeps on improving. I was already wondering, I felt like whenever I played with him, he was heavily underrated. And I felt like, okay, why I have to play all these strong guys who are much stronger than their ratings? And yeah, he has now already established himself a very stable 2650 player.
Yeah, I agree. He was hovering around 2500 for a while. He had a phase where he was playing really bizarre stuff. I remember a classical game. He played knight f3, knight f6, and then rook g1 on move 2. Yeah, in a classical game. Not recommended to anybody but a professional.
Wow. All right. Okay, so will be interesting to keep an eye on. Sevian actually opted for bishop d2. He's already maybe even trying to be ready for long castles. Or he just wanted to secure his knight on c3. We don't know yet, but we have to keep on moving. By the way, let us also come back to Fabi, because we basically missed out everything because of the mind games.
Yeah, let's go back and see what he actually played.
Yes.
And he did play d3. He did play d3 on move 4. He did play d3. Good. Bishop c5 is standard fare. And then the big branching off point. Castles, knight c6 jumps into d4. Fabi opts for the bishop takes c6 variation. Also, to say that this is famous or well studied is, the understatement of the year, Peter. This is the most well studied opening of all time.
Yes. However, here comes the big surprise. I think that Fabiano has been involved in tons of big clashes with knight d2. I was also playing a lot of kind of short castle business from the white side, from the black side. And then Fabiano plays the move h3 that if you ask me as a Berlin expert, I would tell you that, okay, h3 is the most pleasant one from the black side. However, if Fabi does it in a very important critical game, it means that he has some hidden ideas behind. And it will be very interesting to see what it will be. So h3, knight d7. Okay, very natural. Knight c3. So that's already kind of one justification that Fabi wanted to place that knight on c3, not on d2. And short castles. That's the current situation.
And I was double checking. Someone in the chat said that Grigor Gayevsky had recommended this in his chessable course, but in fact, Gayevsky recommends castles instead of h3. He does recommend this line, but the more conventional castle short. Fabi playing this in a very interesting, flexible way. Now, the knight on c3, it can still go to g3, right, which is the standard square in the Ruy Lopez and the Italian for white's knight. Knight e2 can happen. Bishop e3 can happen. And Peter, I'll be honest, I never understand, when is bishop e3 beneficial for white? When is it not? Okay, I guess we got our answer. It's on the board.
Yes, but I perfectly understand your point, because it's never exactly clear. And I do remember when it was like some 20 years ago in Monaco, in the famous Melody Amber tournaments, this bishop e3 appeared. And we were already kind of debating back then that is this bishop takes e3, f takes e3 really something for white? And I think the answer was no, it's nothing really special. On the other hand, from the black side, we don't want to give white this position, yes? And that's how kind of the debate continued. Then if you don't trade on e3, then do you just ignore and play queen e7, get ready for a trade on c5? Do you want to trade those bishops? Again, the question is not clear. Also, white is not sure if he wants to trade. Also, black is not sure. And then also the move bishop d6 appeared.
Yep.
Like what if I just avoid any of these previous questions and I just remove it and stick to the good old standard rook e8, knight f8 regrouping, and maybe I'm going to follow it up also with c65.
Yeah, I'm partial to the move bishop d6 because you're maintaining your bishop pair, and this c5 approach really clamps down on the d4 square. Then again, the ball is in white's court. Do you play d4 and open up the center? Do you play knight e2 and knight g3? It's a very undefined position. And that makes it hard to analyze concretely because there's, going to be 5 or 6 different alternatives on every move. And all of them are approximately equivalent. Like, is there really a big difference between Queen E7 and Rook E8? Probably not, which is why you have to know this position conceptually. You have to know where the pieces belong, what to do against various setups. Very hard opening to study. I don't know how these top guys do it.
Yeah, well, actually, I just recently went through some of my old files from 2016, 2017, 18 about exactly these structures. And I was shocked that in every single year, I like something else. Yeah, it's kind of because everything is playable. It's also connected to your mood, also at the state of theory, what kind of games happened. You also want to be one step ahead of your concurrents. Yeah, so you might prefer at a certain moment a setup which is not that familiar to others. Yeah, and you think like, okay, it's a very interesting line. If it happens, I'm gonna switch to that. Then there were a couple of games, people catched up with that. Then you feel like, no, okay, now already everybody knows everything about this. Let me move to something else. So it's not like there is just one rule to this position. You have so many different possibilities.
Very well put. And Hans, we're doing a good job of calling some of these moves. Bishop d6 is on the board, and Fabi is going to ponder his next move. But we are going to go on our first break of the day. We're about 45 minutes into the first round of second round. First round was yesterday of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. Folks, stay with us. It's going to be a super exciting day of action. You will not want to miss it. We'll be back with more action in just a couple minutes.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Giri, and welcome to Left-Hand Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen, and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it, actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess and just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
Have a friend or family member who loves chess? Gift them a chess.com membership today and see them take their game to the next level. You can choose a gold, platinum, or diamond membership for 1 month or 1 year. Want your gift to arrive on your friend's birthday or on a holiday? Gifts can be scheduled to arrive up to 90 days in the future. All premium plans include an ad-free experience, unlimited puzzles and lessons, and unlock all bots. Go platinum to add unlimited game review or diamond to unlock insights and coach explanations. Give the gift of chess today.
Okay, welcome back. 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss, Women's Grand Swiss. It takes place in that ancient castle, right in the atrium. Fabiano Caruana is facing off against... No, just kidding. The tournament is taking place in a modern hotel complex. But Peter, you've talked about that castle. What a beautiful place to play chess. I hope today is as beautiful in Douglas with clear blue skies. It is... Let's see. What kind of weather they have today? 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Rain, partly cloudy. Okay, it's not as nice today, but it is as nice on the board. And we've got some pandemonium in the women's section. Great start so far, Peter. Let's dive into the ladies section.
Yes, and the Villa Marina is a fantastic playing hall. It's a pleasure to play there. All right, so yeah, this is Anna Muzichuk's game. When you look at the position, then you don't really understand what happened here. We are just on move 13. And I think we have to go all the way back to understand. Yeah.
Is this a chess position or a modern art installation?
Yeah. Is this real at all? Yeah. So how did we reach here? E4, C5. So far, everything normal. And it started as an Alapin with C3 and black played E5. What?
Yeah, this has been popular recently. So, Peter, I am a lifelong Alapin player. And online, I faced this move yesterday against the GM. I've been facing this all the time. Someone recommended it in a book, in a course, and it's been really popular. It's considered to be a bad line. And yeah, bishop c4, knight f6, knight g5. It's like this souped up fried liver. Takes. This is all pretty normal. Okay, d4 is a move here after knight takes d5. Knight takes f7 is bad because you don't have the c3 square for your knight, as far as I know.
Yes, this I understand, but on the other hand, you were forced to capture on d5. Yeah, you couldn't play the gambit lines with knight a5. So, okay, queen h5, g6, queen f3, queen takes g5, bishop takes d5. All right, there is a double threat, queen f7, bishop takes c6. So black is kind of forced to play knight d8, but if black has to go back to d8, I'm not a believer. Yeah, white castles and white will break in the center with d4, and this is exactly what happened. Queen e7, d4, cd4, cd4, ed4, bishop f4, and g5. That's how we reach the current position.
G5, so confidently execute. And Stavrula, we should remind you, in the women's section, the time control is a little bit less. You have 90 minutes to start the game. So it's Anna Muzichuk who's actually burning more time. So what is the meaning of this? Bishop g3 has just been played. Black's position looks awful, but you are up a pawn, and the other important thing is that the e6 square is available to black. So even if white puts a rook on e1, it's not the end of the world because black can cover with knight e6. So maybe, you know, if you look more carefully, it's not as clear-cut as it may seem.
Yeah, and also when you look at the clock situation, yeah, that it's a clear indication that black is the one who kind of plays by the book. And the white player, Anna Muzichuk, is kind of, I think, shocked that what happened to chess. Yeah, I'm a super player already for 20 years. And this goes against everything that I ever learned of, right? Of chess. All the classical rules. It seems like white will just develop knight d2, rook e1, knight c4, and then there will be some trouble on the d6 square. Maybe bishop d6 is landing. If, for example, we just make a couple of natural moves like knight, bishop g7, knight d2, if black goes after this bishop on g3, that will heavily backfire, I guess, in ways like this. And then bishop d6 or knight d6 comes with devastating effect.
And the f5 square is really soft. So after h4, you could even throw the knight or trampoline the knight to f5 and then put a bishop on d6, and then it's goodbye time. Okay, so after bishop g3, bishop g7, knight d2, castle short is the most obvious move. I'm not saying that that's necessarily the best move. So knight d2, castle's kingside. White could still play knight c4 / knight e4, and you're still threatening bishop d6. In fact, bishop d6 now wins material.
Yes, on the other hand, computer did not like the move knight c4 for some reason. Was calling for some other move. Bishop g7 did happen in the game. And what was then the right move? Is computer believing that knight e4 is the right, or?
Yeah, knight e4. Because you're also targeting the f6 square in some cases, and queen d7 already runs into knight f6, and I think that's that.
Yes. Okay. Just to, but okay. Queen d7 is kind of
Terrible
such a
move.
sad move. Yes, my
Yeah.
hand just can't make it.
You
Yes.
just you can't put your queen on that square. It grates on your ears. You know, it's like those bad
Yes.
sounds.
Exactly. Yeah. This just goes against anything. But hang on. Then after bishop g7, knight d2. What is black supposed to play? Yeah, bishop g7 blitzed out. Evolution bar saying that it's more or less fine. And then the most natural moves.
No.
What? No, cannot be. Then maybe you have to
No.
kind of start targeting this bishop with bishop e6. Is that a
Uh-huh.
move?
And if I go knight c4 in response,
Then don't ask me.
yeah, we weren't the ones who decided on this. It was the Rula. Yeah, bishop e6,
Yes.
knight c4, and some move here that magically
then-
covers all the squares.
Maybe we just take and then
Oh, no.
castle. Yeah, we can, for example, take and play castle because bishop d6 runs into queen d7.
Oh, and you bishop on f8 on d6 is pinned?
Yeah, but okay, I'm not a fan. I just can't play chess like this. You
Why
have
would
to
you
know.
do this? Why would you do this to yourself?
Okay, maybe because she knows everything. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, you can only do then this kind of business.
Stockfish is the god. We are but mere mortals, you know, using our intuition. But clearly, this is fine for black. There's no way Stavroula went into this and isn't still in her preparation.
Yes, bishop g7 played. Anna is thinking because, okay, she is probably thinking about this, that knight d2 is the most natural move. What did my opponent prepare? Because white is not risking anything, and I think this is the good news. Whenever black plays some bizarre, strange line, and you feel like you are risking or you are under some danger, then you are afraid. But here there's nothing to be afraid from the white side. Yeah, you are kind of surprised, but it's a pleasant surprise.
I agree. It's not like if black castles, then the game is over. White's initiative is not predicated on the king remaining in the center. White's initiative is predicated on all the weak squares in black's territory, d6 and the g5 pawn and the f5 square in some lines. So I agree. Give me this any day of the week, including Thursday, and I'll take the white side. Thank you very much. But if Stavroula can get away with this, more power to her.
Yes. Okay, so we have seen the opening. We will keep an eye because it will be very interesting to see how it develops. Then what else do we have? We have tons of action. Let's check out Tanzonji. What is she doing? It's a Dutch. All right. Okay,
Dutch.
so
Hello.
she's also taking some risks.
Yeah, c4, f5. This is the Dutch.
Knight f3. And it's the Leningrad Dutch. d4 castles, knight c3, a5, b3, e5. Wow, yeah, this is a typical kind of break in the center that when white has played the move b3, then because of the long diagonal, you are unable to capture that pawn, or at least that's what I'm guessing. I'm not a big expert, but yeah, d takes e5, d takes e5. I'm assuming that the e5 pawn is taboo.
Yeah, knight takes e5. Hard to say exactly what the cleanest refutation is. Maybe we should put it on the board, but knight e4. Actually, I'm surprised the eval bar doesn't, shoot all the way down. It's actually hard for black to pick off either of these two knights because there's tension on the d file. There's the potential check on d5. So maybe this is being seriously considered. Yeah, knight e4, I thought, but then maybe knight takes e4. Bishop takes e5. No, I guess that's not the move. Who knows?
Yeah, because suddenly many things are hanging. Yeah, it's.
Black can take the queen here. Black can take the queen and take on e5. So white should take the queen first.
Yes, this is a problem. Double attack on the knight and the rook. So yeah, knight e4. We are kind of expecting queen d8, rook d8, and then there will be some bishop g5 intermezzo also. Yeah, knight e4, bishop e5, bishop g5. That would be kind of standard reaction.
And now if the rook moves away, you could say, oh, but then the rook and the knight are still hanging, but the two rooks defend each other. So white could sack the exchange, knight c5, and the compensation is visible to the naked eye. I mean, amazing bishop on g2. Black is not developed. This looks pretty disgusting, actually, for black.
Yeah, for example, bishop a1, rook a1.
Yeah, yuck.
Is not nice.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so should be seriously considered by white.
Yeah, knight takes e5. What's the clock situation? Both players are spending lot of time, which means that they are calculating all these lines. And also, is this theory? Who do you play the Leningrad Dutch or not?
No, I play the same position with a pawn on f7 rather than on f5.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's kind of a surprise. Is a move like queen e7 possible? Or it's too much? Queen e7.
I don't see why not. Queen e7 is interesting because rook d8 becomes possible. You could play for the sort of longer term compensation.
Yeah, but you can just protect it with f4 or not.
Or maybe drop it back to d3. Did you want knight e4?
Yeah, but then you have knight d5. Yes, this is
Yeah.
kind of a problem. Yeah, you can just no, queen e7 is not a good move. But okay, so what on earth is going on? Any knight d7 or knight g4? One of the most the first instinct was that somewhere knight g4, but then I spotted bishop d5 check. I'm a little bit confused. What is happening here?
Yeah, it's
Why
hard to.
can't we-
It's like the Vidit dilemma from yesterday. You have so many squares for your knight, but all of them seem to have drawbacks. I mean, maybe knight e4 is the lesser evil. Knight e8, no, that blunders the queen in one move.
Yeah, but you see, the evolution bar says that apparently black has some good move here. I don't like to ask engine, I don't like to cheat, but okay,
Queen
maybe just to...
e6? Oh. Okay, that's really difficult.
Takes and knight g4 or what?
Yeah, takes and knight g4. Knight e4 is the second best. Takes knight g4, allowing bishop d5. Wait, knight e4 now says it's winning.
Knight e4, yes. No, knight e4. Because it's the same line, yeah, like before. Yeah, for us after knight e4, it was so important that we traded on d8.
Oh,
Yes,
so
no,
you trade first, then you... So white
Yes.
should probably take on d1 with the knight.
Yes, but okay, that's already not interesting, yeah, because then okay, you can just play knight g4, and this is just good for black. Okay,
You have to go
then,
f4 and black takes twice on e5. Yeah.
yes. So when you turn on engine, everything becomes so natural. But yes, of course, the players are thinking for half an hour already about this pawn sacrifice. So I guess they know the answer. D takes e5, D takes e5 on the board. And for example, if we take on d8 and then we take on e5, but then we run into the same issue that we discussed before. No, it's not so nice.
Yeah, then knight g4. So either knight g4 or knight e4 is going to be a problem. Very rich position. I think a great decision by Tan Zhongyi to play a Dutch and unbalance the game early. And pose serious problems. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, my first instinct would be that my opponent played e5 after spending a lot of time. I'm somehow having respect for my opponent. I don't want to touch this pawn. It's anyway too murky. What happens if I just develop my bishop with a tempo hitting the rook on f8?
Well, I can't. Rook e8 seems very unappealing because there I think queen takes d8 and knight takes e5 makes a lot more sense. So probably
Exactly.
I have to give you the d file. Queen takes d1, rook takes d1, rook e8. Okay, knight takes e5 does not work.
Yeah, well,
But,
first of all, which rook? Which rook do we recapture?
The eternal question. Maybe rook f takes d1 so that the other rook can go to c1 and maybe you could
Yes.
engineer some sort of knight d5 break.
So black plays rook e8, and now, for example, from the white side, I feel like even just as a spectator, I can play this position. Yeah, I don't have to be playing the game. I have tons of ideas. For example, knight b5 is a very interesting jump because I'm kind of forcing you to go knight a6, but you can never play c6, then I will have access to the d6 square. And I'm just kind of enjoying my position here. Maybe not. Maybe you just play e5, e4 and lock the bishop out. So knight b5 wasn't such a good idea, but your idea, you wanted some rook ac1, knight d5. Okay, many possibilities.
Yeah, it's sort of an undefined endgame, but bishop a3 is very natural, developing with tempo. So we'll let Divya Deshmukh make her decision. This is move 10. And of other interesting games, before we go back to the open section, maybe, very quick look at, and I like what I see here. This is a line that I'm actually intimately familiar with.
Wow, then go ahead and tell us everything what you know.
Okay, so I think this is going to be pretty disappointing, but I'll do my best. So this was a Jabava London in the classical move order, knight c3, d5, bishop f4. Good stuff by Aline Roebers. g6, one of the most combative responses. If you're a Grunfeld player, then your default is to play g6, e3, bishop g7, and h4, which is one of two main ideas. The second one is to play knight b5. We saw that in the game Andrew Tang against Levon Aronian. So if you want to draw knight b5, knight a6, and then knight back to c3 is one way to not force repetition, but to make it hard for black to deviate because you want to play bishop takes a6. But Aline goes for the more combative variation with h4, and you're trying to play h5 and sacrifice an exchange on h5, which is actually a very dangerous idea. Black plays h5 herself. Yeah, castles h5, and the point is knight takes h5, rook h5, gh, queen h5 is borderline lost because bishop d3 is coming. Black is just too underdeveloped to stop the attack and too weak on the king side. So instead, h5 is best advised. Knight f3, castle's short. This is standard. Queen d2, white prepares to castle long. c5 striking at the center. Knight e5, still main line. There's a trade on d4. Black brings her knight out to c6. f3, very important move by white, covering the e4 square and preparing the traditional battering ram with g4 and h5 in many positions. Bishop f5. And Aline showing great knowledge of the position with bishop b5, which is a great move. What is the idea? If black plays rook c8 or queen b6, both of which are very, very natural, then bishop takes c6, bc, and knight a4 is very positionally unpleasant because you're preventing the move c5, and now white is free to start attacking on the other side with g4 or bishop h6, which is why Vaishali tries to engineer some counterplay with knight b4 and avoid this pattern, but simply bishop a4, Peter, and already I think the result of the opening is quite favorable to white.
Wow, that was very impressive. A crash course in the Jabava London. And then how would you continue here? Yeah, because I would be terrified facing this position against you from the black side.
My instinct is to play a3 and to try to get the knight back to c6, and then play bishop takes c6 and knight a4. Maybe Vaishali wants to play knight a6, but I would be quite happy to see this. And now bishop h6 and g4 would be possible. But yeah, knight a6 just looks very, very dubious. I meant bishop h6 in the other line, but okay. Knight a6 maybe castle's queenside and g4 and h5. And black can get torn apart in these positions.
Yeah, because where is the counterplay? Yeah, with the knight on a6.
Exactly. Queen a5, you can play bishop simply back to b3, and the exchange sacks on c3, in my experience, are almost never worth their weight in these lines.
Well, actually, also the bishop on a4, which looks artificial, does a great job protecting the only weakness in white's position, yeah, the c2 pawn.
Exactly. That's a key detail.
Wow, so what is it? Rook c8? First, I was disappointed seeing Aline not playing her favorite 1e4, but she shows some great prep here.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Bortnik in the chat, the other Jabava London expert, commending Aline's opening choice. So definitely, I like the way that she's playing early the tournament. French against Shavalova, that turns out well. Great opening preparation in round 2. I'm excited to follow her progress throughout the tournament.
Yeah, now the big question that why is she pondering so much for a3? Yeah, for you it would be a thematic move.
Yeah.
That is she a bit kind of confused what is going on with this knight on b4, or she's not that familiar with all the nuances?
It's possible she's not that familiar and maybe is a little worried about making a slight weakness on the queen side, and maybe she's considering. Although castle's queen side here is just insanity because rook takes c3 already is at least very unpleasant looking. Why would you allow that? I'm a little confused. a3 to me is autopilot.
Yeah, it gives you the stability.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, wow, okay. So basically it means that black has to fall back with the knight to c6, bishop c6, bc, and then you have this strategical positional idea with knight a4. This reminds me of some kind of a Ragozin spirit all of a sudden.
Yeah, and the cool thing is that you're playing positionally on the queen side and you're playing tactically on the king side. So it's an interesting mixture of two different ways of playing on both sides of the board.
Yeah, this is, I think, very much your kind of chess. Yeah, you like this.
I love it. I'm a sucker for these types of positions.
Yeah. Okay, so we have seen it. Yeah, Vaishali in some kind of a trouble. She got surprised, and the move a3 on the board.
Great stuff by Aline. And Vaishali is under an hour on the clock. So this is a game to keep track of because this could start snowballing for black if Vaishali doesn't manufacture counterplay somehow on the queen side. So we'll keep an eye on it. We could move back to the open section, see how our boys on the top boards are doing. I also wanted to check Alexei Shirov's game at some point, but Bobby's game is kind of heating up as well.
Yes, this is a kind of very standard reaction, and I think this is the best reaction from white side against bishop d6. Yeah, that the bishop on d6, black has lost the tempo. So yes, before going for the d4 break, white makes sure to transfer that knight from f3 to c4.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, black plays the traditional knight f8, white plays knight c4, knight g6, and d4 played. On the other hand, it's a big question. How much does this really give white? Yeah, black is super solid in different ways.
So e takes d4 is possible, but not forced. I mean, bishop e6 is my initial instinct, trying to force white into the bailout move knight takes d6, which is obviously not going to happen. That's just basically a draw. So bishop e6, what is white's move? Is it queen d3?
Well, I'm not sure if knight takes d6 is a complete draw. There are some arguments for just taking this bishop.
So I play c takes d6.
And then
and
I
you've got
might
the
play
better
d5.
center.
I might play d5.
Yeah, bishop d7, there's d takes c6, and you're going to get the d5 square either way.
Yes, and then I go queen d3, rook a d1, and I'm kind of enjoying that the knight is on g6, not on f6.
Yeah, if the knight were on f6, black would pre-move d5, and all the problems would be solved.
Yes, yeah, so basically, my feeling is like, okay, what happens if black just takes on d4? It's, I think, the most natural kind of response. If you take queen d4, I'm not afraid of that move, then I'm just probably falling back with my bishop. That should be perfectly fine. And if you take on d6, then, okay, this knight takes d6. It could be tiny bit better. For example, queen d6, queen takes d4. We trade and black plays f5. It's also a very typical way of breaking this construction. White might have a very, very little tiny edge, but I think in practical play, black should be able to neutralize this easily.
Yeah, f5 is a really nice resource because you're trying to open up a beautiful developing square for your light squared bishop. I mean, ef bishop f5 just looks highly unappealing. You have to play rook a c1, very awkward move. And maybe still you're a little bit better because of your superior pawn structure, but I agree, this doesn't feel like anything significant in a classical game. And so e takes d4 is bishop takes d4. Anything, it looks pretty innocuous to me, but
yeah,
and it allows quick queen g5 in some positions.
Exactly, yeah. Basically, I believe after e4, knight takes d6, kind of, or queen takes d4. Yeah, this queen d4 is maybe slightly more ambitious. On the other hand, probably black is also very happy after queen d4. Yeah, sometimes with black, you want white to be ambitious, yeah, because that will give you also long-term possibilities with the two pair of bishops, for example. Yeah, queen takes d4, we might just fall back with the bishop to e7. We trade the queens, and we will still break white's construction with f5.
Yeah, and the pawn on c6 is so important in these positions because it restricts the knight on c3. It makes it very difficult for white to gain traction in the center.
Yes, and also the pawn on c7 does extremely important job covering the d6 square, so that's why the knight on c4 doesn't really frighten me that much.
I agree. Okay, this is a pretty solid outcome of the opening for Hans. D4 looks very ambitious, but it looks like if Hans reacts accurately to this, then he's going to be in pretty good shape out of the opening.
Yeah, Hans actually might be quite happy that, wow, how nice that I'm playing from the black side, yeah, against Fabi. Yeah, I don't have to attack him. Let me just be super solid. And for the moment, it looks like black should be doing quite all right.
Agreed.
All right. So you wanted to go to the Shirov game?
Just to see what they have, but I'm a little bit disappointed. I was hoping for, a Shirov-like position with queens on the board, but they're off the board and they haven't been sacrificed. Unfortunately, they've been traded.
But
this started
still,
out as a Slav. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but still a very interesting situation. Yeah, it's not the standard kind of endgame. In fact, it's very hard to even understand what's going on. Usually, Magnus Carlsen is the greatest expert of all these kind of structures, who would be immediately explaining why b3, b2 is good, why it's bad. Yeah, because, okay, you have this rook and a1, you have activity. You are also restricting black's knight eventually from reaching the c4 square, and you don't have to play b2, b3, which would weaken the dark squares because you already have these double pawns. So this double pawn should not be underestimated at all. My very first feeling, honestly, is that white has a very, very tiny little pool, despite the evolution bar suggesting exactly the opposite, that black is perfectly fine. I feel like white is squeezing something out of this.
Yeah, last move was bishop h3. So Yu Yengi, he starts with h4. That move makes sense. You're solidifying your king side, and then bishop g2 to h3, trying to get the light squared bishops off the board and leave black with a bit of a dud of his other bishop. The dark squared bishop, definitely superior. The superior one is on f4. What are white's next few moves? Well, probably e3, king e2. This doesn't seem like an endgame where anything is going to happen too quickly.
Yeah, that's perfectly correct. I also feel like it might be some kind of an anti-Shirov strategy from Yuan Ji that he traded queens, because this is not the usual way how Yuan Ji is normally playing. He is a very aggressive player himself, but he might have felt like against Alexei Shirov, I don't want to get into those Botvinnik jungles or Moscow anti-Moscow variations. Let me just play something solid. CD bishop, no, queen c2. G6, H3. Wow, H3, that's a rare move, allowing bishop F5 tempo.
Well, I feel like Dingley Ren was involved in making this decision.
Well, Magnus Carlsen, yeah, Magnus is the one who is also the big psychologist. He did it against Niepo last year in the Sinkfield Cup in the very first round.
You want a surprise? Just play H3 and like on move 5 of any position, and it'll just make sense. But this is interesting. Yeah. H3 actually prepared G4.
Exactly. Yeah, it's the point is that usually this light squared bishop on F5 is a monster piece if it's developed. And often white is playing softly and then trades with bishop d3, but that's kind of a draw for it's a harmless kind of position. Here with H3, G4, white is very ambitious. The bishop is forced back to E6. White plays bishop G2, black plays H5. Immediately undermining white's kingside activity. On the other hand, that's how then flexibly Yuan Ji is changing his attitude. And after G5, knight f7, bishop f4, bishop e7, he's clever enough. Yeah, I think this is very important, that to be flexible, to be open-minded, that just because he has put his bishop on move 11 to G2, it does not mean that he wants to keep that bishop on G2. And once the pawn structure changes, it transforms to a completely different situation. Then he goes with the flow and instantly plays h4, castles, bishop h3. I'm loving it.
Yeah, very well explained. This is high-level positional chess, right? If you want to see what chess strategy looks like at the highest level, look no further than a game like this, in which both players display great knowledge of typical endgame ideas. I mean, the black knight from b8, it seems to have a nice home on b4. I've seen this idea, knight a6, knight b4, and then you can follow it up with a7, a5. But then the a5 pawn becomes a long-term target. There's even, bishop c7 in some positions. So it's not all all that good to put your knight on b4, especially because it can be restricted with a white king from d2. So definitely the ball is in Shirov's court, which explains why he's spending so much time. A lot of decisions to be made here for black.
Yeah, exactly. And one very nice detail, I believe, that in this position after bishop g2, one could argue that the bishop on e6 is a bad piece for black. And at this moment, white would not love to trade the light squared bishops. But once h5, g5 moves happened, then things change because black will have a lovely f5 square for the bishop. And the bishop on g2 has no perspective at all. And at the same time, also the pawn on g5 restricts black's dark squared bishop. So now the bishop on f4 is a monster. And then you just suddenly see that, wow, yes, I'm losing some time, but I just want to make sure that I get rid of this bishop, which was a bad piece earlier, but now it might become a monster once it rerouted to f5.
Indeed. So it's Alexei Shirov to move. 15 moves in. Really interesting endgame. And on that note, let's take it to the bird's eye view. I'll give you the next choice of game, Peter. We've got so many interesting positions. My eyes just keep circling around these top 10 boards. You take it away.
Yeah, wow, a lot of action. Okay, Aronian's position is very interesting. We will definitely have to check that out. Predke, the rook is already on h3. Wow, okay. Things are heating up there. What else? Nair against Matosyan, it's quiet. Sevian against Aravindh, it's wild, but it's gonna keep getting sharper and sharper. Melkumyan, Maxodlu, interesting strategical battle. David Anton, Erigaisi. It looks like black is fine, but it's a very rich middle game. And Abdusattorov against Narayanan. Sunil Dutt. Wow, that's interesting. Now it's Abdusattorov who has sacrificed the pawn, but black has captured it. Where is the compensation?
Yeah. Sacrificed or lost it. As I would always tell my coach after I blundered a piece, it was obviously a sacrifice. Lest anybody think that I'm capable of blundering my pawns and pieces. Yeah, let's go to that game for a second because first impressions are that white's compensation is questionable at best and non-existent at worst. Okay, or maybe it was his last move that causes that impression to be formed. This started out as a very unconventional semi-tirage. This went off the rails quickly. d5, knight c3, c5. Now c takes d5 or e3, at least in my knowledge, is pretty automatic. But we see bishop f4 here from Noterbeck. Are you familiar with this move?
Yes, I'm familiar in a sense that from some English opening, it can reach this position. And I believe cd, knight d4, knight b7 is exactly the kind of reaction why white is not playing this bishop f4 too often. Yeah, let me also even show you how do we get this position usually. Yeah, so something like c4, c5, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3, e6, d4, cd4, knight d4, d5. This move order exists, and it's a very solid line. And if white plays bishop f4, then we reach exactly the same position, and here knight b7 is a key move to make black's variation quite reliable. And this is exactly what we got here.
Very interesting. This was a completely different opening. Fascinating how the same position can be reached. So queen a4 by Noterbeck, indirectly defending against e5, which now runs into bishop takes e5. There's a pin against the knight. So instead, black focuses on development with tempo. Knight drops back. And castles kingside. Very nice move. Unpinning the knight, which now defends the bishop. And it looks like black develops a steady initiative here. I mean, white's kingside is still completely undeveloped, and that's a problem.
Yes, it reminds me of some queen c2 Nimzo. That's also when black gives up his dark square bishop for quick development. And let's not forget, white's king is still in the center. The bishop on f1 is not yet ready to be developed. So that's why things kind of escalated here. e3, bishop b7, rook d1, queen e7, bishop e2, and e5. So yes, in fact, it wasn't really a pawn sacrifice. It was some kind of a forced sequence of moves. And bishop g5, dc, white castled, black insists on unpinning and also protecting. It's a multi-purpose move. And bishop f6, gf6, and here this move rook d2 was criticized by computer. We don't know what should have been done instead, but after rook d2, certainly my feeling is that black has nothing to worry about.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a particularly threatening move. Now, rook fd8 is an automatic instinct for me. It's important that white cannot take the pawn on a7 because rook back to a8 would trap the queen. So white's response would likely be rook fd1 to this move, and Noterbeck wants to grab control of the d file, at least to have something to fight for.
Yes, and then it's kind of a big question, who benefits more from the trade? Yeah, but I believe that black is kind of happy, because otherwise if white doubles on the d file, white would be threatening to enter into black's territory. But now with just a single rook on the d file, the queen on e6 is very comfortable.
So maybe an a5 comes to mind to restrict white's queen, but that gives away the b5 square. I don't know. I mean, definitely black is playing for the advantage here. But maybe a5, yeah, queen b4 is actually kind of a nasty idea here because it's not so easy to defend the c4 pawn. So maybe a5 is warranted.
Yes, well, a5, but of course, it's a commuter move. On the other hand, maybe a very strong one. Let's also not forget that you have some f5 ideas as well. f5, f4, making sure that white's queen is completely out of the game. You can try to get active on the king side. The bishop on b7 inserts tremendous pressure on the g2 pawn. Yes, black seems to have a wonderful situation here. And a couple of words to Narayanan. He also had a wonderful event in Qatar Masters. So he's also coming with a lot of confidence. He, in fact, was also in fight till the very last minute in winning the event. He didn't convert a good position in the last round, I think, against Hikaru. I think,
yeah.
Yes, I think he had good chances against Hikaru. Otherwise, he could have also tied for first. So super dangerous player and has solved all his problems.
And then some. Big stuff by SL Narayanan, another player in the 2650 to 2700 swamp that has produced so many dangerous and underrated players who can and already are scoring serious upsets against the top dogs. Okay, we will take a look at one more game, and then we'll go on our second break of the day. We've got lots of top boards to keep track of. What were some of the other sharp positions? We could revisit the Aronian Chepa game because that kind of went off the rails, but is going back on the rails, I think, with a early draw. Very likely, Peter, unless I'm missing something. Where are the pieces?
Yeah, no, it's correct. I think this is very, very drawish. Not the only question how black reacts. There is even the professional way of just falling back with the rook to e7, not even trading. Because if you trade on f2, then at least there is some annoying question regarding the a7 pawn. But I believe I can just also fall back with the rook to e7.
Yeah, and I also probably would not play rook e1 check, king g2, queen e4 check, because a little bit annoying after takes. White can go like rook c2 or rook d2, and black is slightly worse. I mean, the a7 pawn is a weakness. White can go king f3 at the right moment. So I agree completely. Rook e7, I think, is the only move that cleanly guarantees a draw. Maybe you can throw in a check first. That shouldn't really change anything. Yes,
rook e7 is just so nice. It's a tempo move, and then we create some luft and we chill. That's it.
That's exactly right. Rook e7, h6, start choosing a restaurant for dinner because white is not winning this game. Great opening preparation by Cheparinov.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. By the way, just a very quick reminder of the position after rook d8. Levon did play the move b3, so yes, he felt like very important not to develop the knight yet from g1. However, we have seen the trade which we anticipated, and after takes, black was fast enough to break in the center. Wow, e4 sacrifice, takes and d5. Wow, bravo. This probably had to be preparation.
Incredible. And CD bishop takes d5, temporary sacrifice, but you win the bishop back using the attack on the bishop and the pin against the e-pawn, which makes e4 futile. So Levon, maybe bishop takes f7, but then king takes f7 looks terrifying. Nothing is developed. You could get destroyed there in a couple moves. So Levon suing for peace. Queen b2, knight d5, knight e2, and another nasty check. The queen transfers to e4, and more tactics coming up.
And look at this, if queen d2, knight e3 is possible.
No. Wow.
Yes.
And you win on the spot with a mate on d1.
Yes. Wow. Okay, so yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, Levon never had the chance here to stabilize. After queen b4 check, he had to show some precision. Rook d2, queen e4, castles, knight takes e3. Wow, just brilliant play or brilliant preparation by Chepa. Takes.
Oh, so clean. You pick up the knight and you cover the back rank check.
And this is how we reach the current position. Rook e1 played? No.
No, he's still thinking.
Yes, no, yeah. This is the position. We are expecting rook e7 and basically some handshake. Fantastic performance by Chepa. We know that he's very well prepared. He's a big theoretician. He's also a big fighter. And Levon feels it. He didn't get a chance to stabilize.
If anything, Levon was the one who had to demonstrate vigilance in order to, and rook e1 check has been played, so maybe Cheparinov just deciding to throw that check in before dropping back to e7. But indeed, this will be probably our first result of the day. And on that note, it's time for our second break of the day. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. All of the top games are still going. And we wanted to remind you that spooky October bots are coming to you. It is Halloween season, so don't miss the debut of those spooky bots. The video will be during the break, and we will be back with more action from the FIDE Grand Swiss very soon.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
October is here, and so are some familiar faces. Martin learned chess just to play with his kids, and occasionally the family dog. A workaholic, Philip hopes chess will help him relax before he works his fingers to the bone. Laura the librarian loves to learn and has recently developed a penchant for spell chess. An aspiring influencer and self-proclaimed meme queen, Isla can be a monster on the board when she puts her mind to it. Paul Morphy's undying genius lives on to this day through his immortal opera game. Just your average old bots, nothing else to see here. Play them all on chess.com.
back in Douglas, the capital of Isle of Man. Today, a little bit cloudier than what you might expect as we admire those beautiful scenes from the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. GM Peter Lecco and GM Daniel Naroditsky bring you coverage of round 2. We are about an hour and a half into the action. Caruana faces Niemann in a U.S. Championship rematch on board 1. Lots of other interesting matchups on the top boards. And let's dive right back into the action, Peter. The top game between Fabi and Hans has followed a path that we laid out. One of the paths that we laid out when we last looked at this game.
Yes, and one that I was saying that it's something that I'm not that happy with from the black side, especially for the reason that I felt like I shouldn't be getting anything out of this opening. But after bishop e6, knight takes d6, c d6, d5, white can hope for something. And we already discussed this, that if the bishop falls back to d7, then white will play d takes e6, forcing black to capture with the bishop because of the otherwise hanging d6 pawn. And white gets a creeper in the center. If black captures on d5, then clearly white will also take with the knight. And we get this kind of Najdorfish positions in the bishop is the e5, knight fc1 line that white would be kind of hoping to get. There is some small advantage here, but probably black has to go for something like this. I don't believe that a move like bishop c8, trying to insist on being able to recapture with b takes c6 after dc6 is a possibility. It's somehow too passive.
Yeah, bishop c8. I mean, white could play dc and then queen d2, but white could also play queen d2 right away and eventually start operating also on the king side with moves like king h2 and g3, etc. So a pretty unenviable choice here to be made by Hans Niemann. Bishop d7, c takes d5. In both cases, you're giving up the d5 square. I think Fabi probably was pretty happy to see bishop e6 on move 12 because this gives him a little bit more meat on the bone than if Hans had taken on d4.
Exactly, yeah. Here he knows that he has something to play with. Yeah, we are talking about the Enter-Berlin ultra solid stuff from the black side. Maybe it's no advantage whatsoever or only a very tiny one. But sometimes you're also extremely happy just to get a game. And it looks like white is guaranteed a safe small pool. And what else can you really ask for today in the Berlin defense?
Exactly. Yeah, small advantages, to be dreamed about by players on the white side of this ultra solid opening. Okay, Hans is going to ponder his next move. Maybe we should keep going around the horn. I saw Bacrot and Rapport had some interesting developments on board 2. They had that kind of slightly weird Caro-Kann with the inclusion of the early a5, a4. And Bacrot really burning into his clock.
Yeah, actually not too many moves had happened. Only 4 moves since we left almost an hour ago. So it just shows the complexity of the position. Yeah, that after f6, ef, knight gf6, bishop f4, yeah, the standard stuff. You already called it that black wants to develop the bishop to d6. White hinders this with bishop f4, but now black plays knight h5, hitting that bishop with a tempo. The bishop moved all the way to e5, so white is willing to give up that bishop in order to get some time. Knight takes e5, knight takes e5, knight f4 on the board.
Okay, so a bishop pair for black, and if you give Rapport a couple moves, he plays bishop d6, he plays queen g5, he's thrilled, right? Initiative on the king side. So Etienne has to manufacture something now. Bishop g4 comes to mind as a way to try to distract black from his plan of development. But even here, queen g5 is not so dumb. Maybe it runs into g3. Hard position to wrap your head around. Knight back to g6 is a possibility to try to smoke out the knight from e5. But yeah, white's probably happy to see a retreating move like that. Bishop h5, maybe, I don't know.
Exactly. Also, it gives white some time with f4 maybe to expand. It's not a good news if black is falling back with the knight. I'm expecting bishop g4 because it's also you want to get some clarity. You have to get some clarity here, and also as you highlighted, yeah, if you give black 2 more moves, bishop d6, queen g5, white will fight for survival, and we don't want to do that. With bishop g4, we make sure that we are not running any risks, and we want to kick this knight away with g3.
Yeah, this move is a huge game changer. If black plays bishop d6 and ignores everything, then you can trade off the light squared bishops, and already it's a great relief. You can go knight d2 and knight f3, and queen g5 does not hit as hard with the bishops off the board. White can just play g3, and, if white establishes that outpost on e5, positionally, you've got some trump cards if you're white.
Exactly. Yeah, so it's a little bit puzzling why Etienne, especially after spending already so much time earlier in the game. I guess if you are behind on the clock half an hour, then you want to make sure that you have a position which is easy to play. Yeah, that you know that the pressure on the clock will not really put you any trouble because you have things under control.
Maybe he's contemplating the check on h5, trying to provoke g6 before dropping the bishop back, but bishop h5 also gives the extra option of knight takes h5 and g6. So I don't know if I would bother with that. I don't know if it's significant enough to invest, 15 minutes on deciding whether you want this small change.
Yes, it's it's a very tough question, yeah, because there is a point, yeah. Once you mentioned bishop h5, for example, just to highlight, yeah, knight h5, queen h5 check might be in fact good for white. After g6, we are falling back with the queen to e2. And we might be targeting this bishop with g4. We might try to trap it.
Yeah, bishop d6 already, g4 probably wins the game. Bishop e4, f3. And even the trade on e5 doesn't seem to help black, although queen b6 check does complicate things a bit. But it's clear that this is... Okay, I guess that wasn't the move. Yeah, queen f2 is really pretty.
Yeah.
Queen takes b2, you have f takes e4.
Exactly.
Wow. That's lovely. Queen f7, king d8. No, I guess queen f6
no?
maybe.
Then okay, queen f6.
f6.
Yeah, it looked like it's game over already, but no, it was important to play precisely.
Yeah, king d7 and then queen g7. And you just scoop up all the pieces.
Yes. All right, so there is some idea behind bishop h5. On the other hand, black is not forced to capture it. Yeah, black probably should just play g6. And then after g6, bishop g4, then one has the feeling that g6 might help black. Yeah, it gives more stability.
Yeah, and in some situations, g takes f5 to open up the g file might be a problem. So again, why is Etienne bothering with this? He's already got 45 minutes on the clock, and we've barely started the game. So a little bit puzzling, but we'll keep an eye on his decision in this really rich position. I think Rapport has done a good job in the first two rounds of steering the game into his type of territory. He had a nice win yesterday against Mustafa Yilmaz. What else catches our eye?
Well, I want to actually check out Sadhwani versus Royal Shreyas because, Sadhwani had a very important win yesterday, and also the British prodigy started with a stunning victory against Santos Latasa. Just to get a feeling what we are getting here, well, it's some kind of I would have almost said it's anti-Grunfeld stuff, but it happened from a completely different opening. You would never ever guess. No one would ever guess.
Impossible to predict, call the opening based on this position. It was a Queen's Gambit accepted, but not just any Queen's Gambit accepted. A weird line with Queen A4 check in the opening. And then Royal reacting strangely as well. I mean, what the heck?
Yeah, but okay, a very smart choice. Yeah, this is Sadhwani at its best. Yeah, that he feels like he faces a very young opponent, and then probably just playing, transferring the game into some Slav territory with c6 is not his cup of tea. And look at this, what happens. Knight c6, queen takes c4, and black is losing control of the position. Knight d5, very artificial. It's a panicky move. And that's why I had the feeling that it had to come from a Grunfeld, because otherwise we don't see that knight starting this journey.
Yeah, how did it get from f6 to b6? Well, it went through d5, but that's not a common occurrence in this opening. a3 by Alexei as he kind of sets up, he covers the b4 square. Apparently here, the computer liked black's position, but Royal developed pretty normally, and now things seem to be sliding in the other direction.
Well, it looks like black was counting on some e7, e5 break, but somehow white was actually hindering it, yeah? So everything backfired, and then the plans got mixed up. Bishop g4, knight b2. Now it's, as an established, experienced grandmaster, you feel like, okay, white should be better. You got a nice grip, e5 break is under control, and after rook d8, also you get this, after rook c8, you get this h3. Move. If the bishop is falling back to f5, then we will just slowly develop.
Yeah, bishop e2, castles. I mean, in some situations, e4 is a dream for white, but probably not in the near future. And of course, you want to keep an eye on e7, e5, but even if black plays e5, it doesn't always solve all of black's problems, and it's a hard move to prepare.
Exactly. Yeah, so the computer indicated that there was a moment for black to have a decent position, but probably it included some very precise play, because just this kind of moves that black had in mind with queen d5, bishop g4 backfired. This is great news for Sarana. I think he has all the chances of winning this game. It's just the beginning, but if such an experienced player like Sarana gets stability and he knows that he should be better, then it's so difficult to create real counter chances.
Yeah, he's just displaying some incredible form. I think he's trying to target 2,700 with this tournament. And he got a good pairing in round 2. I mean, obviously, it's dangerous for your rating to play a young, talented, underrated player, but this is the FIDE Grand Swiss. I mean, you take what you can get, and you'd rather have an IM in round 2 than, I don't know, some Jan Krzysztof Duda or SL Narayanan or something like that.
Exactly. Talking about pairings and everything, let's just also discuss a couple of interesting things. That the players who drew their games, and this is again a big catch. For example, look at this. Anish Giri, after drawing yesterday, now he's facing Rasmus Swane. On the other hand, Rasmus Swane, after drawing yesterday against Hikaru, he keeps on getting top 10 players. Yeah, it's not good for your tournament in a sense that it will be very difficult for Rasmus to keep on climbing. On the other hand, with very good play, he can play a fantastic tournament. He has this 2640 range, which means that if he is somewhere in the middle, he will always get a very strong opposition. Yeah, it's a very tricky kind of spot to be in.
Yeah, these tournaments are really unique because it's not like a normal Swiss where you can almost guarantee that if you lose, you're going to drop down. Some of the players who lost are still facing incredibly unforgiving pairings with 0 out of 1. And we see Firouzja playing Rauf Mamedov. That's not an easy pairing for Alireza. Maybe we can check the position quickly. It's an accelerated dragon, and look at black's clock. Is that a mistake?
Exactly. I would say that I can't believe what I'm seeing. Because Rauf is also known to be a player who plays his kind of chess. Yeah, he plays based on pawn structures, strategical ideas. He has played millions of games in the Marozi. Why on earth would he have so little time? It's impossible.
Yeah, he's one of the only, I would say top players to regularly play the accelerated dragon. He's shown so many interesting ideas in this opening. The clock says that he's been thinking for 30 minutes now. That's a lot of time, and he burned over an hour before that. So, that may be a mistake of some sort. This was a pretty standard line. Queen d3, a6. Yeah, pretty normal moves. Okay, knight back to d7. Yeah, queen e3, stabilizing the queen, getting the rook out of the pin. And queen a5, another standard accelerated dragon kind of move.
Okay, well, white's intentions are pretty clear with king h1. Yeah, Alireza means business. He wants to go after black's king. He's kind of preparing the move f4, f5. Now things are heating up. It's kind of justified that Rauf is taking his time now, but I just cannot really believe that he spent so much time. It's also physically impossible to have spent so much time.
Yeah, 13. Okay, there we go. The clock just updated. He still has burned a lot of clock, but 41 minutes is a little bit more believable than 13. By the way,
Yes.
Levon, Aronian, and Cheparinov have drawn their game. So officially we have one result.
Already, and what a game it was. Yeah, don't judge by the quickness that it ended a draw. It was a fantastic fight with some stellar preparation by Ivan Cheparinov.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, okay, all to play for here. No easy pairing for Alireza. And let's also check out Hikaru, because Hikaru is facing Sadhwani. And Sadhwani has played yesterday against Anish Giri. He's playing also against the top 10 guys.
Yeah, I mean, incredible opportunity for Raunak, Giri followed by Nakamura. And what is this? This started out actually as an Alapin. Also not, easy to predict just looking at the position. Hikaru taking the game not really out of theoretical waters, but playing a sideline. G6 is a lot less common than the main move, knight f6 and knight c6. But it's a line with a pretty good reputation. And there's a funny detail, Peter. If black plays queen e4 check, cool trick is to play bishop to e3. Maybe we should just show this. Yeah.
Wow.
And bishop e3 busts the line. D takes e3, and then the point is not that white wins the rook. No. There's mate on d8. And that's the tactics which this line hinges on.
That's why you are the bullet king. Yeah, you know all these tricky stuffs.
Alapin is a great bullet opening because it's full of this. It's full of this crap.
Wow. Okay. I'm not going to challenge you soon in bullet. Yeah. No, in classical anytime, but not in bullet. Yeah, that's for sure.
Deal.
Wow. Okay. So
we'll play a hybrid match. We'll play, one classical game, one bullet game.
Well, but I think then you are a favorite, yeah, because in bullet you are guaranteed to win. And what I can only guarantee is that I'm gonna play a strategical classical game, but I have no idea how it's gonna end.
Well, after 70 moves, I just might fall out of my chair. No.
Yes. So, but then tell us that if queen e4 check is a mistake, then actually this knight a6 is all theory?
Yeah, knight a6 is a move. I think queen d8 is also a move. Funny, knight a6, Sadhwani did play bishop e3. He still played it because the queen on d5 is, of course, unprotected. So you want to pick up the d4 pawn in the right way. Sometimes you want to leave the knight on b5, so you don't want to play knight b takes d4, but you don't want to play knight f takes d4 either, because then you can't develop your light squared bishop. So that's why Sadhwani is trying to take on d4 with the bishop or the queen. So Hikaru plays knight f6. He does take on d4 with the queen. Castles, both sides developing. And we get this type of structure, which can occur in a few openings. Queen h4, declining the queen trade. Hikaru brings his queen to a safer spot on c8. But bishop h6, I mean, I like Sadhwani's position. I think he's slightly better.
Yeah, he's making some progress. Knight c5, rook fe1, just very natural, stable moves, and there is some pressure. On the other hand, the knight on f6, it's a monster knight, yeah, beautifully guarding the h7, the weak spot, so we don't have to worry that much about knight g5. There isn't any mating idea, and somehow I feel that Hikaru would love to get a6, queen c7 in, because the queen on c8 is a bit strange. Or do we even go queen g4, trying to trade the queens? What
that would
do you
be,
think of that?
Queen g4 is a very concrete move that I think should be considered first. So, I don't know, queen takes g4, knight takes g4, bishop g7, king g7. I guess it's closer to equal than an advantage for white. I mean, the computer is showing a tiny pull, but it doesn't look bad for black, honestly.
Yeah, it's only if directly white has some very strong way of dealing with this, that the pawn on e7 is hanging. Maybe some bishop b5 move is a big tempo, but okay, I'm gonna put the pawn on e6, and I don't mind. The knight is not getting trapped after b4. I always have knight e4. The bishop guards the e4 square. So yes, queen g4 is a very tempting move. On the other hand, the big question is, basically, when Hikaru played the move g6, move 4, he was hoping to get some unbalanced, long-term, complex middle game position. And basically, it does not really fit into his strategy than to trade the queens with queen g4. On the other hand, white anyway has a very solid position, and the queen on h4 is doing quite a good job, and the queen on c8 has to be solved anyway. Then queen g4 is very tempting.
Hikaru might be, well, I don't think he is this early in the tournament, but he already might be a little bit irked that, he's starting to give away draws in the early rounds. If you're trying to make the top two spots, you have to start early and you have to start winning quickly. Otherwise, you fall behind by a couple points, and by then it's too late. Do you think that's already a factor in Hikaru's decision-making, or is it too early to talk about that?
I think it's certainly in his mind, because also when you look at, and we talked about now in the pairings, that he is very high rated. So no matter where he is, he will always be getting these 26-40 super solid guys. For example, Sadhwani, I think, is also already stronger than his rating. Rasmus Svanne is a super solid player. We have seen it yesterday that he was basically even putting some pressure. However, here is the answer. Hikaru says, no, I'm not going to change queens. I'm going to play a6. It was the move that I automatically, by reflex, mentioned that probably I want some a6, queen c7 or whatever, but computer dislikes it.
Is it because of knight g5? That's, of course, the schoolboy artificial approach. I want to checkmate you. But what's the follow-up to that?
Well, but there is a big catch after knight g5, because you remember I told you a6 with some queen c7 ideas, and queen c7 does not work after knight g5. Let's just quickly show this, that if black continues, then okay, we take, for example, play b4, knight c4, and then suddenly fork the black queen with knight e6. So yes, knight g5 seemingly going after the h7 pawn, which is guarded by the knight on f6. But in fact, we have completely different ideas. We are hindering black from his main idea of connecting rooks with queen c7.
The first time in history that knight g5 is played prophylactically. It's a prophylactic move. You're not really trying to mate black. But knight g5, my question is, what if black plays? But it's actually kind of annoying. If you play rook d8, then you're kind of running into bishop c4. So maybe b5, just keeping the status quo.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, because knight moved slightly away from the center. Yeah, that's also a bit tricky. That if you are not threatening mate because of the knight on f6, then maybe we shouldn't be doing this knight g5 at all. It's in a classical game also playing for some cheapo clearly will never work. Nobody will ever blunder something like this in the Grand Swiss. So yeah, you have to stay objective and play best moves. Yeah,
so maybe rook a d1 or something quiet like that. Mate h3 to prevent queen g4. It's not easy to make a move like that when you have knight g5, but like you said, you can't play for one movers. You have to know what you're doing, and rook a d1 might be a better way to keep the tension. Speaking of tension, and while we're near the players who've drawn their first game, our producer is telling us that there's an interesting moment in Murzin versus Praggnanandhaa. Could we check that really quickly and then move back to the top boards?
Ah, wow, the old classic. Yeah, this is the Maran line. Yeah, it was always a big debate that when do you give the pawn, how do you give the pawn, how much compensation you have. I'm very happy to see this happen in an over the board game. Let's just quickly see that it wasn't like somebody blundered some trick on h2. No, this is a fundamental kind of decision. And Murzin yesterday playing against Vincent Keimer, the Russian young prodigy, and now facing Praggnanandhaa. Queen c2, wow. Bishop d6,
classic line.
Bishop d3. Yeah, the good old classic takes, b5, bishop d3, bishop b7, short castle, a6, and wow, white played a4, black castled, and white opted for knight g5. Yes, there we go. Yeah, knight g5. White is hitting on h7 pawn plus, basically inviting some h6, then white falls back with the knight to e4. And in positions like this, takes, bishop e7, then one can argue that it will be difficult for black to get the freeing c5, c4, c6, c5 move, because white has it under control. But things escalated after knight g5. Black used the opportunity of hitting the h2 pawn, but this is it's not like somebody blunders this. This is a voluntary decision. In fact, it's very risky for Black to take this pawn. Knight g4 check, king g1, queen take g5, because now White will simply expand in the center with f3. I think f3 is the move, and you are unable to capture on e3 because of queen e2. You can't take the pawn because of the pin, and if after f3 you have to fall back with a knight to f6, then White plays e4, the queen is attacked by the bishop, then White develops bishop to e3, and even trading queens is kind of a good idea often against queen h4, bishop e3, then White might follow it up with queen f2, and White has tremendous compensation. Actually, Black is the one who has to watch out how to survive this.
Yeah, I can already see the news headlines. Oh, 2600 player blunders basic tactic, but it's not that simple. It's really not a blunder. And it's kind of cool how you can fall into the common trap and it could still be part of the plan. I will admit that very, very briefly it's on the board. I was flirting with king g3, but I mean, that was just totally suicidal. So we see the line that you pointed out. Knight f6, e4 is very likely to happen.
Yes, and also one of the points being that it's a wonderful version for White. Usually this a4 move is extremely good in these situations because this a6 b5 pawn structure clearly aims at Black pushing c65, but actually a4 already undermines this break. I remember that back then, like in 2009, when this kind of positions appeared between Levon Aronian's games, Vishy Anand games, Gelfand, Elyanov, all these guys were heavily involved in this discussion. I was following it from the distance because I was also planning to play it from the White side. It was such a nice idea.
Wow, that's quite some history. And this line, I've seen it in Kasparov games. I've seen it since the 90s. So it's really nice when an old line is repeated in a modern game. As we see knight f6, Murzin is probably going to have another time scramble. He's down to 41 minutes.
Yeah, he's used to it. Also, yesterday we have seen against Vincent that he was down to a minute, and he was handling the complications very well. Actually, I did talk to Vincent about yesterday's game, and he told me that yes, I have been calculating knight takes f7, and he told me all the lines all the way till the very end. So where we left, it was basically still kind of in his mind. He was calculating, and then he told me the defensive move that disturbed him, and I was also like, okay, so I have no idea what happens then. So yes, he have seen it, but he did not see the final point of computer. Yeah, and then he refrained from it, and Murzin escaped.
Yeah, which is why it's so important not to jump to conclusions when a seemingly basic tactic is missed. It's often not as basic as it seems, and it's the player often saw the move itself, but then missed the detail later down the line.
Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, this game is very interesting because being pawned down, but I believe that White is the one calling the shots. And I'm not sure that Pragg, how experienced he is in these Melan structures. He might not be so familiar, otherwise he would have never taken this pawn. It's a poison pawn. After knight g5, h6, knight e4, I believe that the normal reaction is just falling back with the bishop to e7. And Black has absolutely nothing to worry about. c6, c5 is coming, rook c8 is coming. Just give this position to Vishy Anand, the big expert of all these Melans. He would be so much in love with this.
Yeah, he knows exactly when to push every pawn. You know, this position feels like home. Always dangerous to play with someone like that in their kind of position. Okay, so we're waiting on Murzin's next move. Good game to keep tabs on. But we have so many other games that we can get to. Anything else catching your eye around that part of the tournament?
Exactly. Gukesh versus Ponomaryov. Yeah, we continue to see that whoever made a draw is getting punished. It's not gonna get easier. It's only gonna get tougher.
From both sides. I mean, Ponomaryov is not the easiest pairing either. I mean, let's not forget this guy's a FIDE world champion. It's not, Ruslan Ponomaryov from 2640. I mean, this is a serious player.
Exactly. If he gets the confidence, yeah, like for example in the World Cup, yeah, he felt like okay, and he knocked out Levon. That was kind of a fantastic success there.
That's
And
like Wang
what
Liam is a beast.
exactly? And in a knockout format, how do you knock him out? I have zero idea, but Pono has done it.
Yeah, I lost to Lekwang in the last title Tuesday, so he's just a monster at every time control. Big achievement. Okay, Ruslan is black today after drawing Firouzja with white yesterday. And a very fashionable Italian, Peter. I've seen people doing G6 and G5. The frequency of that move has increased. Am I correct in that observation?
Exactly. I believe that one of the young Indian players played exactly the same line against Magnus Carlsen with G6. And then Magnus expanded on the queen side, yes, with A4. So basically, Gukesh follows the footsteps. No, because Magnus actually played some A4, B4, B5.
Mm-hmm.
It was slightly different. White pushes the pawn now immediately to A5.
Did he win that game?
Yes, Magnus won that game. Actually, people might remember Magnus from the Qatar Masters by losing a couple of games, but the games that he won, they were fantastic. For example, the victory against Kaidanov. Anyone who haven't seen that game should take a look.
Amazing game.
Because
Typical Magnus.
Yeah, at its best, yeah.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Go. It was... I saw the game and people... Yeah, Suleimanov Carlsen is going to be in everybody's mind, but he got a heavy plus score, so he had to win a lot of games.
Yeah, and he has beaten exactly Grigori Kaidanov, who played a brilliant event. I was personally going to Gregory after the tournament, congratulating him. It was such a pleasure to see him. Yeah, at the age of over 60, performing so nicely, playing brilliant chess, strategically, opening-wise. It was pure joy.
And especially for me, emotionally, Kaidanov was my coach for a couple of years. And I attended a lot of his chess camps, so it brought a huge smile to my face to see the level that he's performing at age 64.
64, I mean, yeah. The chess,
how do you handle
that
pressure? And he beat Van Forest. I mean, just incredible. I wish I can play like that at 44.
Yes, for sure. It was very impressive. So, but okay, we have here Gukesh against Pono. It's a typical kind of Italian game, slow maneuvering game. White has expanded on the queen side. It gives him little space there, but black, on the other hand, is very solid and is ready to break in the center with d5. White keeps the tension, and we are seeing these quiet moves being played. What do you take of this?
Feels like white is maybe a little bit better, a little more space on the queen side. On the other hand, how are you going to make progress? Because b5 is not possible. Now, from black's perspective, do you play a neutral move like rook b to d8, or do you go aggressive with f5, which looks very risky, but that's what I would play in a bullet game?
Well, the big question also that white's last move was bishop e3 back to d2. And I'm trying to understand, what does it tell us? Yeah, that probably it's aimed against f5. So after f5, something like e takes d5, queen d5, and then c4, the bishop getting to c3, and eventually also some quick b4, b5. Could be that an issue?
Oh, that makes a ton of sense. The only question I'd have after takes c4, can I drop back to d6 and try to provoke a weakening move?
Exactly. This was the problem, yeah, because after b5 you have knight b4, for example.
Yeah, and the trade of the bishop for the knight favors black, because then the bishop on g7 is uncontested.
Exactly. So it's kind of interesting to understand what Gukesh has in mind, because I kind of assume that that's of course his idea, but it does not seem to be working move per move so nicely. So okay, let's imagine it's a bullet game between you and Gukesh. You go for f5. How would Gukesh react?
Oh man, I wish I saw more bullet from Gukesh. Maybe he is relying on takes and c4. The immediate c4, is that anything? Can I play c4 here? Probably not.
Wow,
but
sacrificing a pawn, but at the same time you are also hitting the f5 pawn, yeah? So targeting the center.
I think it works out tactically. If you
Yeah.
play knight b4, then obviously bishop takes b4, and I can play cd and then attack the c7 pawn. And mainly the black bishop is in prison, which is important.
Yes, and I think this is a key line, that d takes c4, d takes c4, knight takes b4 now. Finally, this f5 pawn will be hanging. I don't know which is the way to capitalize on. For example, takes, e takes f5. Does this work? G takes no, e takes f5, because I was also worried of some e4 business.
e4 does look very scary, I agree.
But okay, then I take your pawn.
Maybe knight h4?
Knight h4, yeah. That's a good move. That's a very good move. Just imagine black's pawn would be on h7, we would be very happy, but with this weakness, things are different.
So of course, Gukesh saw this when Ponomarev played 4h6.
Exactly, the whole strategy was based on this. But now we already see, yeah, that bishop d2, a very, very subtle move. And Pono, of course, Pono has high class. He is not interested in any of this kind of tactical skirmishes, believing his young opponent. He just wants to rely on regrouping his pieces, knight f8. He probably wants to get that knight to e6 and give back the ball to White's court that, okay, please, show me what you got next.
Such a great positional move. Such a great positional player, Ponomarev. And if he gets his knight to e6 and then he gets his rook to d8, he's going to start putting pressure in the center. He's also up on time. He's up 30 minutes. So I like what Ponomarev has done so far. But this is just the beginning of the game. I mean, this can turn around in 100 ways.
Yeah, and White also has everything under control. For example, if White is really having too much respect for the knight on e6, then he can just himself jump with the knight to c5, which means that after knight e6, I can just get rid of this. And then we can still claim that black is stuck with this famously slightly awkward knight on c6, because that's the whole idea of the Italian opening from the white side, that the pawn on c3 restricts black's knight on c6.
And maybe then we can play rook a, b1, and c4. Again, that annoying plan of setting the queenside pawns in motion. I've seen a lot of Italian games where white starts this and black's position starts to fall apart because you don't have anything going for you on the other side of the board.
Exactly. It's not so easy. Yeah, that also knight f8, knight e6, black lost couple of time. Yeah, couple of tempi. Knight d7, knight f8, and then finally you reach the knight to e6. White just trades it off, and white already has this clear idea of going for the c4 plan once he has played the move bishop d2.
Exactly. So this could go either way. It's an interesting position to keep tabs on. Should we keep going around the horn?
For sure. Any news from the chat from someone that where we should jump?
Yeah, if you guys see an interesting moment, okay, obviously please don't troll. But if there a genuinely interesting moment happened, we need all hands on deck. We're just two people. Like, there are 60 games going. We can't keep track of everything.
Yeah, for example, very interesting for me to check out on Nikita Vityugov against Benjamin Gledura. First of all, now Vityugov is the #1 in British chess. Yeah, since not so long ago, he just changed to the English Chess Federation. And it's his first game with the British flag.
And how fitting that it's played in the Isle of Man.
Exactly. So there is a lot of home ground chilling for him. On the other hand, we have seen yesterday Benji how seriously Gledor Benjamin is taking this event. He has out-prepared MVL in that sharp Grünfeld, which finally ended in a draw, but was a very interesting battle. Now, a completely different kind of strategical battle here. What happened? What was the transformation? Yeah, because this is a slow Carlsbad.
How did the bishop get to d6?
Yes, so knight c5, bishop c8. It looks like black is crammed. On the other hand, he has somehow successfully developed all his pieces. The rook is on d8. Now the bishop falls back to c8. White's pawn is already kind of committed to a5. so there is no typical break with b4, b5. Black's knights are ready to use that b5 square. So it's a very complex strategic position. Bishop e5, knight e6, knight g3. And that's how it happened. Knight takes c5, and now white gives up the bishop, but will be capturing with the b pawn to c5.
And ideally putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and maybe even preparing an exchange sacrifice on b7 by doubling the rooks. But black has some logistical problems. If black tries to put his rook on d7, then you walk into bishop f5, and the main guardian of the b7 pawn is traded off. If rook d8, then maybe white can start doubling and hold the bishop down to c8.
Yes, I'm actually not liking what Benji has done. I feel like Nikita, with his experience, Nikita is a very strong player, is outsmarting Benji here.
Very rich positional affair. And it just occurred to me, bishop f5 can be played anyway, so the b7 pawn is going to be a huge problem.
Yes.
Huge problem for black in this middle game.
Yeah, and also just as a motive, we would we should mention that even before going bishop f5, bishop a7 check, king h8, bishop f5 is also a typical way of kicking that king a little bit further away from the desired spot on g8. And yes, in long terms, white will simply triple rook b6, rook a b1, queen b3. And if you somehow passively try to hang on to that pawn, white will eventually break maybe in the center. So it's really looking promising for white.
Yeah, great summary. And Vitsugava is going to continue pushing this game. Random question. Who is Arjun Erigaisi playing? And how is he
Erigaisi
doing?
plays against David Anton. Yes, let's check that game out, because I told you that I have very big kind of respect for El Nino, David Anton Guijarro. And this is the position. Okay, very sharp, very double-edged.
Typical David Anton Guijarro position. But I really like black here. I mean, intuitively, it feels like e4 is an exciting possibility. Black has done a great job of stopping the b4 pawn break. And this Benoni, reverse Benoni, is kind of a one-track pony. If you don't get b4 in, then you're kind of passive and cramped. And also the bishop on d5 is outside of the fianchetto. So there's weaknesses on the king side. Feels like black should be better. Should black push with e4 or do something slower, like knight d8?
Well, let's take a look at the last couple of moves to understand what happened. Or the game wasn't even so long, so we can just take it from the very beginning, very quickly. So it was a Catalan, anti-Catalan. However, white did not push d4, and black was the one who played d4, kept the pawn on c7. It's a very fashionable line. d3, knight c6, castles, bishop c5, knight a3. So yes, everything that you mentioned, white is trying to get that b2, b4 in, but black does everything to stop that. e5, bishop g5. So this is the very critical moment that white is actually ready to trade off his dark squared bishop, which is a typical idea. But if he doesn't get in b3, b4, then I think in long terms, this might be even a questionable decision. So let's see. Bishop g4, rook e1, rook a6. Nice, a very important, fantastic move. Just in time. Rook b1, rook b6.
Just clamping down with his teeth on the b4 square.
Yeah, and that's how the problem started for David, and he felt like he needs to create something. He played knight d2, f5, bishop d5 check, king h8, knight f3 back. That's how we reach this very, very fascinating, strange double-edged position.
Yeah, it occurred to me that the bishop on d5 is currently trapped, which is what gave rise to knight d8. But then you're softening your control on the b4 square, and so maybe you're allowing even the immediate b4, because the e5 pawn is going to hang at the end of the line.
Exactly. Whenever that knight moves, I'm going to go b4 instantly. So, okay, you already highlighted that you believe in black's position. Please be black. I'm willing to fight from the white side.
Okay, e4 is irresistible to me.
Okay, so do e4, because I feel like probably I should be, or okay, I wanted to play knight h4 a tempo, but I'm not sure if I can or I should. Or is there any argument that you are not settling e-f3 because of e takes f3?
Oh.
So I should... Yes. Can I play b4 or not? No.
Okay, I have to take AB.
Yes. It does not work. Yeah, AB, you just take with the knight and...
Knight before, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, after e4, I have to basically make a good move. Can I play then queen b2? Can I play this strange move, queen b2?
Queen b2 to prepare.
No. Okay,
There
but
b4?
I still do it. I still do it.
Why is it -3? Oh, bishop takes f3, knight e5 maybe.
Okay. Okay. So, yes, because this is really backfiring. Yeah, horrible position. So, okay, let me play my very, very first kind of thought after e4, knight h4.
I was thinking
But is
knight
that-
e5.
Yes, it's also not good. Every move is bad.
But knight
What
e5
kind
is
of-
not the way to punish it.
Well, I thought like you can also just play g4. I don't know, but what is white doing that after e4? There is a clever move.
And it's very Arjun Erigaisi style to play e4. I just
Yes.
feel like he's the kind of player who would do it and just trust in his position. But wait, knight h4 actually doesn't look that bad to me.
But okay, it wasn't so nice. And what about bishop takes c6? I'm trying to make sense. Is there some strange move like bishop c6? Is that a possibility?
Very much so. And d4 is, well, rook takes c6 probably. Maybe bc is more accurate, but let's say I play rook c6. What's going to happen there? Knight
Rook
f takes
c6.
d4, or
I take on d4.
rook d6.
Well, no, I actually felt like because now already you are not setting, I might be able to push b4. Can I play b4? This would
Let's
be
say
sensational.
I drop back to a7, or maybe takes first.
Yes, okay, but then I'm gonna push c5. Then this all has a spirit. Finally.
Wow.
Finally. No, the computer does not agree, but at least I feel myself much, much more happy.
The computer is not a romantic. My mind is still blown by this construction, right? EF, and it just explodes in black's face, and you can't do anything about it. Because that bishop on g4 is just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes, and I'm very happy because we are not using engines, so when it's a strange position, it's so difficult for us also to navigate, to orientate. But we have to try a couple of bad moves in order to understand that, those are the problems. And then suddenly we understand the spirit that, bishop takes c6 against e4, you have to deal with this move.
And people sitting with a computer might think, humans make so many mistakes, but try looking at this with your own eyes and you see it's super, super complicated. It's time for us to take another break. We'll definitely cover this game more. We'll also look at all the other top games. Before we do, wanted to remind you of an important event coming up. It's the State of Chess. We wanted to let you know that the State of Chess has been rescheduled for next Monday to ensure that we can bring you the best show possible. So join us next Monday, October 30th at 5:30 p.m. Eastern to discuss exciting events coming up in the next few months, fair play updates, and more, plus a live Q&A with Danny himself. See you then, and we will also see you right after this break for more FIDE Grand Swiss.
Confusing one.
Yeah, this one is a bit difficult. I can say.
Really think I didn't solve it? I thought that you didn't solve it for a second. Good job. So I'm going to show you some puzzles. You're going to have 10 seconds to look at the tablet, and then I'm going to take the tablet away, and you're going to have to give me the solution.
Okay.
You ready?
Sure.
All right. Mate in 5, white to move.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Yeah. Queen g6, knight f6, bishop g7, rook h7.
Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Good start.
Okay. Queen
That was
g6.
quicker, yes.
Queen g6, knight e7, bishop f8, knight d5. No, wait. Where's...
If you go knight e7, I go king h8. Bishop f8, bishop h5. Yeah, that's not working out. Okay, queen g6 has to be the right first move. Yes. Bishop, knight f6, bishop e7, rook h7, rook f7. That's right. Yes, very good.
Okay. So it's queen takes g6, fg, knight e7 check, king h7 or king h8, bishop f8, and then bishop h3 or h5. Wait, bishop h5 must be played. Yeah, not bishop h3. Bishop h5, and knight g5, king h8, and then knight takes g6. Is that 5 move?
So you said queen takes g6, f takes g6,
Knight e7.
Knight e7. Okay,
Yes.
we have knight f6 here.
Oh, knight f6.
Knight f6, king h8,
Oh, then bishop f8. Yes.
bishop g7. Check.
Oh,
king
king
g7,
g7,
rook
rook
h7,
h7, rook h7.
and then
Okay.
rook f7 mate.
Wait, but knight e7 is not checkmate?
Let's see. Knight e7, king h7,
Bishop f8, bishop h5,
bishop h5.
knight g5. Wait, do I have a knight on g3? F3?
You do have a knight on f3.
So knight
yes.
g5 check, king h8, knight g6.
So what if I go king h8 first instead of king h7? Bishop f8,
Bishop f8. Oh, yeah, it's
bishop
not mate.
h,
Yeah,
h5.
then bishop h5, then knight g6, king h7.
Then
yeah,
king
yeah, that's
h7
not mate.
and I
Yeah.
pick up the knight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss returns with another view of the main promenade of the city of Douglas on the Isle of Man, where the tournament is taking place for yet another year. It has become an established tradition in the chess world. The top two spots in the Grand Swiss move on to the candidates, which has made the tournament a draw for almost all of the top players in the world. Let's take another look at the women's section and see how the top games are progressing. We have the bird's eye view there, and a lot of interesting positions. Peter, welcome. Yeah, we're just looking at the women's section bird's eye view. Lots of weird positions, including Muzichuk Matnadze, which just looks totally winning for white.
Yes, wow. Okay, I'm just back. I had suddenly some emergency in the break. Always, just in a couple of minutes, things can escalate. But okay, I'm fine. I'm back.
You can take some time if you need to. That's totally fine.
No. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm alive. Let's say like this.
Good.
Wow. So which game should we jump to?
Can we
Please
just
call
check? There's a game we want to look at, which is Sandu against Bulmaga. But can we stop by Muzichuk's game and just? Am I seeing things, or is she just up in exchange? Or was it Muzichuk's game?
Not this one.
Muzichuk Matnadze. Oh, it's
okay.
Maria, her sister.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. But what is this? It looks like it's completely winning, but hang on, the knights are... No, it should be winning.
I think it's
No
just
tricks.
over. Wow.
What
I wonder
happened here?
how this happened so quickly. It's only moved
Yes.
25. Ugh.
But okay, this was already lost, so somehow the opening backfired heavily.
I mean,
Okay.
what
Yes,
is going on here?
This is
What's
this is
happening
not
there?
to be repeated. Yes.
Yeah. Why is there a pawn on f6 instead of a knight? Ugh.
Okay, this setup existed, but it was connected with some d5, e5 ideas. What happened here is... Yeah, no, this is not healthy. This is not healthy at all.
Nope. And a3 is just a dagger. Boom.
Yeah. Okay, I have the
E4 is
feeling that
lost.
this yesterday's incredible game against Goryachkina, yeah, that it was very dramatic, very hard fought. Anna did not recover from this.
Yeah, that's a good theory. And the endgame is already a disaster.
Yes. Yeah.
And
So
it
okay,
just got
basically
worse.
this is hopeless.
Okay, so this one's going to end pretty quickly. Sandu versus Bulmaga, we're being told, is an interesting position. That's probably
Yes, I have it. Wow, what
another
is happening?
head spinner. What is
Look at
this?
this construction. Let me highlight it.
Yeah, a little parallelogram of pieces. And okay, you
And
can't play
also-
knight takes e4. That's all I've established.
Exactly. Then it's a checkmate in one. So that's the idea of bishop c4. Where did this bishop come from? From b5. Okay, so
Where did this
just-
position
just-
come from?
Exactly. Okay, very quickly, because it's otherwise it's impossible to say anything. So everything normal. Okay, d6 the Steinitz, Rui Lopez. Okay.
Ooh.
Wow.
F5.
Sees the f5 d4. Okay, very fancy. Fe knight g5. Ed castles. d5 c4. Okay, I'm loving it.
e5. It continues.
Yes. Okay, this is fantastic. This is pure joy to look at. Takes. Knight g7. Okay, we see the computer does not agree with moves, but this is
Whoa.
a very big battle.
A piece
What an
sacrifice.
idea.
Dude, this is next level. Queen e5 after g6, and you're forking the rook and the knight on c6. I mean,
Wow.
insane.
Yes, bishop b7, playing with the spirit. Queen takes h8, queen d5, going for activity. Knight a3 long castles. This reminds me of some Botvinnik. Yeah, just close your eyes and go.
That's exactly what I thought when I looked at this position. Was this a Botvinnik?
Yes, and queen a5. That's the current position. Okay, now we know that it was crazy right from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And here we can already understand why players are spending so much time.
Feels like Black's initiative is petering out. It's just Rook AC1 and Bishop E6
Yeah.
check. It just doesn't feel like Black has enough for the exchange anymore.
The problem is, usually I'm very skeptical of someone who is grabbing some pawns and going pawn hunting. However, the queen on h7 is a brilliant queen. It's hidden there. You can't really attack it. At the same time, it eyes the decisive weakness on c7, and everything makes so much sense. This bishop on f4, eyeing also the c7 pawn now after rook ac1. The rook is also coming. And yes, Black has this lovely center control, but actually White just plays around it.
Yeah, it looks very nice, but you can play d3 with Black, but this is containable. It's not like when Black goes e3, everything explodes and Black wins. So looks like Sandhu has successfully navigated the insane complications. But this game is going to continue to be crazy for the next couple of moves. And imagine playing this in a time scramble. I mean, it's just going to get crazy.
Yeah, the good news for White is that it's a chaotic position, but after all, everything makes sense. Yeah, that you don't really have weaknesses. Rook c1 is so thematic. Yeah, you just bring that last piece into the play, and it's more up to Black to come up with some confusion. Yeah, so with some problems for White. White will just keep on stabilizing.
Exactly. So looks pretty solid for Sandhu. We can look at the Eileen Roebers game as well.
Yeah,
who has the Jababa London.
Exactly. Let's update that game because you were the big maestro, and things actually went along the lines you mentioned. Yeah, that a3, knight c6, bishop takes c6, bc6, knight a4. This all happened. Black immediately tried to trade off this powerful knight from e5. Forget the question mark. I'm a believer in this knight d7 move. Takes, long castles, f6, and now the big question comes that couldn't White have found a way to avoid e5 break?
I guess rook e1 comes to mind, but then
yes,
then
I
Black
even
plays
don't know which
rook e8.
I don't know which rook to e1, but because look at this, what finally happened makes actually some sense for Black. Knight c5, e5, bishop h6, queen e7, rook d1. Rook d1 criticized by computer, rook c8, and rook e2, bishop c8. Slowly Black regroups. Rook he1, but still
So
the
does White.
position. Yeah, okay, there is still a lot of pressure on the e5 pawn.
Very unpleasant position, I think, because your bishop is bad, your pawn on e5 is weak. You're like essentially moving back and forth, and White can put pressure on the pawn with queen c3. White can go in some positions queen a5, and big time disparity. Black is down to 13 minutes. Tough situation for Vaishali here, I think.
Yes, and also how do you keep on to your e5 pawn? Yeah, it's the reason also why I think Ellen is doing extremely well, that she's not rushing bishop take g7, because bishop take g7 would somehow release the tension. Yeah, for example, instead of rook h1, something like bishop g7, maybe, first of all, I don't know, queen takes or king takes, but the idea is that Black will have the idea rook e7, rook fe8. Yeah, I don't know, queen g7, rook he1, rook e7, followed by rook fe8, more stability, or also from king take g7, rook he1, then Black can try to play queen d6, rook e7, rook fe8. If I'm in time, I'm alive, but maybe you are in time to start asking questions on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, knight d3 maybe, but your point is well taken. I think this is the ideal construction for Black is doubling for rooks.
Yeah, having said that, then also Black could play the move queen d6. So maybe actually Black is trying to capture with the queen on g7 and get rook e7, rook fe8 in. White has a lovely position, that's for sure.
Definitely. Great stuff by Eileen Roebers' second game in a row. And okay, we can probably travel back to the open section with that, unless there's any other games you wanted to check out.
Well, what happened in the first board? This Leningrad
good question.
Dutch. Yes, Leningrad Dutch. I want to just have an update there. After our e5, d takes e5, d takes e5, we're kind of puzzled what happens next. Maybe bishop a3. We finally agreed that knight takes e5 was not that good. White played queen c2. I'm not liking this move. Yeah, e4.
Yeah, a little feeble.
Yeah, seems like black is getting everything what she wanted from this operation.
Mm-hmm. Great maneuvering play by Tan Chong-yi.
Yeah, she's very good. She's extremely good in strategical play. Let's see, 2 bishop e6. Queen d2. Okay, white is... Look at this, how beautifully also white understanding that something went wrong and she came up with this queen c1 correcting her mistake and knight c2, queen d2 regrouping. I'm loving this because changing the character of the game and creating some practical problems to the opponent.
Yeah, really good resistance. Knight b4 almost forced, and bishop d4, queen b2, or bishop c5. Wow, okay.
Yes.
Tactics. Nice tactics.
Very nice. Yes, and okay, black probably is doing fine, but definitely white has been very creative in the last couple of moves.
I would even consider the exchange sack, rook takes d2 and rook takes c2. But yeah, it's still a very double-edged position. Knight c5 at the end of that line would be unpleasant.
Yes, just to highlight what you are mentioning, that yes, of course, black is by no means forced to do the exchange sacrifice, but after rook e2, you mean knight c5 immediately or first take?
No, it occurred to me that bishop f8, black can play bishop f8 and cover the c5 square. I like black's compensation here, but maybe white can just chase the rook along the second rank, like rook e1, rook c2, rook c1.
Yes, because you can't avoid the trade. Black can't trade the rooks, and then you will just... It might be some kind of a draw.
Yeah, pretty far-fetched, but maybe this happens.
No, I don't think that it happens because black will want to continue the game. It's clear that she was willing to take risks in order to get a playable position. She got it. And she will, rook d2, bishop e7. On the other hand, you are right. If not for the exchange sacrifice, then the b4 pawn is hanging.
And black might be just worse down a pawn. So rook e2 is quite likely, I think.
Wow. Okay, that's very interesting. Because it looked like it's a... No, nope. Rook takes d1 played. Okay, so rook d1, rook takes d1, and what will be the trick?
Yeah, I don't quite get it yet. Oh, maybe... No, that doesn't seem right. I was thinking about a crazy idea like rook a8, bishop takes b4, bishop takes c4.
Yes, this is the line, but knight b6,
knight b6
and then bishop takes e2 or what? No, but...
Knight b6, bishop takes e2, and rook a6.
Yes, it's super deep. It's crazy.
Wow. I mean, calculating that and pretty quickly is really impressive. Now, it's not the end of the story on knight c8, but black keeps the extra pawn.
Yeah, knight c8, because the black bishop is falling back to d3, stopping the white rook from being active. Wow, stunning line. We're gonna see this.
Yeah, really interesting deep games across the board today.
Wow, yeah, okay. Lot of fight ahead. And rook a8 played.
Yeah, where bishop takes b4 seems essential, because otherwise bishop takes c4 could happen. And then black plays bishop takes c4 anyway.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so this is a big battle.
Yeah.
And what else? Yeah, probably now it's time to go back to the open section.
All right, we can go to the bird's eye view first. We have one result. It's early draw, Aronian Cheparinov. And we're being told that Sam Shankland has a very interesting battle. We also want to check into Caruana Niemann. Could we quickly stop by Shankland's game?
Yeah, let me find it.
And Sam, of course, is someone I've known for over a decade. Really, ever since he started playing. He's also from the San Francisco Bay Area. Homegrown GM. He learned chess at age 11, which is crazy for modern times. I mean, Botvinnik learned chess at age 12, but Sam is a very unique story. He was rated 1300 at age 14, and he's just the hardest worker that I know. So he's made tremendous progress since then, obviously.
Yeah, I have very high respect for Sam for a very long time. But what do we see here? So
isn't he winning?
White has sacrificed or lost the queen?
Or both. He lost it, so then he decided to sacrifice it.
Yeah, because there is some compensation, of course, rook and minor piece for the queen, but yeah, things are...
How did this happen? Can we check how he lost the queen?
Exactly. Okay, it started out from Caruana with knight f3, knight c3. This typical idea of giving up the bishop quickly for establishing dark square. Yes, dark square control. Then, yeah, this is always a big question, like the two bishops or the dark squares. Yeah, and this is a typical idea that you want to make sure that you fix things that white will not be able to nicely coordinate forces. This is how things started out. And this is how things escalate. Queen c7, rook f1, knight h5, and white sacrificed. Wow.
Wow. I guess knight g3 hurt really bad, so he felt desperate. But I'll be honest, queen h5 just looks bad.
But okay, positionally it's kind of nice. I like the idea. The only problem is that often what we like, it's not what is best.
Yeah, maybe I'm influenced by the eval bar. I admit it, but
yeah, no, I understand actually from the white side why white felt like, okay, come on, look at this lovely center. The position is closed, yeah, so the queen is not active, but queen is a queen, yeah, and that's the problem. In long terms, it should matter.
Up a queen.
Yeah, exactly. So g6, and that's the problem. You get the e4 square, but black immediately blocks everything. g6, bishop g4, knight d7. The knight is getting activated to d5. Knight f3, bishop e7. And this is how we reach that current position with knight e3. A very nice shot, because this hurts.
Yeah, nasty move, because you don't want to give up c2, but if you give up your bishop, after bishop e3, d3, you can't take the pawn, obviously, because of many reasons, queen b6 or bishop c5. If you don't take the pawn, then it kind of metastasizes. Black can play queen b6 anyway, and then the pawn becomes a problem. It's like a splinter. So, really unpleasant. Bishop on g4 is also lame. It's just sitting there.
Actually, I would go as far if that bishop would be on b3. White would more or less be fine in a sense that he has stability, but with a bishop on g4, this looks dead lost to me now.
Impressive stuff by Sam. Obviously, Morali beat Carlsen with black in the previous tournament, so you know he's got a lifetime achievement under his belt, but facing some very difficult opposition here.
Yes, wow. Okay. Sam on fire. Okay, he had a slow start yesterday. He drew, but if he wins, if he gets to a plus score, then that's a great start. Very good start.
We should also go back to the Hans game. I feel like there's been some mistakes, but you can totally take the lead. We can pick a different game, but maybe just real quick.
Well, it's a very important game, and I feel like everything is working to perfection for Fabi. Look at this control. The bishop on e3 is so much more powerful than the knight on e7, because white is the one who is controlling the d file. Yeah, so any kind of rook d7 entries are hanging in the air. I'm just loving white's coordination.
When I look at this position, I just immediately think, okay, this is a Fabiano Caruana game. He has like typical, small positional advantage. He's so good at squeezing the tiniest plus from a position, and he calculates, really, really intensively during the game, which makes him hard to play. So why is it so bad according to the eval bar? Is there a tactic or something? Or is
Well,
it just positionally bad? Rook d7? I don't know. Rook d7 f5? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's also kind of a question that what happens next, but just very quickly. So we have seen it after d5. We felt like Fabi is getting something out of it. Takes, queen d7, queen d3, exactly, natural play. And yes, if you have to give up your bishop, you're clearly aiming to break with d5, but this is not bringing enough relief. This is not enough. Queen takes d5, rook fd1. Exactly, Fabi judging that, yeah, please trade the queens, because you can't fight for the d file. Finally, the a7 pawn will be hanging. That's why black has to keep the tension with rook d8. Then white sidestep queen e2, queen a5, queen g4. When we looked at the position, I felt like the bishop e3, queen g4 combo, that's what makes me very happy from the white side. And black has now committed this big error according to the computer, queen a6, trying to control some light squares.
Yeah, looks a little bit awkward. Fabi takes on d8. And what's his follow-up? Is it just rook d1? Is he going to go after the d file?
Wow, just like this, simple chess.
But the most beautiful chess is the straightforward, give me the d file, because then my queen is going to infiltrate decisively to d7 or d8. Just
exactly.
Vintage
Look
Fabiano
at this.
chess.
There is no good defense against queen d8 check. And knight c6 probably just loses to queen d7.
g6, bishop h6, just Swiss cheese on the king side.
Yes. This is impossible. And h6 runs into queen e8 check, and white picks up the f7 pawn. Wow, that's it. Hans in a lot of trouble, because if he has to give up, if he has to move his rook away from the d file, then no way he gonna survive. Then rook comes to d7.
Yep.
And that's it.
And rook, he can't even play rook d6, because just bishop c5, and that knocks the rook off of its perch. Maybe f5 there, but rook takes d6 and white wins. Okay, so Hans's position is really nasty.
Yeah, that was... now we understand why queen a6 was a mistake, because queen a6, in a sense that if probably if black's pawn would be on h6, queen a6 would have been a great move, because strategically it was a good move, but exactly move per move concretely did not work because of this takes rook d1. Sometimes the simplest thing is the easiest to miss.
That's very well said. Wise words. Actually, rook takes d8 I think is very hard to find, because it's so unintuitive that the way that you put pressure is by trading pieces, because normally the more cramped side benefits from trading pieces, but this is an exception because of the d file, and that's why chess is such a cool game.
Yes, it's fantastic, yeah. And Fabiano, I feel like this Isle of Man is so much suitable for Fabi. Every single tournament he plays brilliantly. He enjoys there. Yes, every year he's. But now this year he's not only playing well in Isle of Man. He plays well in every single tournament he plays.
And he's doing an amazing podcast while he's at it. I was on the podcast recently, and Fabi is just a born natural at podcasting. It's so fun to listen to. And he's actually credited it, I think, to kind of relaxing him and putting him in a good mindset. And we know how much of top chess is mindset. It's a huge component. Peter, obviously, you have spent most of your career at the very highest level. Can you attest to that? Like, how much of it is psychology?
Yes, absolutely. It's always very nice to find the way how you can get your inner balance right, how you can ease the pressure, because the players are under tremendous pressure during the tournament. If you are not at tournament, then non-stop working, you have to take care of your openings, and basically, if you keep on working non-stop, also the computers are asking if you have solved 1,000 questions, 5,000 questions appear, and you are non-stop in this wheel that you can't get out of. And if you find the way how you balance it, and then you get all these extra energies, then I think it helps tremendously.
Yeah, well said. That's great insight. And Fabi's in a good place in his mind. He's in a good place at the board. And he's in a good place this tournament. Off to a great start. Okay, lots of other top games still going on. I'll give you the choice.
Okay, quick update on Etienne Bacrot against Richard Rapport. Things kind of calmed down, and we see that Etienne has also speed up. It did feature our line after knight f4, bishop g4 finally was played, bishop d6, bishop f5, bishop takes e5, very important. Ooh. Not allowing that stabilization of the e5 square. And the knight from f4 will find a lovely spot on e6 to fall back to. Mm-hmm. That's why I think the position is kind of equal, because white has his own play, and white is going after that knight on e6. You can't tolerate this for too long. Eventually you will be challenging that knight, and there we go, knight d4, c5 played as well. It's now resembling some kind of an open Spanish structure, only that the pawn is on b7.
Yeah, now knight b5 comes to mind. The drawback is that you leave the knight alone on e6, but you have your own outpost on d6. Black also has f3, which is a button that he can press at some point to weaken the light squares. I would prefer black here. I think black might be a little bit better practically. Maybe white should just take on e6 and play f3, but then the e5 pawn is kind of a weakness.
Yes, takes f3 is a very solid way, but it also gives away any hope for fighting for advantage. Maybe white has already given up on that long ago, like rook f5 targeting that pawn, and it's not so easy to protect it comfortably.
Yeah, because king f2, there's rook e8, I think.
Yeah, I'm also after queen e2, I'm coming rook e8.
Yeah, why is this equal? I don't understand.
Yeah, it's not that obvious. And the other way of playing for more with knight b5, of course, the knight can land on d6. It looked promising, but we have to deal with these f3 ideas. Yeah, f3,
very
g3.
Risky. Queen c6 maybe, just to get to d7. Very primitive.
Queen c6, knight d6, but then knight d6. Once I land the knight on d6, I'm happy.
Oh, because queen d7, there's queen takes d5. I forgot the pawn was hanging.
Yes. Actually, I was even already thinking, like, can I after f3 ignore everything and go knight d6? Mm-hmm. It's also kind of a possibility, but it's a very big call, very tough call for Etienne. I think that practically, actually, he probably has to go for the complications, because knight takes e6, queen e6 is so easy for black, unless he sees a very clear way of shutting the game down. And if that's his desire, he should be going for knight b5.
But he is down on the clock. He's down to 19 minutes, so it's not going to be easy to handle those complications for the next 20 moves until time control on move 40. I think you pointed this out yesterday. It sounds like such a long time control, 7-hour game, and yet the players are somehow always in time pressure. It's like no matter how much time they get, they just revert down to time pressure.
Exactly, because if you have a lot of time, you feel obliged to use it. Yeah, and then the more you think, the more questions appear. Then you are thinking for yourself, you are thinking for your opponent, you are trying to find best moves for both sides. And you can so easily invest like half an hour for almost nothing. Finally, you end up making only one move. You wasted half an hour because all your thoughts that you spend are actually not even important for the game that you are playing. It's only afterwards in the post-mortem or after to your coach, you can explain, I calculated this. This was very interesting. There was another idea. You live your own life there.
Crazy. I mean, sometimes I wish I could play like Nepo in classical, but that contains its own risks. I mean, then you start to blunder.
Exactly. And basically, I always think that you always have to find your own balance. Yeah, just trying to imitate someone, or just because someone is successful with the play of spending time or not spending time, it doesn't mean that you should be following him. You have to find your own rhythm. That's very important.
Yeah, don't look at Grishuk and be like, oh, he likes to have 1 minute after 10 moves. I'm going to do the same. There's only one Alexander Grishuk.
And Talking about Grishuk, I feel very sorry for both him and Dubov. As I heard, they got visa issues. They didn't get the visas. They wanted to play in the Grand Swiss, and we are really missing them. It's always fantastic to see both of them participate.
Yeah, Dubov always brings so many creative ideas to the table. And knowing him personally, he's just an unassuming person. So same with Alexander Grishuk. Hope to see them in tournaments in the future, but obviously lots of names this year to go around.
Yeah, and finally knight takes e6 played, which is a soft move, but maybe the right practical choice. However, Etienne has to show us what he has in store after queen takes e6, f3, for example, rook f5.
Yeah, it's going to be nasty for Mr. Bacrot.
It's not easy, and sometimes even simplifying the position, but it does not mean that it will be easier to handle, because when you go for the complications, then the moves are complicated, but they come more naturally.
Exactly. So there's f3. I mean, you have to stop the black pawn with the black queen able to access h3, and this gives black the time to start surrounding that pawn. Richard is 27-52, and sometimes people forget how good he is. And you obviously know him well, I assume.
Exactly. I wanted to ask who are the persons who forgot how good Richie is. I want to know them.
I think some chess fans. His name isn't mentioned as often as it should be. I have the highest respect for him, and I always liked his games because he would play crazy openings, and I like to play crazy openings too. And he made it possible. C4 and G4 earlier in his career. Just a fascinating player.
Yes, absolutely. And I think the reason why people are not having him so much on the radar that he doesn't play so often. Yeah, that's I think that's the point. Yeah, if he would be playing non-stop, then for example, he skipped the World Cup. I still don't understand how could he skip the World Cup, because he would be one of the favorites. Yeah, so but also Alireza has skipped the World Cup. There were all kinds of mysterious things happening there, and we are so happy to see them now here.
Yeah, it's incredible to have a tournament like this to look forward to every year, where there is so much at stake. Okay, we can maybe choose one more game before our next break.
Exactly. I wanted to ask any suggestion from the chat. We are waiting for suggestions. We are very happy to.
Yeah, there's just so much to look at. I think we're probably going to go on a break now, and then maybe choose a game when we return. This is the second round of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage. 3 hours into the round, but obviously tons of action still to follow. The most interesting action still to follow. We wanted to remind you of the new chessable course by Fabiano. You'll see that in the video. And we will be back with more coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss in just a couple of moments.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabiano Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
I was here!
I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try. 8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
Back at round 2 of the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Peter Lecko, GM Daniel Naroditsky covering this really interesting round where most of the games are going past the 3-hour mark with this very generous time control. What do you make of the action so far?
Well, Hans in a lot of trouble. Fabi in a dream situation. He has everything under control. He has the initiative. He has invaded with his rook to the 7th rank. And I just don't see how Hans can stay in the game. Look at that gorgeous rook on d7. And yeah, knight g6 played. Now, for example, queen f3 seems to be like a very unpleasant double attack on the b7 and the f7 pawns. I'm not really seeing how black can survive this.
Black is collapsing, I think. After queen f3, you can't even go rook f8 because of bishop c5. It's a disaster. You're going to lose your whole queen side.
It's a complete collapse, and we talked about this, yeah, that if you give some freedom for a player like Fabiano, yeah, he gets the easier position to play, and he's running no risk. That's very difficult to handle. And then one inaccuracy brings another inaccuracy. Yeah, you find yourself in an uncomfortable situation. The clock is ticking. Then you finally make one impulsive move like Hans with this queen a6, and then the position is just completely falling apart. Very well played by Fabiano.
Yeah, Fabi's in incredible form. He's in like 2014 Singfield Cup form right now. But Hans is also just... Fabi is a terrible opponent for Hans. He just can't seem to find his touch against Caruana over their recent games.
Yeah, it's we heard that it was 4-0 now, so Fabiano seems to be winning with the white pieces. It will make it 5-0. But there are opponents like this, yeah, when you often you can't even really explain why things are working like this. That somebody beats the other guy beats the other, and all this circle goes on, and you just can't really explain. But all these memories, yeah, then you need some game, yeah. If you manage to win or play a good game against your nemesis, then you get this confidence that okay, I can play against him. That can help in the future.
Did you have anybody that you really liked to play of the top players?
Well, actually, you know, the point is that, for example, against Levon Aronian, I was struggling all my life. I just, Queen F3 played. Fabi, actually, exactly, Fabi was my favorite opponent. I have a lovely score. I think it's connected with the fact that I started playing him when he was still very young. He was upcoming. And the way of the chess that he was playing actually suited me perfectly. And then I collected a couple of wins when I was still kind of the favorite, and all these nice memories and all these feelings helped me later on when Fabi was already brilliant. But I still played very comfortably against him.
You beat him pretty recently, right? In a Bundesliga, I want to say.
Very recently, it was 2019. Yes, it was 4.5 years ago.
Depends on one's definition of recently, I guess.
Yes, but the very first game I played against Fabiano was in 2008 in Dresden Olympiad. Yeah, he was very young, but he was already 2650, and it was clear that he will be climbing. Then next time I played him, he was already 2700. Then next time I played him, he was 2780. Yeah, just unbelievable. Yeah. Yes, it no matter how our games ended, he kept on climbing like in crazy. And he was massacring everyone along the way.
Incredible chess player with such a storied career, which continues to unfold. And this game is just a testament to his current form. He's blowing Hans off the board, honestly. And positionally, the middle game lasted 10 moves, and it's just over.
Yeah, it now already even hurt my eyes. We should probably move on. And we also heard that Anish Giri has actually a very interesting position against Rasmus Swane.
Speaking of like your eyes hurting, whoa, Yuri's completely winning now. What happened?
Yeah, exactly. Because we missed out during the break. We had a position like this. Please make sense of it.
Okay,
yes.
Black has 4 minor pieces, White has 3, but White has 2 rooks and Black has 1. That's fact
but
1.
The
but Black
knights
is picking up another piece, it seems.
Yes. So basically just that's how things escalated. So just very quickly, it's a traditional kind of Queen's Indian, nothing spectacular so far, fairly standard. Both players are playing the routine moves. Knight f8, knight is going to e6, knight b5, and c5 happened. And this is where all this knight dances started. d takes c5, b takes c5, knight c4, showing great understanding by Rasmus. Yeah, this is a typical idea. Knight e6, bishop e5, and here knight g4. Okay, here now Anish shows some super high class. Knight g4, knight cd6, and Rasmus miscalculates. Bishop c6. Wow. Yes.
Might have missed that move, honestly.
Yeah, a quiet little move. Yeah, you calculate all the crazy lines, and then suddenly you miss something. And knight takes e8, knight e5. And the knight is trapped on e8. And this is how we ended up in this line. Knight ec7, takes, bishop takes d5, rook d8, e4, and White is fighting for his life. But the 2 minor pieces are just way too superior here.
Yeah, and then there's ideas that involve rook d2, like queen b7, bishop c6, queen c6, queen e2. There's this very unpleasant move, rook d2. And then, and there's some beautiful tactics here. Queen e3. I'm trying to make bishop g5 work, but White has f4. Yeah, and maybe White repels. But still, Black can just chill on d2. There's no threat. Queen
you can also just collect the pawn, if you want.
Yeah, why not? Rook takes a2, queen h6, I mean.
Yes, it should be technically winning. Yeah, it's looking very nice for Anish. It should be winning. Another thing that when you are winning, then you don't need any fancy things. because okay, usually the side who is in danger is the one who is hoping that things get messy, and maybe he can hope for some miracle.
But 3
What
minutes
happened?
and
Bishop?
50 seconds of Bishop. Oh!
Even this.
He's winning the exchange.
Even this.
Oh, it's just over. Knight d3 is that might be game.
And look at this. Rasmus has only 3.5 minutes. Yeah, he heavily
23
miscalculated. Yeah.
Rasmus doesn't lose like this often. I mean, game is still going, but I'm assuming that nothing crazy happens.
Yeah. No, I think that he played this brilliantly with knight c4, and maybe it carried him away. Yeah, he lost concentration. He was enjoying too much that he plays such brilliant chess. Yeah, and okay, it's very easy. I know this how it feels. Yeah, bishop e5. It seemingly you have everything under control. You played beautifully. You are setting some knight d6 and knight bd6, knight cd6, tons of options, and then suddenly Anish navigated the complications with this knight g4, knight cd6, bishop c6, and all of a sudden you are lost.
These top players are like foxes, you know, or cockroaches maybe, but that's not a very flattering analogy. But it's incredible the way that every time you think you finally are able to grab the initiative, they always find some way out of it. It's an incredible property of the top players, and we take it for granted. But it's spread to almost everybody, as we discussed yesterday.
Yes, yeah, it's the top guys. When things escalate, when things get out of control, that's actually the moment when they can show their real mastery. Yeah, because when things are under control, then all the normal human beings, yeah, just the normal, ordinary, good grandmasters are also able to play brilliant, perfect games. But in chaos and everything, then of course top guys have the better overview.
Indeed. A random point, just illustrating how brutal the Isle of Man tournament is. Alice Lee, she lost yesterday to Elizabeth Potts in a quick game. You know who she's playing now? Polina Shabalova.
Wow. Yes. Actually, the same applies to Mishra, because Mishra lost yesterday to Sarana, and whom is he facing today? Actually, I even wanted to take a look at this game. Santos Latasa. Not an easy pairing after you lost your game.
But he seems to be doing pretty much okay. Looks like a Najdorf, an h5 Najdorf.
Yes, it was a Najdorf. Now the last couple of moves feature some trade on c5. Takes, okay. But my first thought was like white is doing great, because I have the c5, yeah, rook takes c5, rook c6, but actually I had problem with the d5 pawn. And after bishop takes c5, there always will be counterplay against the h3 pawn. Yeah, probably black falls back with the queen to d7. Yeah, already played.
I'm curious what Santos's next move is.
Yeah, things are out of control. It's the typical Najdorf when you want to shut down one idea, but then another idea appears. It's not easy. So okay, we took a look at this. Anyone suggesting us something special? We are very happy.
Absolutely,
to jump
we've got some draws already. Nair Martirosyan, Melkumian Maksudlu. There's the Sarana game against Royal Shreyas. Maybe we can look at the bird's eye view real quick, just at the top 10 boards, and then we can keep circling around. Okay, so what's happening here? Couple draws. Wow, Anton Giharo Erigaisi is just a mess. Abdusattorov.
Wow, Predke against Duda is very interesting. Actually, Duda seems to be under a lot of pressure, but a very crazy, complicated position.
Let's go to that game. Duda might be in some trouble there. White's got a lot of pieces around Black's king.
Yeah.
Yeah, typical Predke, very aggressive player.
Very aggressive and with a very good preparation, because if you are aggressive, you have to have great preparation. Otherwise, it does not work.
Okay, my mouth is watering. Like rook takes h7 is an idea. Wait, what actually happens after rook h7? I'm assuming it doesn't work. Maybe just knight takes d2.
Rook h7 immediately, yeah, so aggressive.
No, knight d2, it doesn't work.
Yes.
there's just nothing. I mean, you can't play queen h5. That's the problem.
That's the problem. Yeah, the rook on e5 does great job protecting h5 and also pins. Well, maybe you should just fall back with the bishop to
Bishop c1. Yeah.
To c1, or you also have a bishop g5 tempo move. Of course, we are also, again, just joining this crazy battle. It's not easy for us to navigate, to make sense of all this.
The benefit of bishop g5 is that maybe rook h7 then becomes possible.
But bishop g5 might have queen b4 hitting the rook on e1 with a tempo. Does that make sense?
It certainly does. It's a very nasty move. And then maybe rook e2, but that buys black a tempo. But still looks bad. Rook e2, it feels like white's got a huge attack.
So bishop g5. I played queen b4, you played rook e2.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Leaving the king side with my queen is not ideal. And there are all kinds of threats, yeah? All this knight f6, knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, mating threat on g7.
Rook h7 is a huge threat.
Yeah, also. All right, so let's just see the last couple of moves, because I have seen g4 was a stunning move. That was brilliant, breaking black's defensive lines. G4, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, bishop d7. Yeah, trying to develop. It's criticized by the computer, but okay, try to make a better move. You have to develop. G takes f5, rook f5, and knight e4. Sensational stuff, not counting material. The whole point of g4 was actually to get access to the e4 square. So it's some very deep concept. Queen e7, queen g4, rook takes e5, bishop c2, quietly bringing that bishop. Yeah, computer was criticizing this, but it's just fantastic move. And after knight c4, we are expecting some bishop g5. All right, what else can I do after bishop g5?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, the queen can be kept. The exchange sack looks bad. Okay, it doesn't work. So it has to be a queen move.
Well, it's I would consider it. But okay, you take knight g5, and I have trouble with the h7 and also with the e6 pawn. That's the problem. And also the knight on c4 is hanging, by the way, pardon me. So this is completely out of possibility. So bishop g5, then what do we do?
What if queen f7? But then rook h7 already.
Then already, yeah, because knight takes d2 is not anymore there.
Wow.
Well, but I somehow feel like there should be at least something that Duda is relying on.
Yeah, and that's
also
maybe
white,
stopping Predke.
Also, white hasn't blitzed out the move bishop g5 yet, yeah? So it's kind of indicating. On the other hand, also computer said that bishop g5 was not the best move, yeah? It's one of the candidates, but maybe there's also something else.
Yeah, that is a plausible theory. He might have bishop g5 in his pocket, and maybe there's another tempting option that is yet to be uncovered.
Yeah, but okay, for us, if bishop g5 works, we don't need anything else.
Yeah, bishop g5 is such a natural move. Knight c3, apparently.
What?
Wow, that
White
did not
can
occur
play
to me
knight
at all.
c3? No, I did not even. If you asked me to name 10 moves, I would have not mentioned it.
That's a typical engine move. I mean, knight c3 is just classic random retreating move. Everything hangs and then everything works because the knight on c4 hangs. It's a double attack on the knight on c4 and the pawn on h7. So I believe it.
Yeah, this is completely crazy. If Predke finds it, then it's amazing, yeah, because this is just completely insane. On the other hand, it's probably not necessary. This is the good news for him.
Clearly, Duda missed it. What's so hard about this move is that not only are you not moving the bishop, you're actually exposing it to an attack. And I'm stunned by this move.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Normally people say that you get disqualified by playing a move like knight c3. No, it's don't do this. It's but it will also never cross your mind over the board. It's just impossible.
It's okay. I know some FMs who would find this in a Title Tuesday game.
Yeah, well, but bishop g5. I'm very happy just to play this move. Yeah, I don't need this very fancy knight c3, which I will never ever find. And bishop g5 was good enough.
Yeah, lots of good choices here for Predke. Wait, did he make a move?
No, not yet. No, bishop g5
he did play
played,
bishop
yes.
g5. Okay,
Exactly,
he didn't see
correct.
It. He didn't see it, yeah.
I mean, forget everyone about this question mark. It's a good move. It's the best move, best human move.
It's just, I love the fact that we're not using an engine actively, because the worst thing is when you use an engine and you see knight c3, you start convincing yourself that the move is obvious, because once you understand its intention, you already know what to look for. And people don't realize that when you don't know what to look for, these moves are impossible.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's very enjoyable. Just, yeah, sometimes we are suggesting complete crap, but at least we have the so-called human logic behind the moves. We are trying to understand what's going on. And we find bishop g5. The first reaction was bishop g5. I want to go queen before it's a tempo. And then you just calm me down with a quiet little move, rook e2. And ever since I'm kind of wondering that, do I have a defense here at all? Or it's just that knight f6 is coming, the bishop is opening up, the g file is opening up, and how do I handle this?
As my coach would say, the position is breathing.
Wow.
Pretty amazing.
No, it's,
Predke doing great.
Yeah, stunning. And yesterday we have seen Duda delivering some brilliances in his game. Now he's in the receiving end. This is the Grand Swiss. This is this tournament all about. No safety. Every game is super tough.
Looks like Anish Giri is about to complete his stellar play against Rasmus Svane. We could quickly stop by that game and just make sure that the technique is proceeding smoothly. And then I wanted to check Ali Reza and Hikaru's game.
Yes.
It's been a while since we've yeah, okay, this is about to end.
Yeah. Okay, it's piece up and no imminent danger for black, so this should be completely winning. Let's go to Ali Reza first.
Ooh.
Wow, this is the current position.
Looks very nice for white. He's up a pawn.
It's up a pawn. On the other hand, I think the situation is not as simple as it looks, because normally if you have the two bishops, you have the pair of bishops, and you are pawn up, it should be elemental win. On the other hand, the position is still a bit tricky. Black is trying to set up some kind of a fortress with knight d7, knight c5, bishop g7, king f7, put that bishop on f6. If black is able to get that construction, then it won't be easy. So I guess Ali Reza is trying to go for some break with c4, c5, and look at this. After rook d1, which just happened, the evil bar has almost fallen back to equality.
Your explanation was very compelling. Like bishop g7, put the knight on c5, and the pawn on a3 is nice and all, but it's basically never going to go up to a4. And if you can keep the e7 pawn protected, where are white's entry points to black's position? Now, 3 minutes, 30 seconds for Rauf for 10 moves. Unenviable situation, but he's a great blitz player. I think he's capable of keeping the balance.
Yes, I think what Rauf is thinking about, let me get the stability and I will handle the rest. The move rook d1 indicates to me that somewhere Ali Reza is maybe planning to play c4, c5. The big question is, which move order is now best? Because there is also argument for knight a4, hitting that rook, but then the rook might go to e3, which hinders me from getting the bishop out from f8 to g7. Yeah, that's kind of the question. So I'm kind of also tempted to start with bishop g7, hitting that rook like this, and after rook e3 then to play bishop f6. And that would somehow make perfect sense.
Yep, and then knight a4, knight c5, that main idea. I'm not sure what the rook is doing on d1 either, so... No, originally it looked very good for white, but the more we look at it, the more savable Mamedov's position seems.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Okay, he played the move knight a4, which I was not that happy with due to rook e3.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget that eventually, what I'm worried of, that maybe white will open up a new front with g4. That's what I'm really worried of.
Maybe
Because
rook e3... Go ahead.
Yes? No, go ahead.
I was just going to propose rook e3, knight b6 artificial idea, but sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, I just wanted to highlight that if white plays the move g4, there is no way black can shut the bishop out of the game on e2. One way or another, the bishop will enter, because after fg4, bishop take g4, immediately the bishop activated itself, and otherwise if white is able to take gf, then suddenly black's king will be very vulnerable, and we can give a check on the g file. There will be eventually bishop h5, check idea against king f7, so g2, g4 is a very key idea.
It is indeed, and rook e3 threatens g4, and once the king side opens up, black can easily get mated. Lots of games are close to finishing. We're getting word that Hikaru might have made a draw against Sadhwani. I haven't corroborated that yet, but we could take a look at it. And
Yes.
Ben Forrest apparently is also losing, so another game to check out at some point.
Wow, yes, so Sadhwani against Hikaru ended in a draw, probably some repetition of moves. So what happened? Yes, it was repetition.
Yep.
Wow, it was very difficult to create something. White is just so solid.
And so is black. Yeah.
Yes, it's mutual respect. Wow, okay, so Hikaru has a slow start. On the other hand, there is absolutely no reason to panic, because now he gets the white pieces. If he wins that game, everything is okay. If he does not win, then it's time to think about, yes, maybe I have to look for drastic measures with the black pieces. But it's not yet. The time has not yet come for that.
Yeah, he's got 1 out of 2, and people think that's it. He's made 2 draws against lower-rated players, but both of them are super, super strong. And, this is just the beginning of the tournament. Ben Forrest apparently is losing.
Against Tersa Hakyan.
Ugh, what an ugly position.
Well, if you would only look at the position from on the queen side, bishop a2, bishop b2, it looks good, The only problem is that there is this damaged pawn structure on the king side. The bishop on c6, eyeing that king on g2. The f4 square is vulnerable, and it's black to move. Oh my god.
And there are tactics. There are some beautiful tactics. Knight f4, king h1, queen g4. I've been looking at it, and I can't find a defense. Because rook e3, there's rook d2. But maybe queen g3. Maybe queen g3. I'm not positive about rook d2. Rook d3 also looks good.
Yeah, it's hopeless because the bishop on c6, just look at this monster targeting that king on h1. There are all these anti-squares on the d file. It's almost like a question, does black win on the spot or black wins slowly? And that's not good news.
Yeah, worst case scenario, you can go knight d3 and get like a winning endgame. So this is a complete disaster in the making for JVF, who's lost some weird games recently. He lost that game to Kaidanov out of the opening, and here things just went downhill pretty quickly from a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, wow, it's not supposed to happen like this. It's black plays the Queen's Gambit accepted to be super solid. He's not even dreaming about such chances. What happened in the last couple of moves?
Yeah, it was a pretty double-edged position. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the point, that actually Yortam was extremely ambitious. Yeah, look at this. After knight b6, he sacrificed the pawn with d5. Rook fd8. He might have just missed or underestimated. Look at this. The computer gave double question mark to both d5 and the follow-up with king g2. So the idea might have been clever, but it simply did not work. Move pen move. Bishop e5. Rook b.
Dagger.
Okay. And he just lost the pawn like this.
And your position is just like almost collapsing with all the weak squares. This is, yeah, bishop h4 gh means cc knight f4. It's borderline over.
Yes, so far actually the Armenian players making a very strong impression because Martirosyan has beaten Yakuboev in the first round. That was a stellar start for him. Gabriel Sargsyan won his first game as well in the tournament. Hrant Melkumyan won as well. Now Terhesakyan is beating Jordan Fanforest. The Armenian players are on fire.
You can disagree with me on this, Peter, but I feel like Armenian players in general are underrated. Like all the 2600 Armenian GMs, you feel like you're playing 2700s. Like I played Hrant 3 times in classical chess, and every time I'm like lost by move 20. They're just incredible at openings, very creative across the board, but I don't know, maybe you had a different experience.
Well, I told you that I'm suffering against Levon all my life, so no, I have my own experiences. Yeah, they are super tough. Chess is super important in Armenia. I think they are getting good support. They get this feeling that the playing for the national team is something special. They are outperforming in all the Olympiads. Everybody is afraid to play the Armenians in the Olympiad. It's they have won 3 Olympic gold medals. Just incredible. What kind of power. And when people thought like, yeah, Levon left, and then suddenly last year they almost won the Olympiad, they took silver medal. It just shows the incredible strengths of what these players are capable of.
Even Sargsyan, who's a little bit older, is still amazing. And I think he did really well in that Olympiad. I want to say he was playing board 1.
Yes, he played board 1 and he was winning against one top guy after another. But Gabi was always the motor of the national team. He was just always brilliant.
So strong and over 2700 very recently. Okay, so this one is down the toilet for Van Forest. We have interesting games in the women's section. Maybe we can take the bird's eye view in the open section one more time just to like update on the top boards, because a lot of them are entering the 40th move time pressure. Okay, Hans resigned. Or no, he didn't. Sorry. I saw the one next to Caruana's name and I just thought, wait, did he win?
Yeah, well, but no moves yet. Also in the Bacrot game against Rapport, that rook f5 position is on the board and we are not exactly sure how to continue. But no, hang on. This bird's eye view is old. This is old.
Oh, maybe it didn't. Yeah, it possibly didn't update.
Let's go look at the at the Predke Duda. They are still 3-4 moves behind here.
Yeah, let's go to the Caruana game just to see where that's at. And we'll update the bird's eye view.
Wow. Okay. This is the updated position. The knight on h8 is protecting the f7 pawn, just trying to defend, to hang on. White is pawn up. White is winning. It's resignable.
Horrendous. Yeah, no, nothing to say here, honestly. Just a matter of technique, which can be tricky sometimes, but you've got the connected passers. I mean, you could probably push b4. Maybe black has chances with rook d1, but that doesn't even threaten anything because the white king can run out to g3.
Yes, and let's not forget that actually black's king is going to get checkmated immediately when the rook leaves the back rank.
Yep.
It's game over. Nothing to talk about.
Very interesting. Okay, so the other top games.
Yes, Bacrot against Rapport. Yes, we have some development, and we are very keen to know what happened after rook f5. The move queen e2 happened. Rook e8, queen b5. Yes, correct, approved by the engine. b6 and the nice little touch h3, creating luft. It's a very ugly move. You don't want to make it, but at the same time, this is what the position called for. Queen g6, queen d7, queen e6, queen b5. Do we see repetition? No. Richard continues, takes, queen d8 check, queen e8. Very important, because if the rook falls back to e8, then white picks up the d5 pawn, and if the queen falls back to e8, then white picks up the b6 pawn, and should be creating enough counterplay on the queen side to navigate, because White's king is in some kind of danger, like rook e2 is dangerous, but maybe not enough threats.
Rook e2, queen takes c5, I think, and queen g6.
Yes.
You have queen c8, queen g4 even, so... Or queen c8, queen d7, it's fine for white. I think Richard might actually repeat with rook e1 and queen g3, queen e1. It might come to the point where he just doesn't see another move.
Yeah, because after all, his pawns are vulnerable, and his king is also shaky. Yeah? If at least black would have h6, king h7, it would be a different story. Yeah? Then black has shelter for his king. He might be able to go all in, but it doesn't seem to work here.
Agreed. Okay, so this one is pretty much settled. Predke Duda apparently is winning for white, but I don't know if I trust that.
Well, it featured our line, bishop g5, queen b4, rook e2. Yeah. We didn't see a defense. And okay, g6 was the only move to stay in the game, but it stops both ideas. However, Predke just quietly invites that h-pawn that please move forward. And after h5, now he targets the g6 pawn, and that's the problem. Pawns don't go back, and I don't see how black can survive this.
There's some cool tactical lines, like if you go king f7, then there's queen f3 check and knight f6 check. Oh no, maybe rook f5 here, I apologize. That's not the move. I missed rook f5. But I'm sure there's a winning tactic here.
Yeah, there are plenty of possibilities. Also just moving the bishop away and then getting ready for knight g5 check. One alternative.
Maybe knight d6 and bishop takes g6.
Also, yeah, but just something like bishop h6 looks very tempting. Also.
Agreed. You can do it tactically and you can do it positionally.
Yeah, the problem for black is that one doesn't... Okay, something happened. What happened? Queen g3, queen takes b2. All right.
Whoa.
Okay, so Duda says, I'm lost, but at least let me collect some material. This puts some pressure on white, that white feels the need to deliver checkmate.
Yeah, I mean, the most tempting move for me is knight f6 check, because there's also the prospect of a discovered attack on the queen. And does this just end the game?
Oh, wow.
King
okay,
g7.
Knight takes f6.
No, bishop f6.
King g7. Yeah, knight f6, bishop f6. Looks like it's over. I don't see any trick.
Nope, queen c1, king g2. The problem is g6 is falling with mate.
Yes. No, but actually, what is the hope of Duda after knight f6 check? Where do we place that king? King h8?
I think king g7. I think maybe the best bet is king g7, but rook takes h5 came to mind.
Enjoying
no, it doesn't
the situation, but...
It's a bullet move.
But now I have rook take g5, then rook g5. Okay, but why would you go fancy? Then I have some queen c1 check, knight f4. No, don't do this.
You even have knight h5, gh, bishop c1, so...
Yes.
That seems safer. Yeah, this just wins on the spot.
Just collect, yeah. Because this bishop on g5 is so important. Yeah, it covers all the vital squares. What a performance by Predke. Of course, he still needs to win it, but what we have seen so far in this game indicates that he will deliver the final blow.
Yeah, it's plenty of time in 12 minutes. It's not a lot of time in general, but the position is clear enough to where you can calculate it in a couple minutes. So Predke is just going to have to calm his nerves. Yeah.
Yes, I remember hearing from Predke when he was like 25-50 for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And I just did not understand. Who is this Mr. Predke? I was even, writing in my notes that you have to follow Mr. Predke because he's brilliant in preparation. And then like 1 year later, it was 2690. It made sense.
Yeah. It sometimes happens. I check a player, they're like 2480. And you check again, they're like 2630. Wait, when did that happen?
And on the board, knight f6 check.
This might be goodbye Duda.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I have tremendous respect and faith in Duda's abilities handling any kind of situation. I have seen it. I have been commenting all this World and Blitz and Rapid Championships with 2 seconds on the clock, everything was hanging. I had no clue what's going on. He find the best moves, but this is just a hopeless situation.
Of all the top guys that I played in Rapid, Duda is the opponent I hate facing the most, because he can play really fast in complex positions, and he seems to spot every detail. So you just get into time pressure and then you're screwed. I mean, the same against MVL. He's got like 20 minutes and you've got 3 seconds, and they just keep posing problems.
Yeah. So okay, I think that here this is basically over. What else do we have? For example, this David Anton Erigaisi position, which was crazy. We looked like idiots. We were suggesting bad moves, but then finally we understood some finesses. Is still out of control.
Yeah, the queens are off the board, but the position is no less crazy.
Yeah, because okay, again, black has 2 minor pieces versus the rook, or one can argue that the 2 bishops, because knights is easy, but there is still some tension on the queen side. I wouldn't be naturally ruling out that white doesn't have counterplay here.
Mm-hmm. No, totally. This is a more solid setup than it looks for black, I think.
Yeah, but white is also still in the game. The big question is, how do we capture on g3? Or is there any case to be made that it's important strategically to push b4, b5, and then we just close our eyes? But I think that's probably too disparate. Otherwise, I would prefer just to take ag3.
I agree. It's simple, and it kind of keeps the tension, and it makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of a position. If white gets b4, b5 in, I'm not sure that one can really claim that black is better. It's a very massive position.
Yeah, at least visually, it seems like black has a very hard time coordinating his minor pieces. You can't go e4 because the d4 pawn is hanging. So it's one of those things where the computer doesn't tell the whole story.
Wow, but f take g3. Why?
Jeez. Very creative, maybe too creative.
Yeah, intuitively, I feel like this is very dangerous.
I mean, f5 becomes a problem later in life.
But, I was actually thinking that, okay, first of all, after f5, there is this knight takes d5 pin. But I was even thinking about some positional piece sacrifice, like take knight e5. If my pawn would be on b5 and you would not have knight c6, I would be tempted to even consider things like that.
I mean, if you put your pawn on b5 and the rook on a7, your white is winning. So, I mean,
yeah,
makes sense.
But okay, this. So, what is your take? Which side would you prefer? We see that the evaluation bar claims that black is clearly better, but is it so obvious?
Depends on the time control. In a bullet game, give me white. White is winning in a bullet game because black. There's no easy moves. In a classical game, probably black, and there we go. That's a case in point. Very deep move, retreating, bishop move, stopping b5, and suddenly it doesn't feel as scary anymore when white can't go b5.
Exactly. Yeah, this was also the situation I was thinking of, that can I somehow close my eyes, not take on g3 and push b5, but that was just too much, because the king side is falling apart. And after f take g3, bishop d7, very well played by Arjun. He might even just follow it up with some nice little move, king g7, making sure that there won't be any problem with the pin on the back rank. And slowly he should, maybe there is even some idea like bishop b5 and then knight c6, getting some more grip on the position.
Yeah, that black is starting to consolidate, and king g7 played instantly by Arjun. He had that move planned out. So we'll see if David Anton can whip up some complications, but at the moment it looks very promising for Arjun yet again. Great bounce back so far from the tragedy at the last round of Qatar.
Yeah, it's incredible, and Arjun shows his class in all these events. Yeah, that he can win games, he can create chances for himself. Of course, the game is not over yet. We, for example, see the evaluation bar even says like white improved in the last 2 moves, but one should not pay too much attention to computer. In this position, I believe that it's much more about humanly trying to stabilize. White has played this great move, rook e1 to a1. I believe that he wants to place that rook on a5, making sure that black will never be able to stabilize the b5 square, and ever knight c6 can be met by rook b5 as well, putting pressure on the b7 pawn.
Yep.
So David Anton is fighting hard.
He is indeed, but he's going to have to fight hard and fast because he's got under 3 minutes. So we're entering the time pressure phase in a lot of the games. We have a draw between Bacrot and Rapport, between Abdusattorov and Narayanan, and of course between Sadhwani and Nakamura. We knew that already. Some of the games starting to wrap up as we approach the 4-hour mark.
I also quickly want to take a look at Gabriel Sargsyan against Niklas Huschenbeth. We have been talking about Gabriel Sargsyan being an extremely strong player, very solid, very well prepared. Yesterday we have seen Huschenbeth playing some brilliant preparation, beating David Navarra. Well, now black has everything under control. It's drawish, but thanks to this bishop on c4, there is still so much to play for with black.
Yeah, it's pretty unpleasant. If you just play queen d7, rook d7, and knight c1, it's still uncomfortable. Black can play that for a win. There's no way that Sargsyan is just giving away a draw in this position. This is pure joy to play on the black side.
Yes,
you can never
because
lose.
There are still the knights. Yeah, so despite opposite colored position, yes, white has good chances of saving it, but black will be torturing white for a very long time. Okay,
More
we
great
can
stuff
move
from
on.
Sargsyan.
Yeah, we can move on. For example, Tabatabai Kuibakarov. I think it's also very important to take a look at this, because Kuibakarov, people might not know him. I also didn't really know him before, but I have seen a couple of his games, and I see that he's very ambitious, he's very dangerous, very well prepared, exactly like the modern chess players.
I was calculating very, very true. One of the top Australian talents of recent times. I was calculating a very funny line, rook d3. And at first I thought black can play queen takes c4, because if rook takes d6, then there's queen takes g2. But instead of rook takes d6, white has the winning move rook to g3, and suddenly black can't defend the pinned rook on... Oh, queen d4, queen d8. Nice.
Yes, so there is this problem, and queen d4 is met by queen d8. It's a super crazy position. What happened? The players have, I think, repeated at least once. So this was the position. Rook c4 played, rook cd1, queen c6, queen d8 check, rook g8, queen f6, and rook d3 on the board.
Yep.
Answered by rook c1.
Move, which makes sense, but I thought maybe h3 here. And it's not so easy, because rook g3 is going to be a big threat. No, but it probably doesn't work. Oh, yeah. If h3, then black can play rook g1, king g1, queen e4. Because if rook g3, there was a fork on e1 there. So I think we're going to see repetition.
We will come back to it. Suddenly the game was in progress. So yeah, here please go on again. h3.
Rook g1, king g1, queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no rook g3 because of queen e1 check.
Yes. Wonderful little detail, but it changes everything. Instead of white winning, white's getting checkmated. Great resource by rook c1, played a tempo.
Reminds me of the Huschenbeth Navarra game where you had to throw in this one check with the queen to keep the balance.
Yes, exactly. So, wow, rook c1, a stunning resource. And white is down to 40 seconds. That's why
Incredible.
He also keeps on repeating to collect the 30 seconds extra.
But I don't see him burning all the bridges with no time to make the next 10 moves. I think we're going to see a repetition here.
With this clock situation, yes, I'm also pretty positive about this.
Okay, we'll wait for his move, and then we'll go on a break. 14 seconds.
It's so important to create chances, because if your king is safe, you are willing to continue. When you feel under pressure, it's a whole different story.
Okay, we're about to see his move. He's gonna, queen d8 check with 2 seconds. And back to f6 he's going to go. I mean, queen takes d6, possible, but doesn't seem likely.
Actually, after queen f6 check, rook g7, maybe black can already claim threefold repetition. Because it's the same position. It started out from rook c1, but it's the same.
Same position 3 times. Yes, you're absolutely right. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, and about to find out. No, he took. He's going to keep going for it. That is balls of steel. I mean, dang.
What a fighting spirit. But on the other hand, where are the winning chances? Rook takes g1, king g1, queen takes e4. You will have straight queens. Probably.
Yeah, it's probably still a draw, but it's a game. By the way, Predke won. He has defeated Krzysztof Duda. What a result.
Yeah, and what a game. Not just result, what a game. You can't just beat Duda. Yeah, you have to play a wonderful game to do that.
We keep talking about it. You know, these 2650s are so dangerous, and the top guys hate facing them. It's time for us to take our 4-hour break. Can't believe the round has been going on for this long, but a lot of the games are still going. So don't go anywhere. It's been a super fun round so far, and we will be back with more coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss after the break.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up 1 pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajaba. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is, and we'll see you around on chess.com.
Hey, so what's your rating these days?
About 2100.
Wow, that's amazing.
Puzzles! There are 72,084 different possible positions after 2 moves. 9 million different possible positions after 3 moves. 318 billion different possible positions after 4 moves.
I'm gonna play the London.
Seriously?
I'm sorry.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. This is the second round, and we're about 4 hours into the round. Couple of results. We have draws on some of the top boards, Malkumian Maksudlu, Sam Sevian versus Aravindh, petered out into a draw, and Nair Martirosyan, Rapport, Bacrot. So a lot of draws on the top boards, but of course the marquee matchup between Caruana and Niemann continues to be a complete blowout, and maybe there we should go to see the final couple moves, because Hans Niemann's position is now officially fully collapsed.
Yes, well, it looked very bad throughout. And okay, now it's designing time. Nothing to be done. It's Queen e7, Rook g6. Okay, now the pawn on e5 is falling.
Yep.
The only trick is some Queen f1 trying to deliver checkmate, but clearly White has many different ways, among other just Queen d5, making sure that no surprises are happening.
The knight on h8 is just a pathetic piece.
And the two connected pass pawns and this wonderful bishop on e3, which did not move. It did not move at all. You remember you mentioned that should White play the move bishop e3 in the opening? And ever since this bishop developed to e3, it's just standing there as a rock. That's it.
Look at the timing. Niemann resigns. Fabi, 2 out of 2. Another amazing start. One success after another, and he is just unstoppable right now.
Absolutely. And what a victory. Very convincing one. He will be very happy. It was a smooth victory. And everything goes according to plan for him. But also, whoever faces him might be actually quite upset. Why I have to play with Fabiano Caruana? He has already qualified to the candidates. He's in great form. Nobody can stop him. I don't want to play him. Yeah, it's very easy. I can already hear it in my mind.
There's definitely it's going to happen this tournament. There's a couple other interesting games in time pressure. There's Fedoseev, Lamy. There's Yu Yengi, Shirov. Wow, Fedoseev, Lamy is in hellish time pressure, it appears.
Well, we don't know if the clock is... Yeah, well, now we have the current position, and what a change! What a change!
Lamy is winning now?
Erwin is the comeback kid. What happened to him yesterday? And also, first of all, he has extremely good nerves. He has a lot of fan base. He is one of the nicest guys out there. And he's also super calm.
G6,
wow,
best
G6.
move. And Rook takes e5, I think, is coming.
And suddenly, look at this. This construction is lovely. And let's not forget about the two pass pawns. They are not connected, but they are lovely.
And the two pieces on the fifth rank, very important because they can intercept the white queen on h5. So you're not delivering checkmate. You're losing the pawn on e5. You're likely losing the game.
So if I insist with queen h3, then you just take on e5. And after rook e5, queen e5, bishop f6, you have queen h5, right?
That's
the
problem.
Defense. Yeah. Wow. And again, move 40 has been played. Has been reached. That's it. Erwin has a lot of time. He can chill again. Wonderful scenario once again after move 40.
Tons of time. And this is exactly what you need to convert this position is, 40, 50 minutes. He is going to be enjoying this once again.
But then this means that we should be moving on because we have to catch a great time trouble. What is in store for us in David Anton? Yeah, here is the update. White is going for it with rook a7. He knows that the position is bad. He has to try to create some chances in time trouble.
And he's doing a good job of it. There's tricks. Rook b8. White wants to play c6. Oh, but that Erigaisi goes for mate. And he's going to deliver it.
Exactly. Wow. Well,
so
Arjun
rook
is just
b7, king e6, yeah.
So sharp. He's just so sharp in all these crazy positions. He navigates them extremely well.
Beautiful mating construction after rook b7, king e6. If white, for example, plays c6, e3 check. and king f3 is forced, and now king f5 with bishop g2 mate unstoppable.
Yeah. Wow, and that's going to be also a very big victory. 2 out of 2. Exactly, this is what we kind of discussed, yeah, that for the favorites, whoever starts well in the tournament actually will help them enormously. They can just be much more relaxed. There won't be this pressure that I have to try to win at all cost, maybe eventually risking more and burning all bridges. Yeah, it's a very difficult spot against strong players. Once you have 2 out of 2 or +2 score, even after 3 runs, you know that you can play objective good chess.
And there's c6, king e6. They're doing it in the other order, but e3 check is completely unstoppable and decisive. Arjun is just so good. His play is just silky smooth. And 20 seconds for David. We'll probably await the result of this game because it's coming momentarily.
Yeah, David also down to 10 seconds. Unfortunately, there are no tricky ideas. Yeah, he cannot really pose any problems.
2 seconds. And c7, but okay, now it's mate. e3 and king e5 is just mate.
Yeah, besides, okay, after c7, now anything wins for black. Even a move like just b6 and you are piece up and nothing is happening. But of course, Arjun has enough time to calculate and go for the force mating line, which is e3 check, king f3, and then king e5, followed by bishop g2. Elegant checkmate. Yeah, and what did he play?
Check,
yes. Yeah. He's king f3 on the board.
And king e5.
That's it.
Ding dong.
Yeah, power performance, a statement by Arjun.
Totally a statement win. And there it is.
Yes.
2 out of 2. Wow. Some great form on display in the open section.
Yeah, let's continue. Let's catch some more dramas. Firouzja, how is Alireza doing against Mamedov in
another time scramble.
Wow, but look at this. Black has got the stability, what we have been talking about, yeah, that there isn't any clear break from white. Move 40, rook e6. So black has to make one more move to reach time control.
And it could be bishop takes g5, but then you're allowing a change of the pawn structure. It's a tough move 40 decision for Mamedov.
It's a tough one, yeah. White's last move was rook e6. Where did this come? Yeah, rook e1 to e6. That was the last move.
Knight back to c5.
Wow, apparently a
bishop
big
takes
mistake.
f6. Bishop f6, knight e6, bishop b2.
Wow. Wow. And now
blunder
has all,
on move 40.
Yeah. Again, this is the famous cursed move 40. Yeah, it's so easy to make this blunder. And bishop f6, knight e6, bishop b2, the bishop falling back. That's the decisive one. And d takes e6 will be check. So black has no chance of sacrificing his rook because d6 is a check.
Brutal. And if you take the bishop, which you probably have to, then you lose the d6 pawn, and that's a huge pawn. And obviously that greatly diminishes black's chances. It's still not elementary, by the way, but this will be too devastating for Mamedov. It is winning.
Yes, it is, yeah. So the reason Alireza is not blitzing the move out, because they reach move 40, there is just absolutely no reason to rush. You make sure that you reach move 40, you check the score sheet, you check your opponent's score sheet. If there is a live transmission board up there with the screen, then you check there as well, just to make sure. And maybe he's not even at the board already. If he made sure that he reached move 40, he can just go to the bathroom, relax, take a tea, and take it from there.
I'm gonna risk embarrassing myself, but I would put a large bet on Alireza finding bishop f6. You would find this in a hyperbolic game. He's gonna find this with 50 minutes on his clock, and this is way too elementary of a tactic missed by Mamedov. It's amazing how often this happens on move 40. It's almost surreal.
Yeah, the pressure is incredible high. Yeah, the tension You know that you only have to make one more move. The clock is ticking down. You don't know, should you make a move? You have bishop take g5, you have knight c5, then you are trying to convince yourself, no, let's make the safer move. And then you end up blundering because, in fact, you were trying to convince yourself instead of really focusing on the position.
Exactly. So Alireza is going to take his time and enjoy the moment. And good stuff. And good fortune for the young player.
But this is what he prepared, yeah, with the move rook e6. He was actually setting up this trap.
Mm-hmm. Inviting knight c5, which is a very tempting move. Just get the rook out of there.
Exactly, yeah, like, okay, move 40, it looks like some repetition, and then we will think again, but no. After knight c5, bishop f6, let's just show this one more time in slow motion. Bishop f6, so if black captures the bishop, then we just take the pawn on d6, and that's elementary 2 pawns up, a slow winning position. So the clear question is knight takes e6. Black was relying on this move because d takes e6 check, king takes f6 wins for black. So seemingly bishop takes f6 is impossible. But the big problem is that there is bishop b2, intermezzo, hitting the rook, and it's a double attack.
Savage. That is brutal for Mamedov. He is likely to lose. More results coming in across the board. A lot of them draws. There's the Serrana game. Gukesh Praggnanandhaa. Yeah, so many games still to look at.
And we jump to another. Okay, no, here also in Vincent's game, move 40 has been reached. Yeah, there was some force sequence of moves. They reached this position. And yeah, it's a crazy position. But I want to catch something which is still in progress in time trouble. What happened to MVL? Is there something bizarre happening? No, also move 41 reached.
Yeah.
Against Jumabayev.
It seems like everybody has reached move 40, we're being told.
Yes, okay. And what kind of crazy positions? Yeah, look at this. Maxim Vaishali, you don't know exactly which king is weaker. Both kings are in danger. In Vincent's position, also things are completely out of control. But at least here, nobody made a blunder. Yeah, that logic blunder that was featured yesterday in Vidit's game against Lamy is now featured in the Alireza game because Rauf Mamedov has blundered on move 40.
And in this position, I think queen f3 might be a good attempt to force a draw. Queen takes e5, queen f2 check. And I think black has the perpetual, just queen f3 and queen back to f2, and that's it.
Yeah, looks... Hang on, can I go to g5 and then to f6?
But f-side play f6.
Ah, okay, yes. Pardon me, yes, of course. I was like, where is the perpetual check? But no, you just win the game, yeah. I can't do. Of course, already this king march towards h4 was insane. Usually you just settle here in repetition.
Yep, you have to.
You are not gaining anything by going forward because, okay, you can just lose. Okay, wow, this gives us a chance to maybe check out at the women's section what happened.
Yeah, let's go to the women's section. Obviously, we're going to have more results here, but still a lot of games going. We have Muzichuk defeated Salakidu. Looks like Tan Zhongyi is about to take care of business against Divya. She's got way too many pawns and they're way too fast. Kamali Deneva beats Gunina. That is an upset. And Roebers is totally winning, it looks like, against Vaishali in this endgame.
Yeah, that's hopeless. Basically, the Muzichuk sisters both have won. Yeah, also Maria and Anna.
Yep.
Bulmaga, wow, that crazy game. Sandu versus
it.
Bulmaga, she won it with the black pieces. Sensational stuff.
Looks like Goryachkina might be making another draw. Yeah.
Yeah, let's check it out. This is a very important game because board one, it's obvious that Tanzonji is winning. There is no intrigue there, but Goryachkina's position looks completely out of control. what is happening. This is not yet. Yeah, this is the current position.
Yeah, but queen b2 and rook g8, and I mean,
Okay, but no, we have the better pawn structure. We will be fighting till the end.
mm-hmm.
No? Don't agree?
I agree, but I'm too worried about the perpetual check.
Yes, I understand. But it's not our game. We shouldn't be worrying. We should be enjoying.
Enjoying, yeah. I forgot what the job of a commentator is. And your point is well taken. If you play takes, and
Queen
for example,
F4
queen
I wanted.
F4,
Yes.
nasty. Queen e2, maybe queen g4. But that's a crazy pawn endgame.
Yeah, try to figure that out. Luckily, it's not move 40.
Yeah. Maybe
It would be so easy.
No, it's unpleasant. I agree completely.
Yeah. Okay, the good thing for white is that white can never lose. But from black side, you have to think about it. Unfortunately, you also can't pick up the pawn because then white gives a check, white enters and then picks up the pawn, and it's getting more and more tricky.
Yeah,
you want to
totally.
stay active. Yeah, you want to stay active. You suggested the move queen e2, and then there is this queen g4 craziness.
It feels like white is at least not losing, because anytime black plays a5, which probably he has to, white will take, and then we'll have another queen endgame. So maybe king f7,
Yes,
intending
d4.
a5 and a5. And now I think it's a draw.
Yes,
D4
okay.
hangs.
So probably I shouldn't be weakening my structure yet. Yeah, so I have to
King
find a
move?
better king move.
Maybe king f4. h5, I thought. What's happening here?
Yeah, so the big question is d4 always a mistake, or it was just a mistake in that one position? Yeah, that's kind of interesting to check out. So d4, because white is somehow trying to put some pressure on black, yeah?
But maybe now I can play a5.
Yes, a5 takes, b4, a6.
b3.
Just to illustrate what we are talking about, yeah, that black wins also, and this f6 pawn is key because it hinders white from entering, and like this, black will be able to give perpetual check. All right, so this is very instructive. With pawn on d3, I might have better coordination. On the other hand, if I don't push d4, then what do I do?
Maybe king moves back, king g3.
Just waiting, yeah?
And then after a5, you get a better version maybe of this endgame somehow.
Yes.
No,
so
a5
always
loses.
with yeah, because this d3 pawn is so crucial.
Yeah, probably now you can what, like take on c6? No, then queen d3. King
Wow,
h4
why is
though.
it so crucial?
Could it be queen c6?
Queen c6?
Yeah, because queen d3, king h4 is a very nice construction. There's no
Yes.
checks.
Yeah, this is lovely. And with pawn on d3, somehow there are no perpetuals. Yeah, that's the key. Yeah, the king will always find the way to march out on the d4 square. Yeah, so you can probably just play king f3, and we keep on checking. And if queen e1 check, then king d4, and we are able to keep on marching forward. And queen g1, we just go king d2, and then slowly we crawl out from the other side.
Exactly. It's so crazy how subtle the queen endgames are. You have to be aware of the placement of every pawn and how that impacts the position. So, okay, this game goes on. Black's problems are not yet solved, but queen b2 check was a good step along the way, and rook g8 is on the board. Oh no,
actually,
rook g2.
white played rook g2 first. I'm not a fan of rook g2 because now black got the chance of first getting the queen to e5, and now black plays the move rook g8, and we will not have queen f4.
Great point. Maybe queen e3 is what she's hoping for.
Yes, probably, and probably she felt like that queen on b2 was just way too active. I'm also not sure that it was easy to understand this pawn endgame. I think this pawn endgame was so tricky that, especially with the classical time control with 50 moves, with 50 minutes after move 40, you can have the luxury of spending 20 minutes with that endgame. But with the FIDE time control, you have to be more practical.
I agree completely. I'm looking at the chat who are supplying us some results and positions. The top board, Tan Zhongyi has won, as we expected. Okay, so this is Stefanova against Savitha. Also looks basically decided with 2 extra pawns.
Well, it's only 1, but it looks like 2.
Oh, 1, excuse me.
Yes,
I can't seem to count a 3 on 2.
But it looks good enough. Yeah, it looks good enough. White is in total control, that's for sure. And Aline is completely winning. It's a dominating.
Also only 1 pawn.
Yeah, but that monster knight on d5 and Black's vulnerable king on e6. It's impossible to survive this. And yeah. Wow, actually I see the results. Tanya Sajdev had made a draw against Dinara Wagner. Tanya is fighting like a lion. Yeah, drawing yesterday against Harika, now drawing against the very, very strong Dinara Wagner. All right, I'm very happy to see this.
Yeah, big result so far by Tanya. She's off to a great start. And
Harika.
Ooh, is she
I'm also
losing?
trying to. No. Is she losing? It's a special endgame. Study like endgame, but it looks like whose move is it? It's black to move. Yeah, but white is starting to play rook e8 and rook takes e5, so it should be a draw.
Yeah, and the king can never get out of that box.
Exactly. And f3 we have king take g3. That's the key finesse. So okay, Harika is holding against Hoan Trung. And what else do we have?
Draw my Narva. You drew Kosteniuk. How's Kosteniuk doing?
Kosteniuk. Ah, yes, here. We are waiting for update. She's squeezing. Is she squeezing? No, because okay, white has this powerful pass pawn which should give enough counterplay.
Yeah, because bishop takes e2, queen takes b3 is not really a threat. Queen takes h5 is a perpetual.
Yes. What happened in the last couple of moves? Who is playing for what? Yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Question.
So, black played h5 in time trouble, king f2, bishop g4, and we are seeing repetition of moves. Yeah, it was very important to establish this, that what is really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with all this activity, I also don't feel like white can play for a win. Something like d6 can heavily backfire. Bishop e2, queen d4 check. We are picking up the pawn. Okay, it does not really backfire because h5 pawn is hanging. It's just gonna end in a draw anyway. King g2. Ah, hang on. We don't need to take immediately on d6. Maybe we can play a move like g6. Maybe we can make a move like g6 and play on the nerves of the opponent. No, okay, there is just no reason for white to be going for this.
Yeah, there's safer options available.
Yeah, just repeat for the third time king f1 and you can claim a draw if you want, or you just make king f1 and queen c1. The game will end there.
Good result for the Azerbaijani player. She's outrated by 140 points. So a lot of draws being held by the lower rated players across both sections.
Yes, and what else we have? There is also Mamadzada against Monika Sochko.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, here Mamadzada is winning. This is hopeless. What else? Danielyan against Mikhail. Wow, that's an Armenian duel there.
Looks like Makrichan is winning.
Yes, usually this is very unfortunate. Yeah, there are so many players. You don't want to play your countryman. It just feels odd. But if you are paired, then you have to.
Yes, Fabi and Hans can tell you. But this is just a debacle for white. 2 pawns down. The rook has nowhere good to go because a6 and h6 are both defended. This kind of looks like a matter of technique to me. Knight c4, knight takes a5 also in the cards potentially.
Yeah, no, this is basically gone. So in my view, actually, the most interesting game, which is still in progress, what we have seen here on the top boards, is between Goryachkina, because here she's squeezing, but nothing is given. In every other board, there is a clear favorite.
Agreed completely. Maybe on that note, we could go back to the open section.
Exactly, yeah. We are now not seeing some dramatic action here.
Okay, so all top 10 boards have results. Alexei Shirov held his own against Yu Yengi with black. That's a good result.
Yeah, that's a very solid performance there. Wow, many draws, 3 wins and only 1 win by black, by Arjun Erigaisi on the top boards, which gives us the chance to focus on the lower boards. That's always good news, yeah, because we are usually mainly focusing on the top boards, and this suddenly, after time travel, we have the chance also to look around what happens down there.
As we look for a game, I'll congratulate Fabio really quickly, over 2,800 in the live rankings. It's still during a tournament, but it's got to feel good to be back in the club.
Absolutely. And it's so deserved. Absolutely deserved.
Wow, Durbeli is still thinking? No, I guess it just
no.
didn't update yet.
That already ended in a draw.
Oh, okay. This is a draw.
Yes.
Yeah. Good hold by Durbeli. MBL is 2 draws, 2 games.
And let's just catch up with Alireza. Did he make his move? Yes, he has played. What happened there? Yeah, bishop takes f6 played. And then poor Rauf. Yeah, this is just, okay, what to do? He plays the best move, rook takes f3, but the position is lost. Rook e7, bishop e7, the other tactical justification of White's play. Rook takes f4. Now even White can afford to include g3, kick that rook away, not even give up the h4 pawn. Rook d4, bishop takes d6, knight d7.
Yep.
White is 2 pawns up. It's over.
Yeah, Alireza has too much time to convert this. I mean, he still has to figure out a way when to play c5. You don't want to rush it, but sometimes you want to sacrifice the d-pawn.
Yeah. Now the question, is knight b6 a threat? Or we can even ignore that and then rely on pushing the c-pawn? That's a little bit of a question. If you are worried, then you can also just play bishop c7 and then slowly bring the king over. Clearly, black will put the rook on d3. You'd never want to let the white king get so closer, but the bishop from c7 will also be protecting the g3 pawn. Then white can also switch tactics and just play king f2, king e2. Yeah,
no,
it's
this
lost.
Is all she wrote. Wow.
Okay. We are still waiting for some suggestions. Yeah, if anyone feels that somewhere some crazy position is happening for the moment, let us.
Shanklin won and Tersakyan won.
Yes. Artemiev was held by a draw by the very talented Indian player Leon Mendonca. Nihal Sarin drew against the young Azeri Suleymanli. No easy points to be collected. Wow! Varuzhan Akopian, the other player who defended a crazy endgame against Shevchenko, we have seen it. It looked insane that it was not winning. He survived that. And now he is playing against Nils Grandelius. What is this? Who is playing for advantage? White has great compensation for sure.
I think there might be a repetition in the making here, because queen. Well, what is White's threat? It's actually not totally clear. I guess bishop f7, but Black can play rook d6 to disrupt the mechanism. White plays queen f8 and threatens mate on g8, and so Black can come back to d8 because bishop g8 is not dangerous.
Wow.
And White, I think, has to repeat. So this is an option for Niels.
Well, but whenever I see such a king on h7 and this very loose pawn structure, I feel like with White you are also kind of ambitious. Yeah, that is there a way to continue, or is Black just in time with this rook d6, rook d8 idea?
I think Black is in time.
Let me just see the time scramble. What happened in order to...
Aravindh might have been winning.
Yes. Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to understand. Yeah, that who was putting pressure on the other. Bishop c2 g6. Rook d7 also strong. Knight c6. Rook takes b7. A mistake. A mistake, a big mistake, because now suddenly Niels encored knight d4. Who knows, maybe with a couple of seconds on his clock, creating counterplay. The knight is taboo. Queen takes d4, runs into rook e1 check. And then black picks up the queen. Now knight e2 fork is coming. These are exactly the moves you don't want to face in time trouble. And that's why white should have never left the d file. Bishop
now another
d3.
blow.
Wow. Okay. Rook e2. Brilliant. Rook f7 had to be played. Also fantastic move. Queen f7, queen takes d4. White still seems to be better, but exactly this very well timed e5 move just in time, while the rook on e2 is kind of putting pressure on the queen on d4, because the queen has to keep an eye on the f2 pawn. Everything worked to perfection. Rook b2, c6. Rook d2. Move 39. Bishop c4. Again mistake, and then Niels has played queen c7. It was move 40. A mistake according to computer. I don't know what he should have played. Apparently, this was a very important moment.
Yeah, I mean, maybe queen g7 to keep the defensive posture, but...
Yes, because there is this rook d4. Yeah, there is this very nasty rook d4 threat. White's queen on h4 is ugly. But after queen c7, again the move 40. Yeah, because you are down to a couple of seconds. And suddenly white activates the queen. And white should be fine.
Again, the curse. The move 40 curse strikes. But queen c7 is so natural. You want to stop the pawn. You want to blockade it. So Niels can be forgiven for not spotting all of the details, presumably with only 30 seconds on his clock. So all of the games have kind of settled into the second wind. Yeah.
Yes, he can be forgiven, but he might not forgive himself. Yeah, because it was a golden opportunity. Yeah, that's... And we see how difficult it is not only to win a game, but to create a chance. It was a sudden chance. He should be also happy that he survived. Yeah, we have seen he was lost earlier. But usually then when you miss something, you are always remembering your miss, not of your opponent.
Yeah, very true. So this one likely to be a draw. Fedoseev, Lamy, we checked earlier. Erwin Lamy had a technically winning position. Another technically winning position in Tari Harikrishna. Bentala failed to convert that endgame yesterday. And now he's suffering mightily against Tari in a very close position.
Let me get that. Wow, this is after move 40.
Yeah, that was my question. 45 moves to get to this position.
Wow. Yeah, this is looking horrible. Look at that bishop on f5. It's a monster bishop. Now, of course, clearly black is dreaming of going c5, c4. That should never ever be allowed, because even if it comes at the cost of a pawn sacrifice. On the other hand, no, maybe it's not that trivial, because otherwise one could have argued why didn't black sacrifice the pawn here with c4, queen takes c4, bishop b6. And here again we see why this bishop on f5 is so important. It covers the c8 square. So despite seemingly getting counterplay, white can then just switch to the queen side, and eventually after the trade of the dark square bishops, white will have the entry with queen c7, forcing a win. That's why Hari actually stays passive, but he hints at c4. Clearly he's disturbing and distracting white.
Well, it's the only source of activity, but g5 looks devastating, at least just, visually, because hg, bishop g5, and then h6 is coming. I feel like black is getting kind of torn apart on the king side. Rook g3, I mean, everything's falling into place.
Yeah, I know now Hari is in a very difficult spot, because playing 7 hours, and in fact his game was probably longer than 7 hours. We did hear that after our broadcast finished, the game still lasted 45 more minutes.
Oh my God.
It was an ultra marathon. And if finally after this marathon you win, then you get all the adrenaline, you get all the joy, you get the happiness. But when you are not winning and you have been playing for 7.5 hours, then it's so difficult to recharge the batteries, and it will keep on hunting you during the whole night. You will not be able to sleep. And I think this influenced also Harry's performance today.
Yeah, that's well explained, and it's a devastating sensation. You just invested your entire energy. You came that close. Your opponent was down to a minute in a lost position, and you were just missing the finishing touch. But Tari chooses to chill. It's interesting. He doesn't go G5. I would not have been able to resist personally, but, you know, Tari is a very methodical player. Rook C3. Now C4 doesn't look as dangerous. Just Rook takes C4. And White is just dominating.
But I have Bishop A5.
Yep.
I have Bishop A5.
Yeah, what does he want against this move? That's a great
I'm
point.
I'm not exactly understanding that he did invest quite a lot of time. Look at this. He already spent over 20 minutes after the time control. And then he comes up with this Rook C3 move after Bishop A5. Is there some brilliancy? Is he planning some genius sacrifice?
Yeah, I was looking too, but I don't see anything on the king side. Maybe he wants to induce Rook takes B5, like he wants to go Rook D3. That was a theory that I had.
But hang on, your kind of idea with G5 doesn't work, yeah? It's too brilliant to be true here.
G5 immediately.
Yes.
I mean, it's not far from out of the question.
Yes, I was just curious, like after H5, Bishop takes G5, Bishop takes C3, H6. Is this a possibility or not?
Well, G6 might be an issue.
G6, yes. Calming me down, yes. No, of course. Okay, also, why should you sacrifice the rook when you can play G5 for free?
Well, G6, there's Bishop D7, but and Queen takes and Queen G4 check.
Well, look at the evolution bar actually increases. It's very promising, but it just looks so crazy.
That's actually a cool line. G6, Bishop D7.
Wow.
But it doesn't
work.
work.
No, Bishop D7, then Queen G4. No, Queen G4. No,
I thought King F1. King F1.
Wow. No, but apparently here then there is some brilliancy.
Yeah, there's a move.
Wow, what a puzzle position. It's a study.
It is totally a study. Of course, someone in the chat is going to find it very easy. But it's really not.
Not easy at all, yeah. Because H7, we go King G7, and we are trying to block on H8.
Would be very nice if that worked. I mean, maybe it's just Queen takes C3, but I was worried about Knight takes E4.
Yeah. No, Queen takes C3.
No, Knight E4, Bishop D8, Bishop F6, though.
Well, but Queen takes C3. Can't I just take on F5? Or then you play Queen F3? No, I can't take. What a fascinating position, yeah? It's unbelievable.
Every move you think is obvious is a mistake. It's insane.
It's insane.
Apparently,
Yes?
No, the chat is trolling. H7, King G7, Bishop F6 doesn't work. The king always has H8 as an escape square.
Yes. I'm wondering if we have all the time in the world and just retreat the bishop and then try to bring the queen to F3 because there is this eternal pin, but that's already too brilliant to be true.
No, it's... I'm looking at the position and I'm just understanding less and less.
Yeah, now I'm really curious. What is the winning move here?
And it's not winning on the spot. It's plus 2.7. So it tells me it's some quiet move maybe. I mean, Bishop H4. I'm pretty much desperate.
Yes. Wow. But okay, the big question is, how did we reach here? Why did we reach here? Why was this necessary at all?
Yep.
But already if the chat knows the answer, then we are very eager to hear it.
And we could also, we could check, but obviously
we can check, yes. But okay, it's more fun if the chat tells us, yeah. It's we have
true.
Tremendous respect for the chat. We are very happy for everyone following us. And please share your expertise, because if we turn on engine, then everything becomes absolutely clear. We don't want to spoil the fun. And even if we know the first move, we might still not understand. And this is exactly what I want to see, that how complicated it is, even if we get that first move.
We have a suggestion. H7, King G7, Queen C3.
Yes. Wow, but this is so counterintuitive, yeah, that we include H7 and now we pick up the bishop.
GF, Queen H3. And queen h6. No, but queen h3, king h8, and queen takes f5.
Yes, but
Nice
okay,
stuff, Crypto.
I did not want to capture an f5, but
Yeah, knight e4?
anyway you are... Yeah, knight e4?
I mean, white can pull in Alireza and play bishop h6, but...
Yes, you have bishop h6. It should be winning.
Wow.
Yeah, wow,
Incredible.
okay. It was, but yeah, it's a winning position, but we don't know the winning move, and this h7, king g7, queen takes c3, so difficult. Yeah, you much more want to take on c3 immediately.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous.
All right.
And this is all within one sequence, you know. Obviously, Tari can choose to move his rook.
Yes, but the big question is, this was the position. Rook was on b3. And he has played the move rook c3. What was the earlier move? So he actually played g4. He indicates that he wants to go g5.
Yeah. Clearly.
Then, now it's all clear. Because it's psychological. Hari is offering the trade of bishops, which of course white has to decline with bishop e3. Now with bishop e6, he's kind of hinting at that I'm interested in sacrificing the pawn on c4. Be careful what you are doing. And after rook c3, now the big question is Tari really then believing that bishop a5, g5 is a win? Wow, that's brilliant.
And that explains why Hare Krishna is taking so much time. These positions are ridiculously convoluted.
Yeah, if he feels that finally bishop a5, g5 will win for white, then he might be deciding on going c4 here. Let's just discuss this move because it changes the character of the position completely.
Can white just play rook takes c4?
Yes, okay. So we trade. You take with the queen, I guess.
Indeed.
And you are hinting at the a7 pawn. Yeah, it's bad news.
Too many squares. And the bishop on f5 is just a hero.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, put that bishop on f3. We'll be very happy with black. We'll compensate somehow, but the bishop on f5 is a monster.
Totally.
Okay, but this means that actually Tari's rook c3 might be a brilliant move. Double exclamation mark.
So deep. We've had such deep ideas. And he's got enough time to puzzle out the complications. But at this point, Hare Krishna, I think, should try bishop a5 just for the heck of it. Otherwise, he's totally devoid of counterplay, and g5 is coming anyway.
Yes, that's the problem. I even wonder that is there an argument that for and c4 played. Yeah, it's desperate times. I just wanted to highlight that if g5 gonna be very powerful, then maybe after bishop a5, can white play something like rook c4 and rook takes b5, g5, and do the same by not sacrificing the rook?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. Maybe he was trying to invoke the rook to g5, and somehow this influences the attack on the other side. This also looks fantastic, but you know, he's shown a little bit of a hesitation to play g5.
Yeah. So okay, c4, rook takes c4, bishop d4. Wow.
Whoa.
Brilliant idea. It might not be enough to save the game because position is bad, but you have to give credit to Hari finding these resources, trying to create some mess on the board.
Top guys are always fighting. I mean, g5 is tempting to me anyway.
But let's just highlight, that bishop d4, ed, and suddenly, black sacrifices the pawn, black loses the pawn, but finally the rook is breathing. There is some counterplay against the e4 pawn, and there is some hope. Yeah, it might be objectively lost, but we want hope and we want counterplay.
Exactly. So, I mean, white could choose to ignore everything, just go g5. And of course, in that position, black can play bishop e3, queen e3, hg. But even without the dark squared bishop, the attack looks very strong, especially because anytime the queens are traded, white's rook can get into c7. So I mean, obviously, okay, maybe instead of queen takes g5, queen takes a7 also.
Yes. Okay, there are too many good options. Yeah, just position looks very good. What happened? Tari is taking his time. Of course, there is just no reason to rush. When you have time on the clock, you know that you have 30 seconds, bonus as well. Better you make sure that you are not losing the control.
Indeed. I mean, we see this across the board from all the professional players. and it's really refreshing. It's a good part of this time control. Before we go on another break, I wanted to shout out Jalmahanov, the IM from Kazakhstan. Unbelievable. He beat Pichot yesterday, and he beat Bassem Amin today.
Wow. Incredible. And with a checkmate.
Yeah,
With a
look at that
checkmate.
final position.
H take G5, G4 checkmate.
I
Sensational
played
stuff.
this guy online. He's incredibly dangerous. Just one of those players nobody wants to face, and I think he's made that known 2 rounds in.
Yeah, now he's 2 out of 2.
What a result.
Wow. Yes,
And,
and okay, so we will have a break now.
We will have a break now. Then we'll check out Alexei Serrana against Royal. There's a lot of other games still going. We're approaching the 5-hour mark of the second round at the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss. We hope you're enjoying our coverage. We thank everybody who's been tuning in. A lot more action yet to come. We'll be back in just a few.
All right, guys, when you're ready.
All right.
Frozen versus Kostya. Chess Dojo versus. What exactly is your brand? Oh no, my queen? I just not yet.
Oh no, my heart rate's, yeah.
Overly sized giant queen. Just playing high quality chess here.
Oh, this is Kostya's pet line.
Chess is so good. It's not Kostya.
I haven't looked at the board once.
Eric is fast.
Control for duty flag.
Pretty flat.
Oh, that knight's not pinned.
Knight is not safe. Keep it shaking.
All right. Thank you. Okay. It's fine.
Fine?
Fine, yeah. Less stuff in the way. Oh! Wait, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big time.
It's a sacrifice.
Back in it. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
what's going on here? That's not a move.
Oh, shoot. Oh no, my rook. Okay. Check, 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 check. Ah.
Did you tell him or should I?
Ah, GG. GG. Oh, the game. Whew. That was a workout. That's tough. Nice. Man, you did 5 of these.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. GM Peter Leko, GM Daniel Naroditsky. Commentating for you today. Hour 5 is about to get underway in the second round. And let's come back to the women's section. Almost all of the games are finished. But there's been a couple of really interesting twists, including Vaishali, who is, believe it or not, it seems pretty close to saving her game against Aline Roebers, who seemed to be completely winning just a couple moves ago. And Stefanova very close to winning her game against Savita. That'll happen any moment now.
Yes. Wow, that's actually kind of a stunning development if Aline is not converting that advantage. But for the moment, we have the end game between Alexandra Goryachkina and Pauline Guichard on our screen, and Black seems to be defending brilliantly. White is going after the pawn on c6.
Okay, is there perpetual? That's the huge question.
Exactly. It feels like it's a perpetual, no? Because how do you walk out?
Yeah, because anytime white plays king d4, black gives queen a1 check, and you can't go to d5 because there's mate on e5.
Yes, so let's start checking. Let's just show this, that king d4, queen a1 check, and now king d5 would be premature because of queen e5 checkmate. And thanks to this resource, in fact, there is no way. The hope for white clearly is that queen takes b4. Grabbing the pawn would be a terrible mistake. Then white's king escapes and the c pawn wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, so basically then queen takes c6 is agreeing to a draw by Goryachkina.
Yeah, and Guichard has 3 minutes left on her clock, but there's literally just one detail to see, and that's where to give the check when the king gets to d4. So they're following that line, queen f1, king e3, queen e1. And if the king goes the other way, then the f6 pawn is the game saver because it holds off the king from running into the center with king e5.
Exactly. Yeah, this f6 pawn is the key defender. Yeah, queen e1 check, king d4, and alert. But I'm pretty sure queen a1 will be blitzed out. No doubt about that.
Agreed. So a draw here.
But wow, I'm a little bit surprised that Goryachkina, especially given the time situation, did not try to just keep the game going. Maybe she had no chance.
Yeah, maybe she felt that, perpetual was inevitable one way or the other, and let's just try to grab the pawn and, pose one last test to black.
Yeah, but now she's taking her time. Did she notice to her horror that king d4 is met by queen a1 check?
Yeah, maybe she missed it. I mean, otherwise white is probably winning. Is the king gets over to d6 and that's it.
Exactly, yeah. Because the point is that this queen a1 check was kind of hidden. My original intuition was that black should give a check on g1, not allowing king d4 at all. And then there was the problem that king d2, queen f2 check, king c3. It looked like I'm escaping, but again, we already know that queen e1 check is actually good. Then we can also have it from this angle. Wow, okay. It's not easy. Yeah, king d4 played.
Not at all. Okay,
all eyes on Pauline.
There's no way she misses queen. I mean, there's just not that many candidate moves. And the mate is, she's played it already. No hesitation.
On the board, gets an exclamation mark. And now white has even no way of basically continuing the game. Has to agree to a draw with king e3. Oops, no, this is clearly not the move that was played. Yeah, queen e1 check.
What was displayed initially? I missed it.
It was queen a1 to d1. Yeah, it's.
Okay,
I think it can easily happen that the black player wants to make the move and then puts the queen back and then whatever. But that's it. Draw agreed. Fantastic defense. Amazing.
Frustrating start for Goryachkina. I mean, yesterday and then today. She will have to step it up. But Alice Lee also losing her game. I mean, what a brutal pairing. Just to come back to that fact, you lose and you get one of the top seeds, Shuvalova, who's angry. So Alice, once again, will have to come back just like she did in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Yeah, I think that the good comfort for Goryachkina is that she has won the World Cup. She has already qualified to the candidates. There is no pressure on disregard that you have to qualify at all costs. Yeah, that she can play her game. And I'm pretty sure that it's only a matter of time till she settles in and starts winning. Usually, when you have such a high class, you win the first game and then automatically some more wins are following.
Totally. Should we look at Roebers Vaishali before you move on?
Yes, absolutely. So what happened? First of all, that knight from d5, the monster knight from d5 got rerouted to b5. Unless it's winning on the spot, I'm not such a big fan.
I mean, it doesn't seem to be winning on the spot. There's no checks.
Yes.
Black is threatening a check on a1, so white probably has to go queen c3.
Yes, and then
I mean, yeah.
But okay, hang on. So queen c3, how does black react to that?
Well, first of all, I have to consider taking.
But it's a pawn.
Yeah, no, that looks brutal.
Yes, that should be winning.
And if I don't trade, where do I go? Queen d8? I don't know.
Yeah, because queen h6 check is just one check, then we quietly escape with the king to b2 and the queen is ready to enter. So yes, something like queen d8 looks natural, but then we have queen e5. I thought like this is a winning kind of method.
Yeah, I agree. It does not look fun.
Yeah, maybe we were too harsh. Maybe Alin is doing exactly everything according to big plan. I'm not exactly understanding yet where is the problem.
Yeah, with the move queen c3. Queen d8 we looked at. Queen e8. Queen f6 check looks terrible.
Yeah, let's put it there. Let's put it there. I'm also pretty sure that the move queen c3 will be played.
Yeah, not much of a choice there.
You did mention the queen trade, but okay, intuitively it should be slowly losing. But maybe maybe it's more tricky. Maybe you can just take and then get the king back to d6, and then you have this route with the king, and also you have bishop c2 if I'm just putting the king to e3. Maybe it's a little bit more tricky than it looks.
And that bishop c2 idea is crucial, because if you don't bring your king to e3, then what are you doing? You would want to play b4 in some position, but that's very hard to organize without losing the pawn. Like maybe... No, I don't know how white is going to make progress in that endgame. Queen c3 has been played, but a minute and a half for Vaishali, rest of the game. And to go for this endgame with almost no time takes nerves of steel.
Yes, but on the other hand, everything else seems to be very bad. The queen on c3 is a monster. The knight on b5 is starting to deliver checkmate with this queen knight combo. So maybe out of desperation you trade, and then you see like, okay, I have to get the king to d6. I have to have counterplay there on the king side. I have bishop c2 ideas. It's bad, but it's still better than to get checkmated.
Agree completely. So 50 seconds for Vaishali. Big decision to be made. Queen h6 check. I agree with you. King b2 and then queen f6 is a huge threat. I was thinking queen h6 and g5, but that also looks very artificial. Queen e5 there is going to shut down Black's resistance immediately. 30 seconds now. I think she might take. Just process of elimination.
Exactly. Okay, intuitively it felt like you trade queens and you slowly lose, but actually it's not so simple. Yeah, thanks to this bishop c2, and it's also a move position.
Okay, moment of truth has arrived. She's taken. She's done it. And now she has to save this ensuing endgame. King c6, we're expecting. It's already played. Black gets her king to e5, and paradoxically, it's easier to defend Black's pawns than it is White's pawns because of this weakness on b3.
Yes, exactly. And also, the trick is that now it's much easier to defend the position than to convert it. Yeah, so she will be playing her next moves quickly. King d6, king e5. We'll be collecting the 30 seconds bonus. She might jump back to 2 minutes on the clock, and from the white side it can be very frustrating, yeah, that you felt like you were about to win, your opponent had no time on the clock, and all of a sudden it's not so easy, and the opponent has suddenly a couple of minutes available.
Exactly. That's how these things go. Okay, so 6
but
minutes
it's a
15
move
for Aline.
Hang on, but it's a move pair move situation. So king d2, you are
D6.
only able to get king to d6. Now I'm gonna go king e3.
And I was thinking king e5, knight a4, king d6, if that was your intention.
Well, but my intention was to get the knight to d3 somehow. And then try to combine things, but maybe even then nothing is happening.
And
So
if I
you
play
just play king
bishop
e5?
c2 immediately is also possible, but then you can get the knight to d2. I don't know.
Yes, but knight on d2 is also kind of stuck. Yeah, bishop c2, knight e4,
King c6.
king c6, knight d2, and what do I do next? Okay, the king is coming. King f4.
d6.
Wow, but in the break I made a terrible mistake. I let the door open, the lights were on, and the fly flew in. So that will be terrorizing me throughout.
Oh gosh.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's terrible. I've done that. If you need to
Yes.
go up and deal with it, that's totally cool.
No. I will tolerate it. I will try to be in Zen
I hope
mode.
it's not a wasp.
No. It's just a fly. It's just a fly.
Nice.
It's okay.
Yeah,
So
we get some
king
nasty
c6.
stuff here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, king c6. Every break, some surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, it's your day of surprises.
Yes. So knight b5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. Stopping king d6. Now white wants to play king d2, king c3. I'm loving it. It's a very mature way of dealing with. And then if we get b3, b4 in, it should be a win. So is the problem that maybe black has to go all in and go king d7, king e6 and try to go towards the g3 pawn?
Yeah, like king e5, king e4, king f3. It's a long route, but it might be the only way to counteract the plan of b4.
Yes, or also just to move that bishop from f5 and then try to go king f5, king g4.
So I have an interesting question, but it requires a long line. If we go through the line, king d7, okay, we should probably wait for her move, but I don't know.
Yes, we should. Okay, we can make with arrows. Yeah, so king d7,
King d2,
king
king
d2,
e6,
king e6, king
king
c3,
c3, king e5, b4.
king e5, b4.
Everything
Takes,
trades on
takes.
b4.
Yes.
King e4.
King e4.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I think we're going to have this line.
Yes.
Look no further than the game.
Yes, because everything is very logical. Yeah, king d7, king d2. Now white is showing clear idea of how to win if black just sits and waits. So black will be forced to go for this counterplay.
The basic idea is that there's a line where white promotes and then black plays the move f2. And that's a theoretical draw without the pawns on h4 and h5. But I actually think the presence of those pawns doesn't really change anything.
Wow, okay, you are going for that study line.
Oh!
Study-like position.
She went the other way, though.
Yeah, okay, this should lose. Yeah, king c3, b4, and the knight will start jumping, then the king will be centralized to d4. And once the king reaches d4, I cannot imagine not being able to convert that.
Too many weaknesses. The g6 pawn is going to be a problem throughout the game. It's pretty grim for Vaishali. Okay,
but
so
look
I
at
guess...
this. The evaluation bar does not agree. Strangely enough, I would have thought like, okay, yeah, that's it. We're gonna go b4, we trade, then the knight goes back to b3, give a check on to the king on c5, then we go king d4, then we start bringing the knight, and we win. Why aren't we winning?
I mean, in some lines, I was even thinking b4. You can play a4 and set up some sort of a fortress, but I don't know how that's gonna work.
Oh, wow, yes. No, but that's actually a brilliant idea, because after b4, a4, you take away the b3 square from the knight.
Yeah, exactly. And e6 you can cover with your bishop.
Still very hard to believe, but yeah, it's probably the only chance.
But after a4, I can also drop my king back to d2 and try to go knight back to c3. That's another idea.
Yes.
Oh, there's a cool idea when white's knight is on c3 and black's pawn is on a3. There's like bishop b1 in some positions.
Bishop b1, yes. But okay, it's so hard to get there, yeah? It's
yeah. You're gonna have to slay some dragons.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible. Okay, my gut feeling tells me that okay, white should win this. It's too much of a miracle if black survives this. b4 on the board.
Yeah, with literally no time to make this decision. Big moment, a4. But a4 is even hard to spot. It's like a hidden move.
And we even don't know if it's a good move.
Yeah.
It's
I think it might be the only move.
Yeah, again, process by elimination. No, takes.
know that
happened.
Still, it's showing a draw.
Shocking.
I
Chess
honestly
has
think this is a
changed.
win, like 90% of the time.
Exactly. Okay, if this is a theoretical draw, then this is a different game that I was playing for 35 years. Bishop G2.
Two. She's found some way to hold. I don't get it still.
Oh, wow. But still, yeah, because now with Bishop G2, she's very clever. She's very smart. She's trying to open up the route for the king. Yeah, my so-called winning method was BC, King C5, Knight D4. I wanted to give a check, and after King D6, King D4, I'm super happy I'm centralized. But after Knight D4, she will fall back with the king immediately to D6. And after Knight B6, she will go on a King E5. And I'm not able to ditch the D4 square.
Okay, so then you're gonna have to get the king to. Oh, okay. So you're gonna have
Not
a really hard
easy.
time pushing your pawn in the right spot.
Exactly. Basically, the picture I had in front of my eyes was that I'm gonna trade the C5 pawn, I'm gonna give a check, and then I'm gonna step with my king to D4, and I should win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this fine. And that's it, but I might not be able to do that, and the pawn on G3 is vulnerable.
Yeah, this source of counterplay with the black king getting to the king side is super easy to forget about because of how passive black looks here. Stefanova has won her game against Sri Savitha. There's maybe one or two other games going, but this is definitely the top board by far that's still going.
Yeah, and also it's a very interesting endgame. Yeah, so difficult to understand, and we will be learning a lot from this.
It reminds me, I mean, we've had so many interesting endgames in the first two rounds. Just off the top of my head, the Sarana, Mishra Sarana endgame, the Akobian Shevchenko ending, a lot of very unconventional endings with cool ideas so far. So definitely Carsten Mueller is really, really happy.
Yeah, for sure. And also one kind of my logic that why I love this classical time control is that you have time to convert the advantage. Finally, Hari Krishna game proved me wrong because Hari was unable to win that game despite the time control.
Yeah, time ran out. He made move 60. The time ran out again. And eventually, it doesn't replenish forever. In the open section, you get 15 minutes on move 60, 50 minutes on move 40, as we know, as we see Aline going the other way, King B3, trying to go knight to C3 and then push B5. So she's trying to make black take on B4.
Exactly. I'm loving this plan. It's a very deep plan and also puts a lot of pressure on the opponent. Now, Bishop F3, Knight C3 would be
and then
the
CB
move.
maybe. CB and King D6, and maybe that's the time to jump off and go for that counterplay.
Again, exactly, yeah. So whenever the knight leaves the B5 square, then black will start the journey immediately. And let's not forget, the bishop is a very powerful piece. It can always be sacrificed for the pawn. Wow.
Yeah, the faults of the knight are really illustrated here because the knight cannot multitask. You're either supporting the c-pawn or you're defending the weakness on g3. You can't be doing both at the same time. And in most situations, once the pawn gets to c6, the bishop can just sack itself for it, which is always the problem when you're converting knight and pawns against bishop, is this prospect of a bishop sacrificing itself for a passed pawn. And then the knight can't guard the pawns on the other side.
Yeah, very interesting. So basically now that white has tried the move king b3, maybe it's time to come back. Because we see that going away with the king is actually running the risk of being vulnerable on the king side.
Huge shout out, of course, for to Vaishali for her defense in this game. She's been lost for like the last 2 hours, and she has been fighting tooth and nail, just doing everything possible. We see the trade on b4, so this is about to sharpen up.
And king d6, king e5, that's kind of a key idea, activating the king. Well,
Indeed.
I would even say like you explained everything in the opening. That was a true masterclass that Vaishali did not manage to get out of the opening, yeah? So her troubles started right at the very start.
Mm-hmm. Those games are brutal where you're just, you're in a bad place from the very first moves and the hours just seem interminable, but what an amazing job so far. And maybe the hardest part is still ahead. I don't know. but her plan of action seems very straightforward.
Yes. It's really brilliant. Yeah, she is showing her incredible strengths, yeah, holding on in this hopeless position and then eventually even rewarding herself for this heroic defense. It's possible.
Without question. Yeah, c5, king e5. And the pawn is not getting past c6.
Yes.
c5, king e5, king b5.
Yeah, we just go king f5, I guess.
c6.
And then, okay, we also have g5 break. Yeah, we can also just start trading everything off, yeah?
Bishop
That's the
c6,
problem.
king c6, g5 is beautiful. That's actually super instructive.
And we eliminate
we might
all
see
the
that.
pawns.
c4 by Aline.
Yeah, she's trying to rush back, but no, she's trying to block, yeah, because king f5 runs into knight d5. That's kind of a nice little trick. The big question is maybe
d4.
white...
Mm-hmm.
Yes, or yeah, that maybe actually it's kind of a tricky position that black should just do nothing because white is unable to make any progress, and it's important not to keep the king on e5 and just start passing with the bishop. Maybe just bishop g2.
The king is out of the way of the knight. There's never any forks. If king b5, we already know king f5 is the mechanism. So black just sits, but it's hard to sit. You've got a minute on the clock.
Yeah, very difficult to sit. You always want to force matters, and it looks like you are just so close of trading of everything, but you should not let the knight start jumping and block the bishop, the long diagonal of the bishop.
Exactly. Okay, 40 seconds for Vaishali and bishop c6. But was that the right square to put the bishop on? Probably a good square. You seem a little skeptical, though. Maybe knight e2, knight d4?
Yes, I was a little bit worried, but it might not make a big difference. I just felt like bishop g2 was maybe a little bit more professional, but it seems to do the job.
I would try knight e2 right now.
Knight e2? Because, okay, king f5 runs into knight d4 fork.
But king e4 is the problem.
Possible, king e4, but okay, king e4, knight f4, and then just king f5 then.
Or king f3.
Or king f3. But king f3, yes, okay, it works because you will have bishop e8 at the end.
Yeah.
But, okay, yeah, that's already tricky. So king d3 played.
Aline keeps torturing her. King f5, king e3, and then maybe king back to e5. So how do you, again, what is the right way to sit here?
But also you have this g5 plan. You can also maybe just start trading already the pawns. King f5. Yeah, it looks like black pulls off the miracle. She escapes.
Incredible. If she can complete the job, which it seems likely that she will.
Yeah, so what do we suggest after king e3? Do we go for the g5 plan or do we just come back?
G5 is so tempting.
Yes.
I think G5 might be a forced draw.
Because actually after king e3, king e5, suddenly white gets the chance of going knight e2, knight f4. And it's a bit tricky.
Yeah,
I don't want to let that
that's
happen.
what the knight is good at.
Yes. If it starts to jump, yeah, king e3 played. And now it's the big moment. The moment of truth. Because if you start with king g4, there is knight e4. I don't know if that's decisive or not, because I'm not threatening anything, but still it's a little bit unpleasant to face that move.
For sure.
You might have to play bishop a8, and it's a little bit mysterious. g5, correct. Absolutely correct.
She's not going to go this far only to give it up at the last moment. And again, the power of the bishop is illustrated. The bishop holds down the pawn by itself, and the king can take care of business on the other side. Good division of labor. The pawns on the king side are going to get traded, and white's going to have no way to get the pawn to c6 without giving it up for the bishop.
Yeah, now we also see the evaluation bar agrees that this is just a dead draw.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that black is not just prematurely trading the pawns with h4, because then there is a danger that white's king would be able to target the bishop immediately. But black combines the pressure on the g3 pawn with king g4, making sure that white's forces are kind of tied, and only in the right moment will you force matters with h4.
Yeah, and after king f4, there might be no need, because if king d4, king f3, okay, she plays king f5, which also is fine. You just sit on g5 and f5, and that's it. I mean, white's not making any progress here. Yeah, this is going to be a
Not
draw.
at all.
This will be a draw, and that means that basically concludes the games in the women's section. What do we have elsewhere?
Wow, Aline is always involved in one of the longest games of the round.
Yeah, she has a penchant for it. It looks like Alexei Sarana might be involved in one of the longest games of the round, because he's torturing Shreyas Royal in an endgame. But Shreyas doing a good job so far. Another difficult endgame in Hushenbeth Sarkisian, but that looks like a draw. And another endgame where Vidit is maybe putting the finishing touches on Gupta. Great comeback victory if you can complete this.
Yes, that would be, of course, very, very important for Vidit, striking back immediately after. But I already believe that there had been some development in this game. Let me update.
Firouzja won, by the way. That was a while ago, but just to make sure everybody knows, he did defeat Rauf Mamedov.
I know, it seems like this is the current position, and Vidit is burning time. It looks like it should be game over, it should be winning position, but it's not easy to find the finishing touch. Look at the last couple of moves, because this was the position. Rook was on f6, king g7, king h3, rook b7. Black is doomed to passivity. The evaluation bar says white is completely winning, but there is no clear way of finishing it off.
It's almost a fortress. I mean, f5 needs to be calculated. I think that's the direct attempt, but f5, gf, g6, what do you do then?
Exactly, because the king can never come closer because of knight g6. Yeah, f5 played. Computer does not approve at first, but let's not jump to quick conclusion. Also, the eval bar is kind of confirming that despite giving question marks, he likes it.
Yeah, I don't think the eval bar knows what it's talking about in this particular instance, because apart from knight c6, which is the immediate threat, if black plays rook c7, then white has king f4. No, king f4, knight takes g6. I apologize.
Yes.
White does not have king f4.
Yeah, that was actually the reason why Vidit was burning so much time, that it looks winning, but how do we break through? Is it
knight
some
d3,
Tsukson
knight
position?
f4?
Ah, wow, you can, yeah? But okay, be careful. Knight d3, rook d7.
Yeah. I see what you're aiming for.
Yeah, just to highlight, because this is so beautiful. Yeah, the rerouting of the knight runs actually into this lovely tactic with knight takes g6, knight e5. So always you have to watch out.
But knight d3, rook d7, I can move my king back to avoid these tricks. Although then h4, so there's still a little bit of intrigue, and Vidit has to calculate all of this. 7 minutes to make 8 more moves, because on move 60, they get another 15 minutes.
Yeah, the good news for Vidit is that he already spent quite a lot of time before breaking through with f5, so he definitely has seen the follow-up. He certainly sees a construction which he believes that, yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the right way.
Okay. So now a big moment, and this is the big decision. This is where he might spend 5 minutes even, because if he solves the problem here, the other moves presumably will be quite a bit simpler.
Yeah, one of the drawbacks of what happened of yesterday, not only losing the game, but also losing a little bit the confidence, yeah, that you know that you can miss something, yeah, and this is the worst feeling, because as long as you don't miss anything, you just assume that you automatically play only good moves. And that's already then not chess, it's a mind game.
Very true. Okay, Vidit,
That's
6.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for Vidit to win this game and then get rid of the ghosts and get the feeling of power again. Yeah, it's this is so crucial.
Yeah, when you mess up 2 winning positions in a row, it messes with your mind completely. I mean, so it can ruin you for the rest of the tournament, because you can get a feeling of hopelessness. Big moment here.
Yeah, not so easy. Not so easy, because there is still this H pawn. The king cannot. I'm trying to understand that, is there some way that if we put the king on H3, that would help just to get out of all these winning things. Yeah, like king G3. Is that a move?
Funny trap. King G3, F4 check. And if rook takes
Yes.
F4, I think I have knight takes G6.
No. I don't want to touch it. I just want to keep on moving then with my king.
Get that pawn is radioactive.
But let's just show your brilliant tactic. F4, rook F4, knight takes G6, knight takes G6, rook G7, and all of a sudden the pin is the problem. Rook F6 is met by king H7.
Yep.
So tons of tricks everywhere. So Vidit is burning time. He's trying to be super precise. He wants to find that very delicate way of converting, but every move has its own problem.
Exactly. It's crazy how passive Black's setup is, and yet how many tricks that there are from a distance. He's gone king G3. It's been played. The eval bar and the
Yes.
question marks are completely out of order. They're not corresponding to each other.
Yeah, basically F5, G6, King G6, the last 3 moves all had been criticized by computer, and humanly speaking, all of them were very high class moves. Also, the eval bar confirms afterwards that yes, you are doing extremely well, but then why are you criticizing?
Yeah, question mark, but the evaluation doesn't change.
Yes. It probably just means that computer sees some different way of converting the position, which is clear cut for the computer, but this is human chess.
It is indeed. So one of the, I don't want to say one of the last remaining games. There's quite a few, but definitely well over half the games have terminated 5.5 hours into the round, which means it's time for another break. For us, it's a super, really long day. It's exhausting. We need our break time. The players need their break time, and that's why the time control is so extensive. You're watching round 2 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Before we go on break, wanted to remind you of the Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. This Halloween, 8 masked players, yes, I said masked players, compete in the 4th edition of the Halloween Mystery Banter Blitz. The players' identities will be revealed upon elimination, but who will don their spooky mask until the end to take home the winner's crown? Tune into the Halloween Blitz event on October 31st at noon Eastern Time, 12 p.m. Eastern, and use !Halloween Blitz in chat to read up on the event. And we'll be back with more of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Maybe I'll start a horror movie during the break. We'll see you in a few.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay.
Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
With ChessKid's new live classroom feature, coaches can do so much more. Easily create or preload games from your library and invite your class in seconds. Teach face-to-face interactive lessons without having to leave the site. Teaching chess online has never been easier.
Welcome back to the 2023 FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss from the Isle of Man. We're watching round two. The number of games still going, 5.5 hours in, has thinned out considerably, but there's still a couple of important matchups still going on. We wanted to congratulate Fabi for hitting 2,800 live after his relatively quick and painless victory over Hans Niemann, continuing to display incredible form, Peter, and he's here just to have fun, which makes him even more terrifying to face, as you so astutely indicated.
Exactly. Yeah, it's he's getting practice. He keeps on winning the games. He's terrorizing his opponents, and he's enjoying himself in Isle of Man. So far, everything works according to plans for Fabi.
Indeed. Eline Roebers failed to convert that position. It's official. That game has ended in a draw. Huge save by Vaishali early in the tournament. But we continue to look at the open section. We think 14 games are still going on. We were watching Vidit against Gupta. Maybe we can go to another game. Vidit is going to continue to try to convert this endgame. His last move maybe not the most accurate, but is there anything else that catches our eye? How did Ponomarev do, by the way? And
well, let's check it out. Gukesh draw. Yeah, he drew against Gukesh as well. It's no easy pairing to face Pono. The Murtsin Praggnanandhaa game also ended in a draw. Aryan Chopra Vincent Keimer game also ended in a draw. All of these really big battles.
Mm-hmm.
And what else we have? Tari has won against Hari Krishna. The game we haven't checked out for a long time. We talked about it. It's Nikita Vityukov against Benjamin Gledura. That pawn on b7 still keeps on causing nightmare for black. but he's getting some counterplay, or it's just some desperation.
Yeah,
His king side is falling apart.
Queen takes f4 seems very straightforward, and it creates massive problems along the third rank. I mean, maybe rook e6, but this has to be winning pretty straightforwardly.
Yes, so actually what happened here, that it was beautifully orchestrated. Yeah, the tripling, also making sure that first the rooks are doubled, the queen is behind. That's the most effective way of setting up the battle. And the knight started jumping, and white creates a second front. Yeah, look at this. All of black's pieces are tied onto the defense of the b7 pawn, and the knight is doing the job. After bishop g5, now the time has come to start action with f4, bishop f6, king h1, very little subtle move just to make sure that no surprises will ever appear. g5, a suicidal kind of desperate attempt to break free. Queen b1,
wow.
making sure that, yes, the queen will never activate itself to f5. Beautiful move. I'm loving moves like this. G takes f4, and knight takes f6, king f6, queen h7. Wow, brilliant calculation also by Nikita. And after rook takes e3, queen takes h4 check, king g7. Now you are just indicating the move queen takes f4. Also queen g5 check is there. A lot of pain for black here.
And that's probably what he's thinking about, is does he throw in the check on g5? He's been thinking for 7 minutes and counting. So he's down. Okay, rook takes e3 has been played. So he's actually taken the rook, and presumably he's going to win that e3 pawn. How is he going to do it? Is he going to go... Does he want to go rook b3?
Yeah, I'm also kind of thinking about this, that is this the idea? But yes, it's on the board, rook b3.
And it might just be winning on the spot.
Runs into queen g3 check, also collecting the rook. Also the pawn is falling, everything seems to fall apart.
Wow, Vitigov is so good.
Yeah, he has been struggling in the recent months, and I'm so happy. He had a rough World Cup. He was also not successful in the Spanish league, but finally it seems like all these organizational problems, changing federation, changing country, everything has settled, and now he can show his real chess strengths. I'm very happy for this. Of course, very sorry for Benji, for my countryman, that he exactly had to face Nikita in form.
Yeah, and with the black pieces, ever since that weakness on b7 was created, he never got out of the doghouse. Vitigov held his feet to the fire, and now it seems the black's days are numbered.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hopeless situation. Nothing moves. The rook on c7 is passive. If not, the rook could be a knight and jump to e6. Everything would be under control, but that's against the rules.
Indeed. Okay, so this one is essentially decided. What else do we have? We have some other games.
Well, plenty of action. For example, Fedoseev Lamy, it still continues. And hang on, is white creating some chances with the h-pawn and the rook behind it?
He's found a crazy construction.
Yes. Wow, it looked like it should have been finished long ago. And suddenly Erwin is down to 30 seconds. But no, because they already reached move 65. So I think, yes, exactly. The clock jumps to 50 minutes.
Yeah, okay, that's different. And he needs to spend his time wisely here, because what does Fedoseev want? He wants to create the pass pawn. And if he does that, maybe black is still winning by shuffling the rook to the h file. But then white's king can creep up to b3 and start collecting the pawns. I was going to propose the move f5. I think this might solve all the problems tactically.
Yeah, you just make sure that you activate everything. And this is now the moment when you can go passive with the rook without any problems. Yeah, it's...
Exactly.
Or you even want to solve it like h5 fg and fg king g4. That's also, yeah, and now after gf, then you can even take ef, but I'm not even sure if you want... Yes. I think like just gf. And just gf, h5, and then going back with the rook to c8. Rook h8 is coming, e5, king g5. Yeah, it's good enough.
Yeah, that's a good line. And the fact that Erwin has paused is important. EF is logical, but H5 is a very nasty tactic. Obviously, GH Rook H4 check wins the Rook. So, and it's probably still a draw, but why bother?
Yes. Okay, one could argue that maybe EF, H5, G5 still wins.
Yeah, I have to go H6 and Rook
Yeah,
C8.
and Rook C8. It's the same.
And if
same
I go
idea.
H7 and King B3,
well, the king is just too far away. Yeah, I guess I just push G4.
I'll take it.
Takes.
Rook H6.
No, hang on. Let me take with the... Yeah, I was actually a little bit worried that it might be important that I take with the king or with the pawn, but it's very instructive. So compute acid after F take G4, Rook H6, suddenly it's a draw because basically the rook is behind and you will be able to give the checks.
Maybe I can go
Yeah,
Rook
so-
F6 and Rook F7. I don't know, yeah. No, but then I don't have access to the H file to give a check.
Yes. Yeah, keep the rook here. But then how is it a draw? It's a study-like position.
Can I play King
Can we
takes
take-
B4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we take on before? Yes. G2, because let's illustrate, and then Rook G6. That's the drawing method. King F3, Rook F6, King G3, Rook G6, King H2, and Rook H6. That's why it's so important that we are not protecting our pawn with Rook F7, Rook G7. Sensational stuff. It just shows intuitively we felt like we don't want to mess with this position. We just want to take G takes F5, and then after this H5, Rook C8, we won't be dealing with any of these tricks.
Yep.
We also saw that, yes, the position is still winning if black takes with the king on G4, but there is already a room for error, and we certainly don't want to do that.
Lamy is so, you called it, he's so calm, and it really shines through with his time consumption. He doesn't do any panicky moves. He always thinks through the consequences, and 2 wins in the first 2 games. What a start that would be for Erwin Lamy.
Yeah, and against Vidit and against Fedosiev, okay, one has to be objective and say that, yes, yesterday he was just 1 move away from losing in the time scramble. Of course, one could also argue that the game was completely wild, and it was just by accident in the time trouble that there was this winning opportunity for Vidit. So yes, it was just a very hard battle. And today also looked like he was in some kind of a trouble, but then he turned things around. And yes, Erwin is so classy when he plays good. It's a joy to follow him.
Yeah, and chat was telling us that he was losing earlier in the game. So more power to him for pulling out 2 wins out of 2 potentially losing positions. Okay, so it looks like he's going to convert this unless he goes down the path that we outlined, but he's got enough time to avoid it. Which brings us to other top games. Almost all of the top boards are finished.
Yeah, okay, Sadhana, let's check out at Sadhana.
Yep.
Against the very young prodigy of England. Yeah, but this is terrible. The rook knight combo and extra pawn on the same side. We have seen in Elin's game against Vaishali that there the bishop was more powerful because there was like 2 sides. Yeah, the pawn was on the queen side, the extra pawn, and there were vulnerable pawns on the king side. Now we see the power of the knight taking care of everything what happens on the king side.
Black is in a kind of zugzwang, because if it were white to move here, you want to go F5, but you can't because of E takes F5 check. And the knight on F3 hangs, but black has to make a move. And if you move the bishop to E3, then you intercept the rook and the knight. White can play F5. If you play rook D1, then the contact with the knight disappears and white can still play F5. Black can play F5, but then, and maybe that is the best chance for black to play F5, takes, and try to change the pawn structure, pose some new problems.
But
rook G8,
then you might, yes, also rook D7, and then you are getting into some mating net.
White is also in a bit of a mating net.
Yeah, but it's again a Zugzwang. Let's just show this. Yeah, you already highlighted before the Zugzwang issue, and it's also, again, you face the same problems.
Rook B3, and then just rook H7.
You can, yeah, okay, yes. You are playing spoiler with rook B3, but rook H7 just does the job.
Yeah, because rook d1 you have knight e5 and rook f7 mate. Very pretty.
Yeah, just to highlight, yeah, rook d1, knight e5, and rook f7, checkmate is coming.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, everything works to perfection. Sadhwani is about to win his game. It's already also move 72. There is no time trouble, which probably means that we can continue our journey. There is Jumabayev versus Esipenko. I think it's very important to check that game out. We haven't seen that game before.
Wow. What an
3
unbalanced
pawns.
position.
Yeah. Okay, it's clear that black is the one playing for a win, but is it winnable? That's a big question.
Yeah, because black's pawns are scattered about the board, and the H pawn is the only serious weakness. I honestly don't envy white's task, though. It's hard to figure out where to put your rooks. Maybe rook a8, maybe rook a7 check, king e6, rook h8 to go after the H pawn. But who knows? I mean, there's so many options here.
Yeah, somehow I believe that it should be winning for black. I can just give the h6 pawn, coordinate forces. I have 2 connected pass pawns. The knight will start jumping, and I start advancing the pawns. At least humanly speaking, I think that it should be a win. I do see the evaluation bar, and I know that computers are pulling up some incredible defenses in positions like this.
Indeed. So Jumabayev with 540, but they're not even close to move 60. So
yeah.
Some of these games are going to continue into another time scramble.
Yeah, this is practically over. I feel like it's practically over if black is able to activate the king. Yeah, if something like c5, king e6 happen, even if I lose the h6 pawn, and then the knight will also, white's king is very weak. I can't really imagine a scenario that white holds this in a practical game.
And it's important that rook a6, some people were mentioning, it runs into knight f3 check and knight e5. Black's knight gets it to the center in time, and then you don't get anything. You're not attacking the h pawn, and you're not winning the c pawn. So this seems to make matters a little bit worse. Important resource. The knight is a very crafty piece.
Very important line. Yeah, thank you, chat, pointing it out, because yeah, rook a6 would be the thematic move that could force a draw, but it does not work.
Indeed.
And yeah, clock is ticking. The pressure is on. A very important, and a very important moment, because whoever wins this game, and it seems like Esipenko is the favorite to do that, then he would get also 2 out of 2. That's such a big step forward. We see that so many favorites are struggling to win a game. For example, Hikaru, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, Vincent Keimer, 3 youngsters, are also suffering to win games. Just goes on to shows how difficult the tournament is.
Totally. I mean, 2 rounds is very early, of course, but it's fun to watch the top players play catch up, because then toward the middle half of the tournament, you actually start to see them taking a lot of risks if they made a bunch of draws to try to make up the ground with the lower rated players who've been winning. But Jumabayev yesterday beats Donchenko. Today he is struggling with white against Esipenko, but I would say this is a 50-50 position. I wouldn't be shocked if he saved it.
Yeah, it would be a great save. It would be kind of very annoying for Esipenko, thinking like, okay, in a practical game, no way. Maybe a computer can defend this, but over the board, humans would just unable to hold. I somehow feel that these 2 pawns, the central pawns, the king gets to d5. I start pushing c5, knight e4, c4, king d4, d5. What kind of power can really stop me from keep on advancing? That's kind of my worry, that something like this, and then knight to e4, and then c4, and then king d4, and then d5. The rook from c3 can be placed on d3 as well to make sure that d5 pawn is always protected, and then you keep on marching down like this.
Well explained. So chances for Andrei Esipenko, and we can probably keep going around the horn.
Yes, exactly, because this will be a long game. Erigaisi, let's check out Cristobal after saving yesterday's marathon game. No, it's no chances against that.
He's not gonna save this one. Yeah.
This is over. Okay, we continue.
Akobian Grandelia still going. Okay, so maybe Firouzja went for the win then.
Yes, certainly. And look at this. This is what I've been talking about, that if white can somehow avoid the repetition, then in long terms, because of this terrible structure, just this, and that white can always lean back with the bishop to e4. The white king is super solid, super safe. And I believe you know very well that if Firouzja knows that things are under control, if he has a solid position, then he's just extremely strong.
Yeah, he really is. I've played him in a lot of US championships. He's not a fun opponent. I mean, he's been over 2650. Obviously, he's more focused on coaching duties now, but that doesn't make him any less of a dangerous player. Queen b5 is a nasty move. Queen b7 is being insinuated in some positions, but maybe not here because black can take and go rook b6. So I don't know what Niels does here. It's hard to generate a move.
Yeah, the problem is that if white's king is close enough, then already queen b7 will be a winning threat. That's one of the big problems. Maybe even already king on e2 is close enough. For example, let's just try rook d6. We play queen b7, takes, rook b6, and king d3. And black's king is just not in time to reach to d6.
Yeah, white's king reaches c6.
Yeah, so rook has to fall back, and we continue. King d8, and I'm guessing bishop c4, bishop b5 should win the game.
Oh, nasty. Bishop b5 intercepting the rook.
Yeah. So, okay, there are all these direct dangers already looming at Niels, which means that he might have to move his king to h6 or make sure that he will be able to jump out with his queen. But how does he do that?
So king h6 immediately, yeah, again queen b7.
Yes, and then queen d6.
Queen d6. Oh, you could even, in some situations, allow the promotion and go for the direct attack.
Yes, I feel like something like this, and I would be very worried from white side allowing black to activate. You never know. Queen gets to c5, counter chances on f2.
Yeah, and that could be scary.
Yeah, this is a very intense battle. Still 7 moves to be played before the time comes, though. The players are experiencing time pressure, and the tension is growing.
It is indeed. 8 minutes and a half for Grandelius, and again at move 60 you get an additional 15 minutes. So, yeah, moving the king seems like the only way to ensure that queen b7 doesn't force the queen trade.
Yes, is there an argument to be made that maybe let's try to use the moment and jump with queen to d6 immediately? Is that a possibility?
Okay, so let's say, and again, it's the same idea, I guess, if I give a check and play c7.
Yes, but like this, at least I provoke you for queen b7. Yeah, I don't believe that queen b7 is a good move for white. If it's not winning on the spot, it gives black chances.
Yeah, I agree. c7, queen c5, f3, queen c2 check, and it's a perpetual at least.
Yeah, very scary.
Yeah.
From the white side, I even don't want to calculate this because it's out of control.
I agree. But this doesn't look like it leads anywhere promising. You get mated if you promote an rook f2.
Yes. No. It's so basically after queen b5, the big question for Niels that is he worried that if he plays a move like king h6, white just comes back to c5, make sure that he's stable, and then just continues his king journey? I don't know. Also, at some point, maybe I can think about putting the pawn to f3, just making sure that the f2 pawn is not hanging, and the bishop on d5 is beautifully protecting the f3 pawn, so it's not really a weakness.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well explained. So you need to make certain improvements before you dive in with queen b7. But with only 5 minutes to figure it out, you also don't want to risk losing like you were in that line. So how does Akobian find the balance here?
Yeah, but that's why Niels, I feel like he should try to provoke white of losing his coordination. So queen d6, in my mind, is a very nice practical move.
I agree. I think that's exactly what he's calculating. He spent right about 5 minutes now on the move, and king h6. So he goes for our initial execution. Queen b7, queen d6 is the idea. But Jacobian can go back to c5.
He can go back to c5, exactly. Yeah. And just very quickly, because we have time, after move 40, yeah, queen f6. Yeah, it was again the curse of move 40. Queen c7 was a terrible mistake by Niels, and he's paying the price because White had the choice of just retreating the queen to c5 and play for compensation. White is risking nothing, and it's Niels who has to suffer with the black pieces. And that's how we reach this position. And we see that methodically, Varuzhan is playing very nicely, bringing his king towards the queen side. And this is how we reach that position that we are having now.
Yeah, he's good at these conceptual battles. He's very good at figuring out where his pieces belong. And traditionally, he's a good time pressure player. So he's got the whole package. Can he score a huge victory? I didn't realize Niels was this close to 2,700.
Yeah, Niels is doing extremely well the last couple of months. And I believe, knowing that everybody loves him, he's such a nice person, everybody's rooting for him, it's kind of great. He had a wonderful European Club Cup. He was suffering. He had great World Cup. He was doing fine in the European Club Cup, but was not like his tournament of his life. He played for Novibor. He played a very good performance, but it's not the reason why he's not 2690.
Yeah. It's a series of great results that have to propel you there. 3 minutes, 40 seconds for Jacobian. Definitely a game to keep track of. I don't know. Should we stay here, wait for this to unfold? There's a smattering of games still going.
Yeah, if we get any news where we should be going.
I mean, not a lot.
Okay, Mareko against Shevchenko. Yeah, Shevchenko also yesterday having the chance of winning that game against Varuzhan. He didn't manage, and he's in a lot of trouble.
This looks awful. And Mareko, another very dangerous player.
Yeah.
And knight e6 check is threatened. The king is surrounded. This reminds me of a position from yesterday. I think Sevian's game, where he kind of had a similar mating construction.
Exactly. This is hopeless. Fight, haven't sacrificed anything, has a free attack. Vulnerable king. No way of surviving. And basically we can continue our journey. What else is there? So knight d3 had been played. If this is not checkmate, then nothing.
So yeah, queen f6 check. I mean, this has to be totally winning.
This is winning. And what about Vidit? Because we have seen that endgame. Is he converting? Is he not converting? He's
Maybe
squeezing, he's pressing, but not easy.
Yeah,
Knight
they've made move
c5.
60.
Yeah, again, extra 15 minutes. Okay, if not for the unfortunate king on h5, I guess White would be winning. So it's a very special construction. The big question, can Black make use of that? Is he able to cut the king with rook g3, but knight e6 check is coming?
Yeah.
Still chances.
Knight e6 is a nasty idea. King f6, though, I don't know.
Yeah, not easy. And there is also one more game we haven't talked about. Frederick Swane, the young brother of the Swane brothers, versus the legend Mikhail Krasenkov. Okay,
Yeah,
what the
a lot of people
position
won't
is
know
this?
who that is, but very legendary player.
Yes, Sveshnikov specialist, Grünfeld specialist. I was learning a lot of openings based on his contribution, his games.
This looks totally winning for White. I think the eval bar just hasn't... Yeah, the bar hasn't updated, but I think queen e5, and you're going to pick up the b4 pawn. You're going to be up 3 pawns, and it's on the board.
It's hopeless. Yeah, it's completely hopeless.
Krasenkov will
That's it.
resign here. Wow, so a lot of the games are ending.
Yeah, which brings us back to... Which game should we jump to? Any favorite from the public, from the chat, from our viewers?
Oh, the Lamy game apparently is really interesting.
Let me get that game. Wow. So things are what? No, it should be winning. Yes. Okay. The evaluation bar is driving me crazy because we kind of expected that black will capture with the pawn on f5 and it's a systematic win, and then suddenly I see that okay, it wasn't according to our plans, but black probably just goes g5, king g6, and systematically picks up that h6 pawn.
Yeah,
that should do
too
the
many
job.
extra pawns. I mean, you're winning b4, but there's no way you're winning both of black's kingside pawns, and your king is just way too far away. Even without the other b pawn, I think it in many situations would be winning for black.
Yes. h7 played, which means that after g5, Fedoseev wants to play rook h6, relying on that defense, but probably black can play now king f6, king g7. That's the professional way.
I agree. King f6 in 2 minutes. I mean, yeah, now he has 2 minutes for the rest of the game. He has depleted every additional supply of time that he's received. But this just becomes very easy. Boom, boom, boom. You take h7, and then you bring your king back toward the center. It's over. 50 minutes for Fedoseev. Typical Vladimir. He plays fast. He almost always plays fast, but sometimes it backfires, and you have nothing to do with these 50 minutes.
Yeah, nothing at all. This is not the last trap, yeah, that probably black has to find king f6, king g7. I have no doubt that Erwin will play it. It's just so much his style. He's very careful. He wants to make sure that everything is under control.
On the lower boards, obviously Jakuboyev beat Kolbus. I mean, that was just a gift for Noterbeck. He must have checked the pairings. I will admit, Peter, sometimes when I was playing in strong opens and I check the pairings and I'm playing someone much lower rated than expected, I love playing the top guys, but it can be a good feeling. Like, okay, unless I do something really dumb, I kind of have an easier game.
Well, especially here, yeah, in this tournament, it's so important to bounce back as quickly as possible after the loss. We see that how difficult it is to win a game. And with a 50%, you immediately have a completely different kind of feeling for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah,
okay,
king f6. Okay, king f6 had been played. Rook h4. So basically what Fedoseev is saying, if you play king g7, I'm gonna hunt your e6 pawn with rook e4. Is that his idea, or is he planning to take rook takes b4?
Yeah, it might be rook takes b4, rook takes b7, and he might have determined that that is the best chance. But even if in that situation the f pawn is traded for the e pawn, white's king is going to be too far away, and it's going to be cut off by the black rook. Eventually, that's going to lead to a Lucena position.
Exactly. I think that rook e4 is the idea, because rook takes b4, rook takes h7, rook takes b7 check, king h6, and followed by rook f7 simply wins the game. There is no way to protect the f3 pawn. So I'm pretty sure that Fedoseev wants to play rook e4. Make sure that you target the e6 pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Rook e4, king f7, rook back to h4. So maybe black will take on h3, play rook h3.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what I was expecting. Like takes, rook takes e6, rook h3, forcing white's rook to passivity, and then I don't know if g5 or just first king f6, king f5, king f4, and there should be no way of defending this.
Yeah.
Rook takes b4 on the board. Okay.
Rook takes h7.
Yeah,
that pawn endgame is losing. That pawn endgame has to be losing.
Yes, it's losing. It's impossible. Okay, sometimes we see miracles, but this doesn't look like. Oops, I have to. It's black to move. Yeah, what we are talking about is this endgame takes, and then king c4. But okay, you can just, you are in time to get this, and then g5 and f for g4.
G4, yeah, exactly. And if the king steps back, then king f5. And eventually one of the pawn breakthroughs will be decisive. G3 here, I think.
Now we are just completely winning. It's also nice, it's not needed, but the pawn is still on e6, so if we would need to get some tempo or tempi that we would also be able to get.
Yeah, exactly.
So very important for Erwin not to see any ghost, just go along with his plan. He had been foreseeing this. He shouldn't be shocked by White's resourcefulness.
Yeah, that's Fedoseev for you. He's always going to fight until the end. But, you know, he's got 49 minutes. It's not like there's anything particular to invent here. You're just going down.
Yeah. And rook takes h7 played.
Rook b7, king h6, yeah.
Yeah. And then it's also elementary.
How is Alexei Sarana doing?
Let's take a look. Alexei. I thought I already have his game, but no, I have to find.
Yeah, it's board 15.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Black is actually still hanging in there, but okay, with this king and the rook knight combo plus this pawn structure, it's too much to handle.
Plus the time situation, which is terrifying for Black. He's got 6 minutes. Sarana has 50 minutes. And that is just, I mean, imagine playing this endgame against someone who has 50 minutes on his clock. Rook c7 and knight e5 looks very straightforward and natural. And then king f5.
And then also some knight g4 targeting the h6 pawn. There is no way Black can hang on to all these weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the weaknesses, I meant the pawn on h6 and the vulnerable king position. And also the bishop on e1 is far away. If that bishop would be on c3, it would probably also not really matter because White will slowly grind out the win. But with the bishop on e1, it's hopeless.
Yeah. I think this one is also decided. So do we have any games where the result is like not, or is in question? Because it seems like Lamy's victory is a foregone conclusion. Sarana is going to win this game. There's just no way. Svane and Krasenkov is totally over. What else?
Well, Akopyan, this
and it's
this
coming
is,
down to the wire.
Wow, and only 30 seconds for Varuzhan. Wow. What's
and the
happening?
Evo, of course, seems to think that he's losing control of the game.
Yeah,
but
now
why?
Queen c5. Okay, Queen c5. Our favorite move.
What move number is it? Just to check how close both players are to the final time control. 56. So still,
yes.
Still some work to do before you hit that final time control.
Wow. How did Varuzhan? But Queen takes a3, going pawn hunting instead of just nicely activating with Queen c5. It's a surprise, but okay. Who can fold the players with so little time?
So what, c7? I mean, with no time on the clock, if he doesn't play c7, I would be shocked.
Yes, exactly.
C7.
Push it. And also the bishop can fall back to e4, guarding the f3 pawn, targeting the g6 pawn.
I guess it's a draw now. I guess Black just doesn't rook. You can never get your rook involved into the attack. So this looks pretty drawish. Black has that perpetual with queen b2, queen d4, etc. Akobian just has to figure out where to bring his king.
Well, it's easy said, not so easy to decide. Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock. Every route has some problems.
Yeah, exactly.
How do we play?
20 seconds. I would play king e3. That's my instinct. Stay as close to the center as possible. King d3, queen d4 check looks a little bit nasty. Maybe Black has e4 after that.
Yes. It's tricky. Well, king f1 played.
Oh, you can run to gh3, actually. I didn't see that.
Yeah, I think that this is somehow more professional because anyway he will rely on bishop e4 defense. The rook is not able to join the battle, so there is no problem on the back rank.
But Black has this draw mechanism where you play king h3 and I threaten mate on h1.
Yes.
And I think we might see that repetition to end the game.
Setting checkmate. It's probably also the fair result because, okay, Vahrukjan had the winning position before he stepped into that devilish knight d4 tactic by going pawn hunting on b7. After then the turnaround, then it looked like Niels could have won the game. Then again, new twist. But my experience tells me that when a game ends in a draw, then somehow both players can more or less live with. Wow, king g2 apparently a big mistake.
Whoa, it loses?
What?
Oh, is there queen d2 and queen d2 and e4? No, then white has c8 queen.
Yes, I was also calculating that line. But wow, queen d2 check, king h3, queen d1, threatening checkmate, and then rook takes f3.
Oh my god,
That
and
could
queen
be.
f1 is mate.
Wow.
That's insane. And queen d2, queen d1, if he finds queen d1, that's move 60. That wins on the spot. I mean, I guess white can play f4 also to try to stop the threat, but then e4, and it's the same concept.
Wow. And actually, king g2 has been played with 1 second on the clock. Look at this.
Yeah,
He bounces
insane.
back to 31. Yeah, it's so much tension.
So apparently king e2 was the only move coming back to the center, and that would have forced a repetition. Now Niels below a minute.
Yeah, but probably he senses this opportunity, but he has to spot queen d1. You have so many options, but exactly queen d2 and then queen d1 and rook takes f3. How unfortunate white is that there is no way of creating threats against the h6 king.
Yep. Queen d2 check played. I mean, that's the easy part. But it also signals that he might see the idea, because he didn't go queen c2 check, he went queen d2 check. So he understands that rook takes f3 is on the radar in some positions.
Yes, and now queen d1 is the move that we are assuming super important. Setting up checkmating idea. Yes?
Oh, it doesn't work. Queen d1, I was going to propose king h2 to try to meet rook takes f3 with c8 queen, but then queen e2 check. And he's found it. And it's move 60. Terrible news for Jacobian.
Yes. It's crazy. Just when I was speculating about the draw, both players can live with the result. But this is chess. It's crazy.
Incredible.
It's out of control.
If f4, black has even queen g4 check, trade the queens and then go rook c8 and pick up the c7 pawn. That, I think, is winning for black.
But f4 also e4 seems to be winning, no?
Maybe then king h2 or king g2?
Yeah, but this is also a rule. If you can reach a winning endgame, just go for it.
Yeah.
Because it's much better than delivering checkmate. With checkmate, you can miscalculate something, but if it's a winning endgame, you will just convert it.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah, poor
Sanity.
Vahrukjan. Yesterday, escaping that marathon game against Shevchenko by a miracle, and now losing this game.
Yeah, and it's a hopeless feeling. You've got 15 minutes, but you only need a couple seconds to establish that you've made a horrible mistake. How many turnarounds in this game? What a win this is going to be for Grandelius. Always pleasant to win a game like this, if he can complete the job.
Yeah, it's but now it looks almost certain. Yeah, the main point being that king g2 is met by rook takes f3. That's the cold shower.
Yep.
And it's just checkmate. Queen f1, king h2, rook f2 ends the game on the spot.
Yep, that is very nasty. And that means Grandelius is going to take this one in all likelihood. There's also that Esipenko game, which I think is still ongoing.
Yeah, that will go on forever.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, now that the players reach the time control, we can look around. What else still in progress? Fedosiev, Lamy. Yeah, white is thinking, but after rook h7, it seems like there is no move for white.
Yep.
And what else do we have? Vidit. Let's take a look.
Oh. Vidit is
He
close
should be
to
winning.
converting this. Yeah,
Yes.
he's winning all of Black's pawns on the queen side. This is looking pretty bad.
I told you that his problem was only that his king was on h5. If that king ever reaches back, then the structure is automatically winning. Gupta is a very nice person, a very good friend of mine. We play for the same team in Germany in Bundesliga since 2016 for Dedzau. But after what happened to Vidit yesterday, I think he forgives me to say that I would be actually happy if I see Vidit bouncing back, because he has chances to fight for qualification, and I think it's fair to say that the Gupta's chances are not real in this very strong tournament.
A loss is devastating, but it's a really long tournament, and you can really make up a lot of points in the span of just a few rounds. You know, you lose, okay, you win 2 games, boom, you're already on 2 out of 3, and that sounds completely different than 0 out of 1. So King F2 here, I assume, and with 3 extra pawns on the queen side, it just doesn't feel like Black's F1 makes up enough counterplay to give Black realistic chances. But 6 minutes for the rest of the game, you never know.
It's enough. It's enough.
I agree.
I also don't really see how to put resistance. Yeah, it's kind of after King F2, what do you do?
Rook E5, I guess.
Yeah, and then I even have Knight D3 coming back, not allowing any pins.
That's a dagger, and Rook E4, Rook takes A5 basically resigns, I think, the 3 extra pawns.
Exactly. Exactly. So okay, it's kind of good news for Indian chess fans. They know exactly that okay, Vidit is their man. He can make a Mantu comeback, and we wish Gupta all the best for the rest of his tournament.
We do indeed.
But this is not so crucial for Vidit. He needs to bounce back after that tragic loss yesterday.
He most certainly does, and he seems to be well on the way to doing that. Okay, so there's this game, probably going to wrap up fairly soon. And the Serrano. Okay, so Mareko actually drew. He didn't.
No. What? Is it a cannot believe? Oh my God, yes. But look at the final position. But even here, why is it a draw?
Yeah, why not play on?
And how did you reach here?
I mean, Queen F1 check is a draw, I think, but nobody in their right mind would. Maybe he was upset. I mean, who knows?
No, but hang on, it's a completely different position. Now we are getting this update. So maybe the players were moving the pieces. What happened here? It looked like its checkmate is inevitable.
It did.
And instead of checkmate, some miracle happened. Queen D5, King H1, Knight E1.
That was probably overlooked.
Suddenly, Black is setting checkmate in 1. And there is no check, just a repetition with Knight G5. Wow, this is
insane.
This is the miracle of the tournament, I have to say.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, and White's chances immediately evaporate. You don't get this kind of save very often.
Yeah, that you even cannot continue the game.
Literally, just you have to repeat or else you're worse. Yeah. And he had no time either. So he spent the rest of his time, figured out that there was nothing left to do but to repeat. And so he did.
Yeah. In such situations, usually now the Black player is of course very happy, that he survived. On the other hand, if White complains that I was completely winning, then he can say, but yesterday I was also completely winning and I did not win. Yeah, so it's by Shevchenko it equaled out. Yeah, yesterday it was a winning position. Then in the draw now he saved the losing position. Wow, what a shocker!
Yeah, chess karma tends to balance itself out. You know, one day you get lucky, the other day you don't. It's easy to dwell on the games where you don't get lucky, but it's just the way that it is. And in the Serrano game, is it over? I think it's over. Yeah, it's over.
Yeah, that's
is coming in the
finish. Yeah, there's no defense.
He's trying knight d7, bishop b4, but
there are no ways of. Yeah, okay. Everything wins.
Oh, just king f5, king g6.
Exactly. If you want to be very methodical, then just bring the king to g6. You even take that pawn. But why not just to win the bishop, yeah? King goes to e8.
Yep.
And then...
There is one trick where if you play it prematurely, then... Oh, but knight g6, f7, and knight e7.
Yes.
Oh, that ends it. Because the knight's going to intercept the bishop. Yeah, that's over.
And queen. Yeah. King h7 played, nothing changes. Knight g6, exactly, the knight is heading towards e7. f7, f8, and Slana will be also 2 out of 2. Great start for Alexei.
Indeed, and disappointing loss, but Shreyas Royal still standing with 1 out of 2. I mean, he's still doing extremely well, but today was not meant to be. He's going to put his king down momentarily. And, okay, he will... bishop c3, but, okay, just f7 and f8.
Let's just show that if you take with the king, then it's stalemate.
Yeah, but I would play knight f8, knight e6.
Yes, of course. Or knight e7, it's Zugzwang. Anyway, knight f5 is coming.
Knight f5. That's lovely.
Yeah, but let's just quickly highlight that, yes, no matter how winning you are, you still have to pay attention. Yeah, f8 queen, bishop takes f8, yes, knight takes f8 should win, but king takes f8 is a stalemate.
Never too late. It truly is never too late to make a mistake. But I don't know what Shreyas Royal is procrastinating on here. It's time to resign and go home.
Yeah, basically that's it.
Okay.
So this leaves us. Yeah, he designed. What else do we have? Not so much anymore. Fedoseev, Lamy still this position that actually Fedoseev was hoping that maybe Erwin will see goals, but no. And it's a win. Jumabayev, Esipenko. Yeah, we are getting this construction we talked about. Yeah, that we just can't really imagine that this not being a win. Black keeps on marching forward. King d4, d5, c3. And yeah, look at the level bar.
I thought this might be the last game of the round, but no, I don't think. I think most of the rest of the games are going to end almost simultaneously because the winning process here is pretty straightforward. King d4, c3, and just advance your king forward to d3 and play c2.
Yeah, it's pretty hopeless. The clock situation also perfectly suitable for black. No time pressure, no need to rush. He can take it slow and easy.
Exactly.
So Vidit is winning this, yeah. 3 pawns on the queen side, everything stabilized. No miracles anymore possible here. And what about Varuzhan? Yes, okay. It's a heartbreak. You have to move 60 to get that position and to understand that I made a mistake, now I'm losing, and the extra 15 minutes cannot help you.
It's horrible. You're sitting there pondering the hopelessness of your position. And so it looks like all of the rest of the games are essentially decided, which means it's time for us to start wrapping up the show. We've got 3 or 4 games still going. All of their results are essentially determined. So we are going to put the finishing touches on today's broadcast. It's been close to 7 hours once again. Difficult commentary schedule, but really, really fun games. Peter, as we delve into the results, your thoughts on the top games today as we start with the women's results?
Well, we continue seeing the great fights we had been expecting. Tanzonji winning a very important game there with the Leningrad Dutch. The Muzichuk sisters both winning convincingly. A great save by Vaishali and a very big miss by Aline. She will be upset with herself. She played a great game. She played a wonderful opening. You have been explaining it to us. We learned so much from it. Thank you very much once again, Danya, for that masterclass, a part of your great commentary. I learned a lot from that.
Well, I learn a lot from you two every day, and big highlight on Merowart Kamalidenova. who scored a pretty big upset against Valentina Gunin, a grandmaster, very experienced player. And that crazy game between Sandu and Bulmaga goes in favor of, well, both of them are Romanian. I was going to say goes in favor of the Romanian IM, but it goes in favor of Bulmaga. Okay, so we can look at the standings or the open section results. Perhaps we can see if, I don't know if we have the, oh, there we go. We have the open section results there. Caruana takes care of business against Niemann. That was a really impressive game. It feels like that game ended yesterday, Peter.
Yes, we had so much action afterwards, and also that game kind of got decided very quickly. Yeah, when Fabiano in the middle game just outclassed Hans, and it was a very smooth victory.
Indeed, and Arjun Erigaisi continues his great run. And Alexander Predke obviously scoring the upset of the round against Krzysztof Duda. Let's take a look at page 2 of the results. And we see 2 games still going. Fedoseev is going to lose to Lamy, and Esipenko is likely to beat Jumabayev. The rest of the games are a draw, which is why, Peter, it's, you know, someone like Hikaru Nakamura should not start panicking when he's got 1 out of 2. He's essentially half a point out of the big peloton of leaders.
Yes, and everybody will slow down. Yeah, you just can't keep on winning. Yes, some guys got a great start with 2 out of 2, but then they will be facing each other. They will have some tremendous clashes. There will be tons of draws there, and then if you start winning, I believe psychologically always to win the first game. That's the most important, because you so much want to win. Yeah, once you already have that feeling that yes, I have won a game, everything comes so much more natural.
It does indeed. Folks, the next round is tomorrow. It's the same start time, 9:45 a.m. Eastern, the game start. We will go live about 10 minutes prior to that. Round 4, same time. Round 5 in the US is an hour later because the clocks shift in Europe. You can acquaint yourself with the schedule here as well as on chess.com/events. But for now, round 2 is in the books. Another marathon and another incredible day. Peter, the mic to you one more time before we wrap up the show.
Yeah, well, okay. Fabi so far in tremendous shape. Congratulations once again. We have been congratulating him already, I think, twice, but he deserves a third time. Reaching 2800, and Fabi, keep on going. Everyone roots for you. On the other hand, the other players are trying to get those 2 spots, and we see that everybody is fighting. Everybody is giving his absolute best. Somebody already had a brilliant start. Somebody still needs to start winning. But a great fight is guaranteed, and we are looking forward to the next rounds.
We are indeed. The tournament is just getting started. Round 3 will be tomorrow at 9:45. We'd like to thank our amazing producer, Pick, for his hard work, our whole incredible chess.com team. Peter, always a great pleasure to commentate with you. I look forward to tomorrow. And the chat was energetic and lively as usual. We'll see you tomorrow for round 3. But for now, Grandmaster Peter Leko and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky wishing you a great rest of your Thursday from the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. See you tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.